with with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Of Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon fans. This weekend, we have the broadcast of the Vancouver Regional Championships for the Pokemon TCG and some other Pokemon games. This is going to be a fantastic weekend filled with great competition. The hall is full. The players are here to play. And my name is Adam Watson, here in the lounge to open up the show and get everybody acclimated for the action we're about to see this weekend. I'm joined as well by Shelby Boo and Juancho Saldana.
I'm absolutely so excited, Adam. The minute I stepped in Vancouver soil, I smelled the fresh air, and I immediately thought, this is the perfect environment to play some Pokemon TCG. It's gonna be exciting.
I mean, any place with a flat surface tends to be the perfect environment with how hungry our competitors tend to be when it comes to playing this game.
Throw a playmat on it and you're good.
I know. This rock is a little wet. It's okay. We got sleeves. We'll make it work.
That's why you put a playmat on it, right? That's
Exactly. If you want to play some Pokemon TCG, all you have to do is find some Pokemon fans, a flat surface, and you're ready to go. And certainly here in Vancouver, this building is packed to the brim with Pokemon fans.
Yeah, I believe this is the biggest Vancouver regional to date. I think we almost doubled from last year.
Wow.
Don't quote me on that just yet. I'm gonna have to double check that afterwards. But I believe so. So exciting stuff.
Absolutely. These tournaments just keep getting bigger and bigger. And Boo, I'm glad to have you here as well, back into the broadcast with us. And we're going to take a look now at the NA regional schedule. And what have actually you seen so far when it comes to the NA regionals that we've had?
A lot of talents here on our streams. A lot of very talented players. We have like a graphic that shows all the regional champions so far, and every single one of them definitely deserves to be here. And now we're adding another one today here in Vancouver. I'm super excited.
Yeah, slowly but surely this map gets grayed out more and more as the events pass. We can look now too at the champion points breakdown for the players who are trying to qualify for Worlds, trying to get those invites, trying to get the special round 1 bye. You know, they're fighting tooth and nail for every single point.
No, definitely. Honolulu just feels just around the corner. And I feel like a lot of the players already have their championship points. But again, just a reminder for everyone, you know, for North America, 600 points for Masters to make it in. It's that's a lot. It sounds like a lot, but a lot of them already have their invites.
I mean, that just, I think, is a testament to how skilled these players really are and how willing they are to grind at all events and get as many points as possible. And even here, right, at a regional, if you're able to win it all, you get that automatic invite. And then, you know, make a nice top 8 for yourself, get a nice chunk of points, and just qualify the good old-fashioned way.
No, definitely. A lot of players have been grinding out their locals as well. I know someone like Pablo Meza just recently got their invite, really did the work just in his home region. And I think it's absolutely amazing.
No, Pablo made a cool graph too that showed like each points that he earned with which deck. And I thought that was really cool to see. It's like, oh, I earned this many points with this specific deck, but you know, we're going to be losing some of those decks here pretty soon.
That is definitely a good point we're going to dig into a little bit later, Boo, and we can kind of bring things back around to what just went down in Knoxville for those who might have missed out on that event. So let's take a look.
Hello Pokemon fans, Chip Ritchie here to break down what happened at the 2024 Knoxville TCG Regional Championships. Roaring Moon EX was the talk of the tournament, being the most played deck in Day 2. Jose Marzan and Kamal Crooks Valdez were able to pilot the deck to our top cut, but would both be swiftly eliminated by Aiden Koos on his path to the finals. Aiden was using an unconventional strategy, Mawile's tempting trap attack.
Really think we're about to see the Mawile trap happen.
Stop.
With this Mawile, Aiden was able to lock his opponent's support Pokemon into the active spot, ensuring an eventual victory.
And as we see the handshake, Aiden walking away with the win, having successfully trapped his opponent.
Across from Aiden in the finals was Ryan Antonucci, piloting the extremely strategic Gardevoir EX deck. The matchup seemed to be favored for Aiden, but anything can happen in a Pokemon TCG match. In Game 1, Ryan had a poor setup, and Aiden capitalized with a quick Sableye Lost Mine. But a misstep from Aiden caused him to miss a KO and gave Ryan a route to find the improbable win. In Game 2, both players stumbled a bit early, but Ryan was able to manage his board in a way that prevented the Mawile play from Aiden. It all came down to a Shining Arcana Gardevoir hit to allow Ryan Antonucci to become the Knoxville Regional Champion.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Antonucci is your Knoxville Regional Champion. Gardevoir takes it all.
There's plenty more Pokemon events to come, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic tournament. Great finals. Got to give a massive congratulations to Ryan Antonucci, because we all know that Aiden Koos is a player known for throwing these curveballs at his opponents.
Oh, no, I remember watching that tournament live and just seeing that Mawile at that top 4. I have nightmares.
I remember casting it live, and yeah, I have nightmares too, Wancho. That was sad to see with the Mawile, but yeah, very, very cool for Aiden Koos to bring that to the top. Gets second place there in Knoxville, but Ryan Antonucci taking it home with Gardevoir EX once again. I remember talking to Ryan saying he woke up that day just knowing that he could win that event, and that's exactly what he did in Knoxville, so very cool to see.
When your deck choice lines up and you're really feeling good about the tournament and your performance, and things come to a head right at the finish line and you're able to cross it, get that big win that you need for your Worlds invite, it's got to feel great. Yeah. And we can actually now look at the overall Knoxville meta, kind of get a feel for what the players were thinking of when they showed up at that tournament. Tons of Roaring Moon with a good conversion here. I love the idea of this deck, you know, get set up, hits hard, hits fast, has the darkness typing to maybe hit against the Gardevoir, but the matchup's not really that good on paper. You want to walk us through this, Boo? What are you seeing here?
Yeah, Roaring Moon, like we said, it was a full moon in Knoxville for sure. So many people were surprised that it overtook Charizard EX as like that dark type attacker. So many Roaring Moon players showed up. And yeah, the matchups can be a little awkward on paper, but then when you have the speed and just the brute force of Roaring Moon, it's throwing things at you before you even have a chance to respond sometimes. And forget it, if your deck even starts breaking, oh my gosh, you're gonna have a really tough time against Roaring Moon.
Yeah, very well put.
No, yeah, the fact that you hit the nail on the head where Roaring Moon is just so fast, but it also has all those little tricks sometimes. Just because it's so fast, it gets all the energy on board. Sometimes they sneak in a lightning energy, a water energy, and I feel like that contributed to some of its success. I feel like the meta was definitely a lot of evil Pokemon there, the Roaring Moon, the Giratina, only to be won by the Gardevoir EX.
I know.
Just
Gardevoir,
was the
our
right
savior.
Call.
Yeah, I mean,
Gardevoir,
Charizard, and Mew, right? The poster children of just being consistent, drawing a lot of cards, getting set up. You love to see it. And I guess now it's important as well for our audience to see the list of all of the champions we've had so far for the regionals. Every single one of these players, exactly. All of these players qualified to Worlds, here for NA, and we've got an all-star roster of talent already.
Is that an Incineroar?
Yeah,
silhouette.
that's the new placeholder, actually. It'll be our mascot Pokemon here in Vancouver.
They transform from Incineroars into top players.
Incineroar's just that good. Won 4 regionals in the future already.
Oh my gosh.
No, but yeah, all of these are players absolutely amazing. And my favorite thing about this graphic, honestly, is the mix of the age range of these players. There's a lot of the old guard in there, a lot of the newer players like Vinny Fernandez, not newer in the Masters division.
Yeah, that is true.
Vinny Fernandez, Raymond Long, for example, but you also have your Pokedads like JW Krewall and Andrew Estrada, who's been in the game for a long time, and yeah, it's just absolutely amazing to see.
To just see the spread of players and just a nice visual culmination of all of their stories and history is laid out before us here, Wancho. You really did it justice. And I guess now we can actually look at the overall NA leaderboard, right, to see where these players have fallen. Even though they're already qualified to Worlds, a lot of these players are still competing, looking for points. And as we look at the points, Cal Connor at the top at 927.
Oh, but just look how close it is. Those top 3 spots, 927 to 917, 914. You're 3 points away from being the second best player, technically.
I heard a rumor that Gabriel Smart and Ian Robb have some points that have yet to be logged. So this is actually going to shift a little bit more, maybe over the weekend.
Hey, but check this out on our graph. We got the arrows here. We're seeing who's going up, who's going down.
Yeah, we got the Caleb Rogerson stonks rising here.
No, that's really cool to see because, I mean, it kind of emphasizes how easy it is to lose your spot because all of these players on this list right here are the best in the game. Absolutely incredible, at least in North America, of course.
And another point as well, right? Top 16, we got a couple points barely separating slot 15 and 16.
Yeah.
What is 17th place at? I'm scared. I'm scared for Rahul.
They're coming.
Rahul Reddy, Reagan Retzloff, players that we're constantly talking about. We see all the time to make these deep runs at tournaments, and they're just barely hanging on to that beautiful top 16 spot.
I have a feeling, though, Reagan Retzloff, right now, he's in 15, yes. Next format, though, Rise of Lugia once again.
Oh, the Lugia mastermind.
We should see that go up, maybe just a little bit. Potentially one. You never know.
Never know.
And this is a really good point as well, where North America has their specialties, the decks they like to play, and then in other regions, they have their own mini metas. We can take a look now at actually Utrecht, that just had their special event. These were the decks that were brought. We know that Europe loves Gardevoir, but are the rest of the decks rounding out the top lists here what you're expecting to see, Boo?
Utrecht, yes, absolutely. I mean, you can see these are kind of like, they're all on our last Knoxville graph as well, just in different order here. But you can see Mew Vmax, only 8%, but was able to take it down there. That is huge.
No, definitely. And again, yeah, Gardevoir EX being at the top there doesn't surprise me since, the regional before that, Gardevoir did win. And if you're expecting a lot of Roaring Moon, a lot of Giratinas, even potentially a lot of Charizard, it just seemed like a great call. But, sometimes you do prize the couple of key cards and maybe aren't able to take that win. And the consistency of Mew Vmax, just being able to draw your cards, attack, potentially on the first turn even, is just that good.
I do feel like Mew Vmax and Gardevoir are always succeeding in our EU tournaments, though, so that's always cool to see.
Yeah, they're really big believers in the deck, and I think certainly we are. If we look now at the European winners, too, from all of their regionals, another all-star cast looking to play in the World Championships.
Yes, that's not a glitch there, ladies and gentlemen. That's double Owen Kammerman and then double Incineroar.
So I was thinking, is that Incineroar or is that Zarude?
It's
Doesn't it kind of look like Zarude?
I definitely see it with the spiky hair.
Right? I was like, oh, wait.
Who's that Pokemon?
Tell us in the chat, please, on stream. Which one is it? I've been staring at that. I've been thinking about it the last 5 minutes now. That's incredible. Owen Cameraman on this graph twice, back-to-back regional championships. The first one with Champao, the second one with Mew Vmax. Absolutely incredible. I mean, that's huge. Not a lot of players in this game can say that they've won back-to-back tournaments, so that's incredible, and I'm sure he's feeling on top of the world.
Yeah, I mean, EU has a reputation for being a very hard-boiled region, very tough to get these points, slightly lower numbers of events than NA, and the players are always bringing this oddball stuff like Snorlax and whatever control build has been cooked up in the depths. of EU. And when we look at the top 22, actually, for their leaderboard, you can see how the war for points is even more drastic.
And huge, again, just huge congratulations to Owen again. Just not only back-to-back, also the first one with 4 digits this season.
Yeah.
Incredible. Going up. That arrow's going up.
He's going to stay up there. He's a good 100 points ahead from Brendan Cameraman. And it's just, wow, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm so excited for these players to continue to wow us and kind of set the stage internationally, right? I feel a lot of European tech makes its way over to the other regions rather than the other way around.
True.
EU is always at the forefront of meta shifts and testing and kind of influeing the global meta game, if I'm certainly not overstating it. I know a lot of other regions will take offense to that, but that's okay. I love a little cross global rivalry, exactly. And Yuho Kalama really popping off in LAIC really was a sight to behold, and I can't wait to see what these players cook up for this tournament here in Vancouver and also for upcoming formats.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we're about to have a lot of changes in our upcoming formats, so it's gonna be wild. There's a lot of new things coming to the TCG. It's just gonna get more exciting from here.
Oh, I can't wait. I think my biggest mistake the past couple of days is just rotation already happened in live. So I've just been grinding the lab and playing non-stop of the newer format.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to refresh myself.
Yeah, you
got to
take a step back here, Wancho, because we're casting with E-Block still today, okay?
Yeah, and we've got a nice weekend forecast as well, so we can talk a bit about the current decks for those of you who, like Wancho, have next format brain from playing PTCG Live with the new rotations. We can take a look at that now. The format here, we already looked at a couple graphics, right, from Knoxville, from Utrecht, the Gardevoir, the Mew, the Charizard EX. It's a lot of solid decks that have long-running performances. It's about picking your poison, So, Boo, what would you bring? If you were playing here in Vancouver, what deck would you sleeve up? What are you confident in?
I think I would actually bring Miraidon, probably, just because I expect a lot of people to bring Gardevoir. So purely because of that. And I think it's a fun deck. That's what I'd be playing.
Yeah, there's a lot of decks as well that are kind of about to rotate out. Miraidon is going to shift drastically heading into the new format. Kind of basically goes away or becomes an entirely different deck, right? Iron Hands takes over for it. And Wancho, what's the final deck, right, that's about to rotate out that you kind of have high hopes for?
It just has to be Mew Vmax, honestly, just because I'm the type of player that likes to play the decks that draw a lot of cards, hit hard, hit fast. So Miraidon, just like you said, and Mew Vmax, or even Roaring Moon, but we're going to have Roaring Moon for later. So I'll play that more later. So one of the two, Miraidon or Mew Vmax for sure.
Yeah, this current version of like Turbo Roaring Moon, I am kind of sad to see go. Metacham V rotating out. I love me some Yoga Loop. But I think that it's been a great format. We've been in this particular one for quite a long time, but a lot of these tried and true cards will be certainly heavily missed. And good riddance to Pat to the Peak. I'm going to say it now, loud and proud, while I have the microphone in my hand and the opportunity to get on my soapbox.
Yeah. We just got to emphasize it. This is our very last tournament with E-Block legal cards. So it was EFG. Now we're going to be moving on to FGH cards that are going to be legal going forward. And the first time we're going to see those showcased is at EUIC, which is just around the corner. This is our last event before EUIC in that brand new format. So this is where our players today can really wrap things up, bring out the decks that were so infamous in the E-Block era, and see if they can take down another event with those cards.
Yeah. We got to give a big send-off to Mew Vmax, certainly. That is a load-bearing deck for the metagame. It's been...
And it just won.
Yeah, and it released, took over the metagame, and it has never left like the top spots at every tournament since.
Oh, Mew Vmax. That is one of my favorite decks. And I just have to say, it's been a techno blast. No, it's, again, one of the best decks in the format. You get to just draw so many cards. Something we failed to mention, actually. Battle VIP Pass is leaving.
Oh, yeah.
Also good riddance.
You guys don't seem too disappointed about that.
But. No.
I mean, I need it for my Dialga deck, but Buddy Poffin will get us through the hard times, right?
Imagine we're never going to be able to go Battle VIP Pass, double Genesect, Fusion Strike System, draw up to 6, all that jazz. Draw even more of my Battle VIP Passes, get even more Genesects, do more draws, hit hard.
Get rid of the Battle VIP Pass with Cram-O-Matic when you don't need it to get another card. I got my Forest Sealstone.
Discard fodder. Yeah.
Everybody can just play out a game of Mew Vmax in their head whenever they want because we've seen the reps, we've seen the lines of play over and over again, and I definitely, for my final send-off to Mew Vmax, I am still astounded by the adaptability of that deck. Every time a counter was figured out, came into the metagame, the Mew players countered that counter.
I mean, how many do we have now, Wancho? How many counters for Mew Vmax?
Oh, Spiritomb, Drapion, Path to the Peak used to be a counter, and then
not anymore. It adapted that too.
Did the single strike mustard that B drill ever count? There was like Fan of Waves. People were doing nutty
just
stuff.
like, yeah.
The Galarian Moltres lines used to
just
be.
dark Pokemon in general, like dark decks.
Gengar VMAX.
Can't take it down.
Yeah, no matter what you do, you can't keep Mew down.
That's a segment in and of itself of how many things were supposed to counter Mew and could not keep this monstrosity out of the metagame.
Hey, and we're losing our baby Mew as well, our Mysterious Tail Mew.
Oh,
we're losing
that
double
one gets
Mew.
a pass. Yeah,
Wow.
I like that one a lot.
That one
Mysterious
gets
Mew. Everybody likes Mysterious Tail.
Yeah,
okay.
that one's cute.
It's okay, we still have Restart Mew.
Oh,
we still have
true.
Restart Mew.
That's
We're fine.
true.
We're
That's
fine.
true.
We're
Okay,
good.
so we still have a Mew.
Yeah,
Okay,
we still have a Mew in the
we're
format.
good. Mew EX.
Good.
Yeah,
Mew
actually,
EX.
let us know in the chat. I'm curious, what did you have to do to play around Mew VMAX throughout the format?
Yeah,
You know,
what was your
let us-
silliest tech? Let us know.
You do Avery them so that they don't draw too much. There's like so many things. Just never stay down. Never stay down.
Never.
And with kind of Mew getting its final showing here in Vancouver, players bringing out these tried and tested decks trying to get points, I think that we have a rare opportunity, Boo and Wancho, where players have a chance to catch these players by surprise and bring some of these rogue decks out into the mix. And that's what I'm really excited to see. I think that players are going to be more enticed. You know, the format's rotating anyway, or the season's almost done. I've got all my points already. I'm going to play something fun, play something unexpected. And is there any, I want to know, is there any silly things that maybe chat's looking forward to? Let us know, certainly. Anybody you're looking forward to, Boo? Any decks that you'd like to see maybe make a bigger percentage of the meta here?
Well, I feel like when it's the end of a big transition in the meta, we're about to lose E-Block, so people come to kind of the last event where they can showcase these cards, either playing decks that we've seen in the past and they want to bring it back because they have some sort of like nostalgia toward the deck, or like you said, they just kind of open the binder and throw stuff in and see what they got. And I hope we get to see some rogue decks today. I'm very excited to see because I feel like this is also the verge of people are testing for EUIC, so they're kind of, their headspace is already in a different format.
Yeah.
So they might just be like, oh, I'm just going to go play Vancouver for fun, you know? And that's where we get, sometimes it's like my last chance to maybe make it big with some random deck. So I'm hoping we get to see something cool.
Oh, this is the point. You start putting those Pokemon catchers in your deck just to get you used to Prime Catcher, you know?
Oh, no.
No, but yeah, I've seen a lot of people on the floor. I was walking the event hall yesterday, and I saw a couple of people like just leaving up their decks, and some players saying, "Are you really going to play that deck?" And you just know I had to pick, you know, it'd be Zoro Box or whatnot.
Ooh,
Stop.
Scary.
Stop.
Espathras.
What?
I mean,
gonna get
Dialga
wild.
enjoyers, where you at? Come on, it's gonna be
Dialga?
it's gonna be good next format.
Isaac
So
always bringing back the Dialga. I love it.
the propaganda will not go away. But our next point, rather, is caster predictions. The real decks that we actually expect to do well this weekend. I know that
The real decks? Wow. That is just
Wancho
shade.
doubles down on
Shade.
the Mew Vmax. You want to talk us
Yeah,
through
Wancho,
this?
come on,
Is
that's
this a nostalgia
lazy.
pick? Do you think
Come
it's
on.
is it actually that good, or do you think it's just going to be a bigger percentage because this is the final tournament?
Vmax and Genesect? Come on.
That's me doubling down. That's just how much I love this deck, how much I believe in this deck. This is the last time I get to do it. I'm going to put it down twice.
This was like, oh no, I didn't pick my picks yet.
Oh my
I was
god.
one of the first ones to put it up.
No, that's true.
I mean, we
Wancho
all
was
know
one of first.
the world famous Charizard EX Iron Hands EX deck. That's a
And then your one to talk. Look at that, Mew Vmax on your own.
I know.
And
like
you already talked about a little bit about the Miraidon as
Yeah.
well, and you just like the consistency, the punchiness.
No, I'm purely just because Miraidon can do well against Gardevoir, and I think, like I said, some of the top players here, I expect to bring Gardevoir, so I'm hoping that Miraidon just kind of like runs through the Gardevoir and takes it home. I love casting Miraidon as well.
Yeah.
I very much dislike casting Gardevoir, so that's another reason, just personally. And Mew Vmax, I just had to pay some respects to
Amen.
To my little naked mole rat. That's what I call it. So.
Press F for Mew, you know.
F
Going
for
into-
Fusion Strike, baby.
Yeah, going into the new format. And I was trying to do some like weird metagaming. I was like, Roaring Moon will be good because Mew Vmax will be popular because it's the last tournament, but it's not really that good against Gardevoir. Lost Box is good against Gardevoir. It's also decent against Roaring Moon. That's why I got the Radiant Charizard there. I think like a Sable Zard might actually be quite stellar. I know that the Turbo boxes, you know, the Dragonites, the Drapions, the V-based boxes have been kind of out and about lately, but I think just a solid Sable Zard might be the way to go.
Yeah, recently in Brazil, Radiant Charizard, Charizard just showed up like a ton, so that might be good. I love how Heggy put Giratina on there. None of us put Giratina, so that could be always a deck that shows up and always has the potential to do well, but then on stream, it just seems to falter. Like, it just breaks every time we cast it, and it's so heartbreaking to see.
We definitely don't even want to dredge up the Giratina V-Star discourse again. I want to actually move over to the players to watch. We picked out a few names here that are competing here in Vancouver. Ian Robb, last Vancouver Regionals champion, coming back out today, going to try to make that happen again. Pablo Meza is also here competing. He won Vancouver back in 2017, I believe it was, with a different Gardevoir deck. So that's kind of cool that Gardevoir is back in the fold. And of course, Kieran Farah, amazingly skilled Canadian Mew player. So I think all three of these players are incredibly well positioned.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be cool. Some of our most skilled players are in Canada, so hopefully they come out and represent Canada here today. We're going to have to see how things shake out.
No, yeah, 100%. Again, Canada has so many amazing, talented players, so many regional champions, so many a couple of world champions as well. And yeah, they should be here to defend, come out strong. I can't wait to see them on stream.
Yeah. Andrew Estrada, Raymond Long, right? Both already
yeah.
qualified. Cyrus Davis is a player that we've always got our eyes on, and it was Ian Robb versus Cyrus Davis for NAIC last year, I believe. And so, yeah, it's great talent here in Vancouver and in Canada in general, and they're going to show us how it's done. And I want to let you know as well, viewers at home, use those hashtags. Let us know on social media who you're rooting for. Is it really Canada all the way down, or is there another player from America that you think is going to do it? Is there another player coming over from Japan or Europe to compete in this regional that maybe you've got your eyes on? We really want to hear from you, so make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and get involved with the broadcast. It's super excited, and make sure you tweet at us with hashtag #PlayPokemon. We might be able to show some of those tweets on stream, and that's always a blast to see, like pictures from the venue and people having fun and drawings and plushies, whatever you got for us, we want to see it.
No, definitely. Your Pokepets.
Oh yeah, the pets. Thank you.
Pokepets,
Almost missed that.
Watch parties, everything. Yeah, throw us everything.
And this is the best part about regionals, of course, is just the fans that are here. We love the competition so much, but the energy in the room, the love of the Pokemon TCG, and just the excitement for the next format, and to give a proper send-off to our most respected decks from this format is fully culminating here in Vancouver. So stick around, and we're going to get to the desk.
One final send-off for our beloved cards from the E block, but that won't be without crowning a new regional champion, another player going to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships. My name's Ethan Hecky. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie. Whether you love him or hate him, cards are going to be leaving after this weekend.
That is true, yeah. Plenty of hated cards rotating out of the format, but also plenty of beloved cards. One last ride for so many players this weekend, giving their favorite deck one more opportunity. Will they be able to take it the distance?
Money, championship points, so much on the line for these players at these regional championships. Speaking of regionals, let's take a look at the format for this event.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Of course, as I talked about, $10,000 for first place here for our Masters division. Scaling all the way down, top 32 walking out with a grand. That's not bad at all. And of course, some booster packs as well to complement that.
Cannot forget the booster packs. That's what we're all really here for. No, but in all seriousness, so much competition on the line, so much that these players are really striving towards. Of course, those championship points. First place gets that automatic invite to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. They don't even have to qualify through the championship point means. They can make it happen, you know, and we'll see if that is going to be the story for one of our players, or will it be one of those players who's competing for a Tier 1 or Tier 2 Worlds invite. You know, of course, those top 16 players able to get a round 1 bye at the World Championships, also getting a travel stipend, a travel award to that tournament as well. So much on the line for our competitors.
Yeah, lots has changed this year. This is the first year where any player who wins a regional championship gets an auto invite to the World Championships, and that also has a lot more of an advantage because of how much harder it is to qualify. 600 points, that's a 100-point increase from the last time we had a full season. Only 6 cup finishes and challenges finishes compared to 8 from when there were 500 points. We're seeing a lot of players really having to squeak out some solid regional championship finishes, international championship finishes, of course, those rewarding the most championship points to secure themselves a spot at the World Championships later on.
Yep, the big tournaments, the regionals, the internationals, those special events as well, all playing a big factor into the players mapping out their path to get their invite to the World Championships. But no one is ever truly out of it. Like you mentioned, this is the first year where the winner of these big events just gets that automatic invite. Of course, the first and second place competitors at the international championships also get that automatic bid to the World Championships. So, you know, someone could roll up right here at the end of the season, have very few championship points, and still lock up a spot into the World Championships. There is still a lot to play for.
Yeah, speaking of playing a lot, I mean, we've been in this format now for a solid 4 or 5 months if you want to count the Paldean Fates sort of mini expansion, adding on a few key cards. We've seen a few trainer cards come in. Players are very, very familiar with this format. You could see a player who's been playing maybe the same deck for the last 5 months, really who's honed their craft over this time, get a regional championship win, get that money, get those championship points, secure themselves a spot at Worlds later on.
Yeah, do players choose to ride it out with something that they have been comfortable with for the last few months, or do they take this last opportunity to play a deck they maybe haven't played in a few months? You know, some players maybe wanting to give Mew Vmax one last chance. There's Rapid Strike Urshifu, also another deck that's rotating. Will players give that one more opportunity in their hands before rotation hits? We'll see what happens throughout the event this weekend, but I know our players down at the stage are ready. I know our viewers at home are ready to see some TCG tournament action. Let's get down to the table and introduce these players.
On our left, Cyrus Davis, the NAIC 2023 champion. Speaking of Rapid Strike Urshifu, piloted that deck, playing essentially the opposite type of deck, one that is Psychic Weak, this Gardevoir EX paired with Shining Arcana. I mean, if you've been watching Pokemon TCG for pretty much since the start of this last standard rotation, this deck has been at the forefront on and off for the last year.
Yeah, one of the things I love about watching Cyrus play is that they are never scared to branch out. They're someone who's very much known for playing a different deck at almost every single tournament, it feels like. Since that win at NAIC, you know, she took the Chien Pao deck to a 9th place finish at the World Championships. We've seen some Sableye Charizard being played throughout the course of this season from Cyrus, and now it is that Gardevoir. Going up against here, Yu King Lee, playing an old favorite, Lost Box Kyogre.
Yeah, this matchup has a very interesting dynamic as we look at the prize cards. lots of big cards for each player.
Yeah.
You see the Iron Hands EX in the prize cards, Radiant Greninja in the prize cards for Cyrus. See how things develop out. Really, the Iron Hands is a big card against Gardevoir. Doesn't really shiver in the face of many threats in the format, but Iron Hands EX is really that one that if you can sort of get it off super fast before Gardevoir can establish Kirlia's Gardevoir EX into play, that can be a very, very big deal and a big tempo swing in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely a big deal to see it in the prizes. It did look like it was at the bottom of the prize card, so maybe if King gets an early Cramorant knockout, we'll see that Iron Hands being grabbed pretty quickly. King also does play that one copy of Hisuian Heavy Ball, so that can be fetched out. Cyrus, on the other hand, no Hisuian Heavy Ball in their list, so no opportunity to find the prized Screamtail or that Radiant Greninja. Both of those cards can be really important.
Let's get into it. Round 4 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. An excellent way to start things out. Cyrus kicking off the action, checking through the deck with that Battle VIP Pass. We're going to be saying that a lot this weekend, but after this, no more Battle Pass. We'll be replacing it with the Buddy Buddy Poppin' when that comes out. But
yeah, it's kind of interesting. A lot of times whenever rotation comes, players have to question, okay, you know, this card rotated from the deck I like to play. What do I replace it with? And oftentimes the correct answer is you should just look at the cards available in the format and don't look at like what should be making a replacement for that card in your deck, but what makes your deck better overall. Don't think of it as a one-to-one swap. But in the case of Battle VIP Pass and Buddy Buddy Poffin, it's a pretty easy one-to-one swap for a lot of these archetypes. Gardevoir, Charizard, to name just a couple.
So staring down Comfey in the active spot, Cyrus thinking about how she wants to build this board up. I mean, look, you can be facing down a lot of different Lost Zone decks. Lost Zone Charizard, Lost Zone Giratina, but is there any consistent way you really want to set your board up here on this first turn?
I mean, definitely getting a few Ralts into play. Did look like Cyrus actually has another Battle VIP Pass in hand, so this doesn't look like it has to be a Mirage Step game, most likely. Cyrus didn't prize any of those Kirlias, so a turn 1 double Battle VIP Pass can lead into 2-3 Kirlia on turn 2, which can let you be a little bit more aggressive with your setup. You don't have to end with the Mirage Step. You can end with the Mew active, which honestly can be a little bit better against these Lost Zone decks because losing the Mew, not that big of a deal. It's something that you like to push after a knockout throughout the course of a game, but a little bit better than losing, say, a Kirlia, which is what you lose if you go for Mirage Step.
Yeah, bench space, the big key in this matchup. A Pokemon like Mew is great in the early game, but if your opponent can play things like Escape Rope, pivot around it, it really hogs up a bench spot that could be detrimental later on. So this is going to be the interesting choice. Do we see things like Manaphy come down right away? We see a supporter card in the hand, Avery, so there is a follow-up for the following turn. But this is really just the choice where you sort of start to diverge off paths. I mean, if Cyrus wanted to, could have grabbed Manaphy Ralts and with the Fog Crystal and Ultra Ball had guaranteed Mirage Step the following turn. But no, it will be the second Battle VIP Pass played. Already putting that Manaphy to the top of the deck. Pretty much 66% sort of out of the archetypes they play away to attack with Radiant Greninja. This is sort of one of the disadvantages of going for Manaphy before you see exactly what your opponent's playing. Now, if they are playing Radiant Charizard, there's no need for the Manaphy, right? It can't deal bench damage, but it is still going to be that choice. I feel like if you're going to look at the percentages, there's a higher chance than not that your opponent's going to have Radiant Greninja in their Lost Zone deck.
Yeah, so Cyrus here did leave the 2 bench spaces open, only grabbed 1 Pokemon off that second Battle VIP Pass, which does leave plenty of opportunity to still go for the turn 2 Mirage Step, especially if King is able to get a turn 1 knockout with a Cramorant. Mirage Step is a pretty easy response as well. So I like this play from Cyrus. You leave multiple options open. And if your hand does develop into a situation where you can just put 3 Kirlia into play, you've got 3 Ralts to set that up.
Let's see what King can respond with. Playing this Nest Ball, checking through the deck to see what resources will. Be a little bit surprised to see that Iron Hands EX is sitting in the prize cards. But this hand looks solid. Colress's Experiment, plenty of ways to dig through the deck. Already looking at that Cramorant, this is probably your ideal attacker on your first turn going second. That's sort of the advantage this Lost Zone deck has. It can threaten a lot on your second turn going first, or, of course, being able to attack if you are going second in the Pokemon TCG. You're able to play everything from your hand. Supporter cards, energies, attack. A lot more options available for King on this first turn. How will he develop this board out? Now sequencing is a big part of this deck. Tell us why that's so important in this Lost Zone deck when it comes down to these early turns.
Yeah, because every single turn you're having to make difficult decisions. You're having to send cards to the Lost Zone through the use of Comfey's Flower Selecting, through the use of Colress's Experiment, even things like Lost Vacuum, which I believe that King already has in the hand currently. You want to check your prize cards very, very thoroughly so that you can be totally aware of what you have access to, what you don't have access to, so that if you flower selecting into, say, a pair of basic energy cards, you know what is safe for you to get rid of, and you know which ones you need to hang on to.
Look at that shiny Ditto with the transformative start. You can only use it on your first turn, but it's great in this deck that just wants to get Comfey into play as soon as possible. Could even turn it into something like the Cramorant, so sort of a wild card slot here in the deck for Yu-King. And we will next probably see this Colress's Experiment come down. Already has switching cards in hand, plenty of Pokemon. Just a few more pieces needed for an excellent start here for Yu-King. Let's see what these 5 cards can grant.
Yeah, the Ditto is really interesting right here because it allows you to adapt to whatever you find off of this Colress. You know, if you find enough cards to set up for a Cramorant attack right away, you can just go get that with the Ditto. If you need to dig a little bit more, need to get a little more set up, that can easily become a Comfey. So a pretty cool tech inclusion in this deck. Something we don't see too often. We might see it a little bit more post-rotation with Buddy Buddy Poffin being able to grab out the Ditto, and then Ditto can transform into something like, say, a Giratina V or a Chien Pao EX. That's something we've seen a little bit of over in Japan. So a little surprised to see it early on here in this format, but it is still a really unique and solid card.
We'll see Comfey put into the Lost Zone. Flower selecting, and this is a tough choice.
Nest Ball and the Forest Sealstone being offered up.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty surprised to see that Comfey hit the Lost Zone there for Yu-King on that first turn. I really didn't have the Pokemon necessary to get another flower selecting into play and use this Ditto to attack for the turn. So we are just going to see the Forest Sealstone, that key resource allowing Yu-King to use a V-Star power later on in the game.
Yep.
Just going to put that to the Lost Zone, grab the Nest Ball, and now with this hand, it looks like Yu-King will be able to get off a Cramorant attack if he so chooses to. We'll still have access to one more flower selecting. So not playing this Nest Ball shows me that Yu-King's just going to look through this card, see what it is, and then if it's not a Cramorant, it's going to play the Nest Ball and grab that most likely.
Yeah, losing the Forest Sealstone, not too bad. There are 2 copies of the card in this list. This is a little tough, though. An Escape Rope and a Super Rod being offered up from this flower selecting. Both cards you would really like to have. Super Rod much more powerful as the game goes on, a key recovery option. But Escape Rope can allow you to be really aggressive in the early game, and Yu-King does choose to take that. We'll see the Nest Ball. Have to imagine this is going for the Cramorant.
Yeah, start looks great. There is no Radiant Greninja just down quite yet. Of course, it's not a great attacking threat with that Manaphy in play. Nothing like canceling Cologne on Yu-King's side to really deal with that. So Cramorant comes down. We will see that Spit Innocently on turn 1, taking the knockout on Ralts. And as Gardevoir, these are honestly some of your hardest turns, is these first couple of turns. Can you set up? Can you stabilize?
Yep.
Otherwise, Cramorant spits all over your board, just kind of runs away with it, and does what he so chooses to.
There is the Pal Pad in Yu-King's hand. It looks like they were debating playing it for just a moment. Going to hold off for now. It can be really strong to put back a pair of Colress's Experiment or save it for later when you're going to be using Pokestop. You know, Pokestop, maybe you discard something that you would like to have, and then you can use Pal Pad to bring it back. But Yu-King is able to strike first with that Cramorant. Spit Innocently takes down the Ralts.
Action back on Cyrus. Lots of choices, starting things out with that Avery. And no Pokemon get discarded because the bench is smaller than 3 Pokemon. But we do see an Ultra Ball, and this would be an excellent opportunity to use that Mirage Step attack. Can put away some of these cards that are not needed from the hand. That Mew really not getting a lot of value anymore because, of course, only having 60 HP, even with Jirachi in play, it kind of just holds a bench spot, doesn't get you as much value as, let's say, a refined Kirlia does. And there it is. Mirage Step, Kirlia, staple card into this Gardevoir deck. It's crazy to think that sometimes these decks didn't actually play something like the Mirage Step back from when we first saw this deck take off with the release of Paldea Evolved. But here it is now, putting these 3 Kirlia into play. Textbook start here for Cyrus, exactly what she wants on the second turn of the game.
Yeah, and has a pretty strong follow-up in the hand already. There is a Counter Catcher, and there is a Professor's Research. So plenty of options based on whatever Yu-King decides to do with his board. It's going to kick back over to him. Now, did he take the Iron Hands off the prize cards?
No, he did not. It was just another Mirage Gate, and this hand is just super awkward. A lot of key cards towards the end of the game, but nothing that can really be used. A few Mirage Gates, Counter Catcher, energy cards, and this is why it's important to maybe get Radiant Greninja down on these early turns, because that energy really doesn't do much in this hand. I mean, maybe I think putting it onto a Comfey is not terrible. You give yourself at least a pivot for next turn to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's not great here for you, King, but you're at least going to get one more prize card. And you kind of try to think about what the prize map may look like. 2 prizes from this Cramorant, knocking out a Ralts last turn, Kirlia this turn. If you can pull off the Iron Hands at some point, that's 2 more prize cards. And then you just have to find 2 more prizes somewhere along the way. That's really not too hard to try to piece together. You've got powerful attacking Pokemon like the Dragonite that can swing for a bunch of damage. Something like Sableye can clean it up. Now, Cyrus does have the answers, has the Jirachi, also is actually playing 2 copies of the Moonlit Hill, something you don't see too often. And you, King, here, taking that prize card, it was indeed Iron Hands EX.
So action back on Cyrus. Do see a Professor's Research in the hand. Does have some key pieces, though, like that Boss's Orders, like that Counter Catcher. And as a Gardevoir player for months, this is sort of the back and forth I have with playing Research in this deck. Yes, having Dig through your deck is excellent in so many matchups and just universally against no matter what you play against. But with a deck that likes to build its hand up and draw lots of cards, you sometimes get into a spot where the resources that you have to discard with something like that Professor's Research are just too vital. And I feel like if Cyrus was going to really want to play that card, it would have just been before using these Refine abilities.
Yeah, for sure. So this definitely means Cyrus wants to hang on to this hand, doesn't want to discard the Boss's Orders. Having to use a Counter Catcher this turn and then discard the Boss's Orders from the Research means you only have 1 Gust option left for the rest of the game.
And it will just be the Counter Catcher up on this Comfey. That is sort of one of the disadvantages. Opponent's going to want to target it anyway. That is just 1 more resource hitting the discard pile, plus Iono. But, I mean, you're going down to 4 cards. I don't think Yu-King is too upset about that, so to say. There wasn't really a Colress's Experiment in the hand. A lot of other key resources, though, for later on.
Yeah, it's going to depend what Yu-King is able to find here. He is going to be losing a Comfey this turn, almost definitely. Cyrus, I think, just about has everything. I think needs to find an attacker, I guess. There is the Gardevoir EX in the hand currently, and that is a good find as well, using Level Ball to get the Jirachi. Definitely a key card for this matchup, able to protect your bench Pokemon from being hit by the ever-powerful Sableye.
And this is just completely textbook here for Cyrus. Exactly what you want. You want space for your Kirlias to attack. You want to evolve these up into Shining Arcana. And the whole key here with setting this board up is keeping your Shining Arcanas as healthy as possible. 120 damage is really that magic number for the Lost Zone deck. And this hand looks super excellent off these Refines. Rare Candy plus Gardevoir EX in the hand.
And that last card found just now off Refinement was Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Cyrus, that was the one thing that they were missing, was an attacker, but was luckily off this last Refinement, able to find it, uses that Shining Arcana. And like you were saying, Ethan, this hand is shaping up extremely nicely.
I think Cyrus is doing pretty much everything perfectly at this point. Has energies in the discard pile. You don't quite need to put Jirachi into play. Now, there is a world where your opponent uses 2 flower selecting abilities, plays Colress and Lost Vacuums, and then can fire off a Lost My Attack. And this is what I was talking about. Keeping these Gardevoirs healthy is such a key ability in this matchup, and Moonlit Hill is a card that is perfect for that. You can use these Psychic Embrace abilities, put damage on all of your Psychic Pokemon, and then use Moonlit Hill, discard a Psychic Energy, and now this Shining Arcana Gardevoir is not being threatened by a lot. Cannot be knocked out by a Cramorant, cannot be knocked out by Sableye, and can also not be knocked out by Iron Hands EX. An excellent turn 3 here for Cyrus, taking the knockout. And Yu-King is just left with a Comfey and a Cramorant in play, and only 4 cards in hand to start this turn off.
Yeah, Comfey, a Cramorant, and maybe a Prayer here off this flower selecting. Really needs to find something. Colress would be great. And there is a Colress found. It is going to come at the cost of having to lose a Forest Sealstone. That last copy of the card in Yu-King's list, but I mean, it's got to be worth it. I mean, I guess something Yu-King could do would be to Lost Zone the Colress and then use Forest Sealstone to go get another Colress out of the deck because there was a Nest Ball in hand, but yeah, skipping the step here, just go for this Colress and let's see what we find.
Only advantage to that would have being to have a Lost Vacuum target.
Right,
but,
exactly.
I mean, that's like so minimal to get another great piece out of your deck.
Yeah, lets you get to 10 a little quicker, but yeah, that is a little less important whenever Jirachi is on your opponent's bench. I do really quick want to touch on something really smart that Cyrus did last turn. Before using the Moonlit Hill, put 1 extra energy card into play on this Gardevoir EX. Of course, the Moonlit Hill does heal damage from all of your Pokemon in play, not even just the Psychic Pokemon, but for this deck, that's all that's relevant. Being able to
remove that extra 2 damage counters from that Gardevoir, makes it to be a more viable attacker later on in the game. Gardevoir EX has a lot of HP, and it can be a really strong option, but when you Psychic Embrace too many energy cards onto it, it gets put into range of something like Dragonite EX being able, or Dragonite V, excuse me, being able to come in and take the KO. So by using the Moonlit Hill, in order to get that healing off on that Gardevoir EX, it is going to be a viable attacker later on in this game.
As you can see, this matchup is all about numbers, playing around the meticulous math that Lost Zone can deal out every turn, whether it's through big attacks, small, quick bursts of damage, through Cramorant and Sableye. You've got to cover a lot of your bases as Yu-King finally gets this Radiant Greninja into play, so concealed cards online, providing a little bit more consistency at the cost of getting rid of some of these energy cards from the hand. But my main question here is, yeah, getting Greninja down is great. You get to cycle through the deck a little bit more, draw cards, but if you're not following up these turns with knockout after knockout and putting on pressure, you could see this 2-card prize lead start to slowly evaporate as Cyrus claws back into this game.
Yeah, I think Yu-King would really like to find an escape rope here, potentially. Just hitting this active Gardevoir with the Cramorant does not feel great. Having to 2-hit KO a 1-prize Pokemon makes me feel like we're playing with some theme decks out here. This is supposed to be the highest level of competition, but it's all Yu-King can go for. Just that spit innocently, and we'll see what Cyrus has to respond.
You see Level Ball just get discarded, so no Pokemon to find out of the deck. There is another Psychic Energy in hand. This is the question. How do you really put your energies into play? Now, this is one of the sort of disadvantages of not playing Roaring Moon in your Lost Box deck, is you don't really have a consistent way to deal with knocking out Gardevoir EX. Dragonite caps out at 250 damage. You'll still see the manual attachment onto that Gardevoir. I'm not quite sure the extra 20 damage saved off of the healing is super relevant, but you now also have a consistent pivoter, so no matter what you want to go into, you're not going to put damage on any of your Pokemon. Followed up by Iono. Still plenty of cards left for Cyrus to draw. Hasn't taken any prize card, or has taken 1 prize card, so hopefully we'll get that updated. We did see Comfey go down the last turn, so drawing 5 cards off of this Iono, plus the Shining Arcana, and there is the energy hit. So now this Gardevoir EX on the bench can potentially attack, and
yeah, could it even be the attacker right now this turn, deny the prize cards from Yu-King?
And not only denying the prize cards, but keeping Shining Arcana in play allows you to consistently use that ability and provide a bit more consistency and stabilization to your deck.
Now, one thing Cyrus is probably thinking through is, what do I need to play around? It's a little daunting when you're sitting down across from a Lost Zone toolbox deck, because your opponent really could have just quite a number of things that are really bad for you at any given time. Is there the Roaring Moon in Yu-King's list, like you mentioned, right? It's not in the deck. We know that. The viewers at home now know that, but Cyrus is not sure, so they're going to have to think around everything, and it is going to be Counter Catcher bringing up this Comfey, and I really like this play. It's not getting rid of the main attacking threat. Of course, Yu-King will be able to attack with Cramorant as many turns in a row as he would like, but by dealing with these Comfeys now, we know there's now 2 in the discard pile. We see 1 in the Lost Zone right here. Cyrus is setting up for a future situation where she'll be able to go 4 in Iono, leave Yu-King with just a few cards, and 0 Comfeys to draw through the deck.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of an interesting debate to either go after the Radiant Greninja or the Comfey, but as you said, the piece is there. Disrupt the consistency, claw back in the end of the game. That's what Gardevoir is so great at doing, having one of the best comebacks in the format, the best end game options. You can blow things up with your big attacks, you can spread damage all over, snipe things, lots of great effects and versatility in your attackers. So here we go. It's pretty much all onto this Comfey at this point. 1 flower selecting, nothing else really going on in this hand. And if there's nothing else here, you'll just see 3 straight turns of Cyrus taking prize cards without giving any up, putting herself in a dominant position in this game 1.
Yeah, and you can see why Gardevoir is known as such a comeback deck. Yu-King was able to jump out to an early lead, going up 2 prizes taken to 0 from Cyrus, and Cyrus has immediately tied that situation up. And while Yu-King will take a prize card here, benches the Iron Hands as well, gets an energy card on it. You know, Cyrus is definitely in a solid spot, and with that Iron Hands being benched, could we potentially see that become a target this turn for Cyrus to jump ahead and take 2 prize cards?
So this will be interesting here. Now, I believe that Yu-King is only at 3 prize cards.
I think
correct?
so, yeah.
Yeah,
so should still have 3 prize cards remaining.
So you can get 3 prize cards. Cyrus, 4 prizes still. What will we see at this point? We do see Super Rod get down into play. So we'll shuffle 3 of these Pokemon back in. It will just be that 1-1-1 line of the Curlia, as Fog Crystal will be the choice, putting this Ralts into play, and this is exactly what Cyrus wants to do from this point. Stabilize the board, just consistently. Every time an Arcana Gardevoir gets knocked out or a Gardevoir gets knocked out, you put a Ralts in play and you try and build another one up while keeping Jirachi and Manaphy on your bench to keep your bench Pokemon safe from attacks. And this Gardevoir EX is honestly a pretty fine attacker. I feel like that and the Shining Arcana, they provide the same purpose, right? They take knockouts and they don't get knocked out back. Now it is a little bit harder to make sure that your Shining Arcana doesn't get knocked out because that's just sort of how it plays out. It's
especially when your opponent has an Iron Hands EX on the bench, right?
So it really comes down to Moonlit Hill, and I mean, Yu-King has still not found a counter stadium for that. So if Cyrus continues to draw into Psychic Energy cards, can use 2 Psychic Embraces and the Stadium to mean that a single attachment the following turn will put you out of range from Iron Hands, and that's really where the advantage of playing multiple copies of the Stadium card comes into play.
Now, Cyrus does have the Ultra Ball, which of course can find that Gardevoir as the attacker here. And I am curious to see which route Cyrus will go. Will it be the Gardevoir EX attack this turn, or will it be that Shining Arcana? I think at least getting Shining Arcana Gardevoir into play is good. You know, get a little bit more card draw. Seems pretty solid. But to me, it does seem like, I mean, I'll defer to you a little bit here on this one, Ethan. You're definitely the more experienced Gardevoir player here. This feels like a pretty decent turn to attack with Guardi EX to me.
Yeah, I think it's fine to use Gardevoir at this point.
Maybe not anymore, though. If you can heal this out of range of the Iron Hands, which I think might be what is happening here. Oh, it doesn't even have to with the Reversal Energy being live.
Yeah, so it was a really interesting choice there to discard the Psychic Energy, because ideally what you want to do here in this position is play Counter Catcher, bring up the Iron Hands, and then heal it out of range so that you only put 10 damage on. And now Cyrus did have a Psychic Energy in hand, could use Psychic Embrace 2 times, and then use the ability. So this is an interesting choice. I feel like you kind of are okay to go after Iron Hands because you take the lead, and then it's a little bit harder for your opponent to come back.
What this play might be doing is Cyrus trying to ensure that the second Reversal Energy will be live, most likely on the next turn. You know, if you assume this Gardevoir gets KO'd, you take the 1 prize card here, you tie it up, your opponent jumps ahead. You know, they can't realistically take an easy knockout with the Iron Hands X this turn, so give yourself the chance to just get ahead in the prize trade, deny the easy knockout from the Iron Hands, and go from there. And then even if they do knock out the Gardevoir with something like more powerful, maybe Dragonite, something along those lines, then you will have access to your Reversal Energy.
Yeah, I think both plays here are fine. I think Cyrus, regardless, is in an excellent spot in this game. 2 knockouts away, and Yu-King is going to, at minimum, have to take 3 turns to take these last 2 prize cards.
All right, hold on now. We do see a Super Rod and double Mirage Gate in the hand, so we could see Yu-King at least attack. An Arm Press would have KO'd the Gardevoir, but Yu-King doesn't think that will be a winning play, decides to concede, and Cyrus takes the win in Game 1.
Yeah, not much Yu-King could really have done in that game. I feel like variance is one thing we talk a little bit about with this Lost Box deck. On paper, can do so many different things, can string together a bunch of different attackers, put on a lot of pressure, but when it's not able to get those pieces, when it's not able to put those combos together, you see hitting for 110 damage with a 1 prize Pokemon every turn, it's not a winning strategy.
Yeah, it's pretty good early, but whenever you're hitting for 110 and that's not leading to a prize card, that's where things get a little bit out of reach, a little tough.
Well, Cramorant was in the spotlight this game, whether it wanted to or not. All lights were on Cramorant. Spin Innocently, not quite enough, and Moonlit Hill putting in a lot of work on that first game, healing these Gardevoirs out of play. We saw the Cramorant just not able to take the knockout, capitalizing on that, having essentially a bonus turn for Cyrus. Really needed that, and that's sort of the trade-off. You give up those first 2 early prize cards, turn 1 Spit Innocently, followed up by Mirage Step getting knocked out by Cramorant. And then you just create this dominant board. I mean, look at this board chip. You have a Pokemon that puts as many energies as you want into play, things that draw you 6 cards every turn, and then bench protection from all of your Pokemon. What more could you want than that?
Yeah, a pretty excellent spot to be in. It really felt like Cyrus was in a winning position pretty much from the start. Even after Yu-King got those 2 early knockouts, it felt like Cyrus was just way more set up and had a lot more going for them. Now we are seeing the prize cards go out. Yu-King does prize that one, Sableye, and over on Cyrus's end, a pair of Moonlit Hill, one of the 2 copies of Rare Candy in her list, and a Kirlia as well. A little annoying. 3 energy, though, for Yu-King and 2 Comfey. These players having a contest here to see who can prize the worst cards, it seems like.
And this is tough for Yu-King. There is nothing going on in this hand. Raikou, a bunch of energy cards, and a Colress that cannot be played. You need to get these flower selectings off early on in this game. Is Yu-King really considering benching this Raikou to maybe fleet-footed and draw a card?
It might be what Yu-King is considering, and it might be the only real play. Raikou, not a great attacker in this matchup, mostly in this deck to be able to take easy KOs on things like Pidgeot EX against Charizard. But it has to be that fleet-footed to try to get a little bit deeper, finds a counter catcher, and then now we'll pass it over to Cyrus.
And look at that, has Battle VIP Pass again. I'm sure Yu-King feels like, hey, could I have borrowed that on the first turn? Could I maybe have used that to get some Pokemon into play? It will be Battle VIP Pass, the choice already. Cyrus will check through the deck. Did start that Screamtail. Now, Screamtail is not a terrible starter because if anything is going to be knocked out, you'd rather have it be that Pokemon than something like Ralt, so to say. So it's okay having that Pokemon into play early on. Just checking through the deck. We'll get the bad news that Kirlia's in play. That refinement is prized. Now, I do wonder here in this position that this is sort of where you could consider to maybe not go for the Mirage Step angle and just put some Kirlias into play. It is a little bit harder to Mirage Step, especially if you have if your opponent has a slower start. The Screamtail may not be knocked out at the end of the following turn. And if that's the case, you're going to need to have an attachment this turn and the following turn, as well as having that Mirage Step Kirlia to get off that Mirage Step attack.
Yeah, I did see an energy in Cyrus's hand, and I also did see the Mirage Step. So I think going for that, or at least leaving the play open, seems pretty good. And that's what you see pretty consistently from the best players in the game, is that they leave plenty of paths open. They don't lock themselves down into one single line unless they absolutely have to. And so Cyrus will probably leave plenty of routes potentially open. Mirage Step will be one of those options next turn.
Just checking through the deck very thoroughly. You want to know what cards are available, what cards are not. Even checking things like the Gusting cards, the Counter Catcher, Boss's Orders, all of those pieces, for the time being, are available in the deck. So we'll just see a single... I was about to say, I think the question here is, Cyrus may have a Fog Crystal in hand, so you want to make sure you're getting the right type of Pokemon off of cards like Battle VIP Pass. So grabbing the Manaphy and then grabbing this basic Psychic Pokemon will most certainly be that Ralts.
Yep. Does get that second Ralts down. Honestly, Cyrus could have probably pretty comfortably played from a board with just the one Ralts if she absolutely had to, but, you know, getting 2 in play does leave one option open to be able to be rare candied out.
Question here for Cyrus. Your opponent didn't do much. There is an Iono in the hand. Honestly, you could just attach here to either the active or the bench, and I actually really like this play. Hitting with the slap for 30 damage, and what this actually does is it sets this Raikou up, if it's not healed by a switch card, into a knockout from the Gardevoir EX to deal 190 damage into it. Well, I like the smart play here from Cyrus, thinking maybe a little bit ahead, just putting some damage on the board.
Yep. I mean, you got to attach somewhere so you can retreat and Mirage Step next turn if your opponent doesn't get the knockout. So might as well get a little bit of damage in. And like you mentioned, it definitely could be something that is relevant. Yu-King was able to find a Battle VIP Pass, but it's no longer the first turn. So just a little too late. Not something he would have liked to have seen now. And this Colress's Experiment left Yu-King with 5 pretty tough cards to choose between.
He does grab the 2 Comfey in the deck. 2 of them are prized, so does find those. And I mean, that's a pretty big find when
that's good, yeah.
Your Battle VIP passes are no longer available to grab Pokemon. And a very good 2 cards off that Concealed Cards ability. Switch card can allow this Raikou to not only retreat out of the active, but heal some of that damage. And well, we talked about the pros of using Slap this turn. We didn't talk about the cons, and now it is that if this gets knocked out by something like a Cramorant Spit Innocently or something like Escape Rope is played, now Cyrus will have to find another energy card. Instead, if this energy was put onto a Ralts, it was pretty much free to attack if Cramorant came in.
I mean, if this Ralts gets KO'd, Cyrus can just promote Ralts, right? So that's not too big of a deal.
It's still the energy card is the idea.
Well, I mean, yeah, you need energy on it regardless this turn, right? So we'll see exactly how things play out. Yu-King did choose to use the Escape Rope before using Switch Card. I probably would have liked to see Switch Card go first. That way you can get rid of the 30 damage on this Raikou so that that's not a potential 2-prize easy KO target for Cyrus later on. pretty much regardless of what you do, that's going to be a 2-prize target at some point in the game. But we'll see how things develop here. King now getting up to 4 in the Lost Zone. I believe has the 4 Seal Stone, so we could see a Cramorant take a KO here. It doesn't even need it. Actually has Nest Ball and Switch Card in the hand.
Yeah, definitely not sure if it's worth burning that resource. Nest Ball comes into play. Cramorant can come down onto the battlefield, take a knockout onto this Ralt, but it feels like deja vu from game 1. I mean, Cyrus is eyeing up to get another Mirage Step out the next turn. Cramorant will take a knockout on turn 2, rather. So Cyrus did sort of get an extra turn to potentially play a supporter card and attack, but took pretty much neither of those major options. We saw the slap from the Screamtail, but that was pretty much it. So Cramorant will be the selection, it looks like, off of this Nest Ball. And it's really going to come down to these next couple of turns for King. They were very mediocre to poor in game number 1. They need to be a lot better. We need to see some big sparks fly, Iron Hands EX, maybe Dragonite coming down and putting pressure onto play. Even Raikou to take knockouts onto these Shining Arcanas. As long as the prizes are taken every turn, this is still a very winnable matchup here for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is shaping up okay for King. It's not perfect. Obviously, that Raikou being in play right now is less than ideal, but still plenty of time. It's a long game, and anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. And I like the fact here that, as opposed to game 1, King is going to take this knockout, and it will leave Cyrus with just 1 Ralts in play. And let's not forget, Cyrus did prize a Kirlia, so that is going to lead to just 2 Kirlias being put into play next turn. You know, Spit Innocently over the course of the next 2 turns will take 2 prize cards. Cyrus's board is just going to naturally be a bit weaker than it was in game 1 due to the prize cards.
So the choice here is, do you manual retreat this Comfey out of the active, or play something like this Switch card?
Yeah, I like using the Switch cart here. Save the energy to use concealed cards on the next turn, or just prep yourself to be able to retreat if your opponent Ionos you. That's also something that can be pretty nice. Good to just get a few energy prepped into play for King, and that's exactly what we see here.
Spit Innocently taking the knockout. Screamtail is promoted. You see Kirlia and an Iono.
And this is where you hold your breath as a Gardevoir player. You've prized a Kirlia. You've got your Mirage Step in play. Cyrus needs an energy. That'll be pretty easy to find. It should be, knock on wood. You just got to cross your fingers that you don't draw into any of your Kirlias here. There's the energy. And no Kirlias drawn. A sigh of relief from Cyrus Davis.
Even finds that Radiant Greninja that can sort of take up a slot that Refinement Kirlia would provide, sort of to draw you some cards. And I sort of get this discussion sometimes. Do you concealed cards before you use Kirlia?
Yeah.
I personally would just use the Mirage Step, because I think it is a huge deal here if you find a Kirlia. Only getting 1 into play shifts the whole dynamic of this game.
Yeah, I think if the Screamtail was maybe a Ralts, Cyrus would probably go for the Greninja in this spot, but with a Kirlia being prized, it's just a little too risky to go for it. So I think in this position, it totally makes sense. Hold off on benching the Greninja. And then also, you don't have to bench it here. King, you've kind of gotten a feel for what King's deck looks like as Cyrus. You don't assume that there's any Ionos, so you can always bench the Greninja next turn.
Switch card off the top. It's actually a pretty big deal here for King. Didn't really have a way to draw any more cards without relying off of using this Forest Seal Stone, a valuable resource you want to have available for as long as possible. We will see the Flower Selecting. Does find an Escape Rope.
And an Energy card.
Now this is sort of the interesting debate here. I mean, I feel like playing Escape Rope is honestly worse than just attacking this Kirlia, because Screamtail almost 100% is going to come into the active if you play that card.
You definitely would rather KO the Kirlia here than get rid of the Screamtail. It does stink to not get any value out of that Escape Rope, but the energy you can discard with the concealed cards. You can draw a couple cards, and that energy can come back into the deck at some point in the game through the use of Super Rod. So it's not a resource that's gone forever, like something that goes to the Lost Zone in that Escape Rope.
Now, King is actually in a really interesting spot. Has only used 1 Flower Selecting and is up to 5 cards in the Lost Zone. If King can use both of these Flower Selectings, play Colress's Experiment, and then play a Lost Vacuum and get Sableye established, we could see a Lost Mine knock out one of these Refinement Kirlias, shutting off Cyrus's consistency to set this board up. And it will be that Forest Seal Stone used, and Colress's Experiment will be the card of choice grabbed. However, I think we may have actually seen the Sableye in the prize cards
Sableye
here for this
is
game.
prized, yeah.
So that will not be an option.
It is still possible because there is, the Hisuian Heavy Ball is in the Lost Zone as well. So, yep.
Yeah.
Like you said, that would be a pretty decent situation. It would still require Yu-King to get a little bit off of this Colress right here. Needs to find a Psychic Energy, but in this instance, not even possible because that Sableye is in the prize card. Still solid here to go for this Colress, and you're at least going to still get a prize card here with the Cramorant.
It's a bit of a trade-off. Honestly, sometimes it's better and just, if you're going to attack with Cram, why play more cards? Especially if you know you're going to get Iono'd most likely the following turn, you at least guarantee yourself to have Colress. So it is sort of a little bit of a trade-off. I mean, if you find something like Palpad, it's definitely worth, but it's hard.
Now, this is an interesting choice. Yu-King has found the Kyogre off of this Colress's experiment. And when you're playing the Kyogre deck, you want to keep it as an option for as long as possible most often, but sometimes you need to recognize the situation and say, I'm not going to use Kyogre this game. I just need to get rid of this piece. And I really don't like this decision. Yu-King is going to choose to lose a Colress over the Kyogre. I think it's really difficult for Kyogre to come in and have an impact in this game. Cyrus has the Manaphy in play, and even if that Manaphy is dealt with at some point, I just don't know. I think it's pretty tough. Now, Yu-King did get to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, but we know Sableye is not an option.
Hold on, this hand is actually looking super solid. There's double Mirage Gate and Iron Hands in this hand. However, there's lots of energy cards in the discard pile. So we're going to check off this Nest Ball and see what resources are available.
I don't see an energy card. Yep.
Never mind. Not an option at all.
Yeah, that would have been really nice. Yu-King could have pulled off the Iron Hands here, jumped really far ahead in this game, but is going to come up just a little short, something that can absolutely happen with these Lost Zone decks.
Yeah, and what looked to be a pretty explosive turn 3 for Yu-King. Playing this Escape Rope as well instead of the Switch card, and you are more than happy to give this Screamtail up. You're going to want to evolve into Gardevoir EX anyways this turn if you don't find Reversal Energy, and you're more than happy to evolve a Curlia that doesn't have Refinement to do that. And you can see with this Lost Zone deck, sometimes just these small micro decisions can shift out and really change the dynamic of this matchup.
Yep, Cramorant will take the KO, and now that is 2 prize cards for Yu-King. Cyrus sending up this Curlia. We'll see what kind of board can be established here. There is that Greninja in hand, like you mentioned, and it will come into play. We'll probably see things kick off with the concealed cards.
2 cards, taking a look. Does find that Counter Catcher, it looks like. Has that Gardevoir EX, and this is a position where having the energy on the Curlia means you can potentially attack, and because that Raikou was not healed, we could even see something like the Counter Catcher target after this, and this is where you've got a lot of decisions as this Gardevoir deck. You've got to plan ahead and figure out how you're going to play this game out.
Yeah, debating what to discard here off this other Refinement. It's going to be a Super Odd. That is how you know your opponent has a really good hand if you're sitting there as Yu-King. If your opponent is discarding a Super Odd, their hand is pretty strong.
There's the attachment for turn to this Gardevoir.
Now, will Cyrus go for the Counter Catcher KO on the Raikou, or will we see Cyrus do something similar to what we saw in the first game and take out the draw engine, take out those Comfeys? And it looks like it is going to be the chase of the prize cards here in this position.
Yeah, evening things out is really good, and this Gardevoir can just totally tank a hit for the time being. You can take 110 damage, and eventually, with Moonlit Hill, you can even slowly heal the damage off of this Gardevoir and negate an entire turn.
It's a lot of basic energy to be discarding from your hand.
Especially when you get rid of something like Super Odd, it can definitely be tough.
But it is an option, and like we were saying earlier, that's what we see from the best players most often, is just leaving themselves with plenty of options as the game continues to progress.
And an Iono as well to follow this up. That's going to take Yu-King's large hand, put it onto the bottom of the deck, and only grant him 4 cards, taking the knockout with Miracle Force, evening things up.
And that goes back to that turn where Yu-King could have used Switch Card, could have healed 30 damage off of that Raikou, given it back up to that 200 HP mark, so Miracle Force would not have been able to get the KO, but Cyrus able to capitalize on that early slap from the Screamtail and takes the KO.
And this is just a tough spot for Yu-King. Has Palpad, but I think is maybe trying to potentially play Boss's Orders this turn. Nice, easy flower selecting there, though, does find the final copy of the Colress's Experiment available.
Yeah, Boss seems pretty decent here, being able to actually take a prize card and going after the Manaphy. When your opponent just discarded a Super Rod, you know, you're giving yourself the option to potentially go for a Radiant Greninja in the future turns. This could be a path, honestly, for UKing to find a way back into this game.
Sort of the debate, right? Do you bank off your opponent not having the ability to put this back into play, or do you target after these Kirlias? The main consistency, depending on how you think you can come back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this line, to be honest. UKing's probably not in a great spot regardless, so you kind of have to hope that your opponent makes a little bit of, or has a little bit of a misstep, getting re-established, getting reset up, whatever. You could target the draw engine, but if you target this Manaphy and Cyrus doesn't get a Shining Arcana potentially onto one of those Kirlias, you open yourself up to being able to take out 2 next turn. And worst case scenario, you're assuming you'll be able to get 1 Kirlia and that Jirachi as KOs in a future turn.
So there it is, spit innocently. Manaphy goes down. Gardevoir EX comes up. We are tied almost at prize cards. 4 prizes for Cyrus will almost guaranteed tie things back up. We are getting into the end game here, Chip. Now, one thing to note, Reversal Energy is online this turn, and both of those Kirlias are still not evolved yet into Shining Arcana. We know both are still in the deck, still available. And Cyrus really prioritizing having access to those. Decided to keep something like Ultra Ball over that Super Rod to try and grant a little bit easier access to drawing into those at this point in the game.
Here we see the Fog Crystal being used, got that energy, concealed cards, finds that research. Probably not going to be seeing that be played.
Second ability used to draw some more cards. It is that Refinement this time. Both Moonlit Hill are still in the prize cards, so no real plays to heal things off. But even just attacking with something like Shining Arcana and a Reversal Energy is a fine play this turn, or even just attacking with Gardevoir EX is also fine. You're really not being threatened by too much. I think it's important to at least get one of these evolved into play, and the big thing that is unavailable, though, is that Manaphy in the discard pile. So only having 1 Super Rod left, we're going to see these Kirlias start to get evolved into Gardevoir, doing as much as possible to dig through the deck to find that remaining copy of Super Rod.
Will we see something like an Iono from Cyrus? Another question. There is one in the hand currently. That is one of the things Gardevoir can do to really make this matchup feel super solid, is just spam Iono turn after turn. Lost Box loves to build up a large hand to be able to play out of. You know, UKing has the Iron Hands. That's a really resource-intensive attacker. You have to use 2 Mirage Gate, sometimes 3 if you want to attack with that thing, in order to get a retreat option pulled in. And we actually are going to see the counter catcher, Cyrus, maybe doing this as response to the Manaphy going down, trying to make it difficult for UKing to use this as an attacker. UKing is now going to need a lot if he wants to pull that off, needing to find Super Rod and a way to get Greninja back into play.
Yeah, this is honestly an interesting choice to retreat the Gardevoir this turn. I really feel like you didn't necessarily need to do that. It's not being threatened, but still just going to put a Pokemon into play as a 1 prizer, saying, look, if you have a way to knock out a Pokemon in play, I'd rather you take this 1 prizer out of the play. Use that Reversal Energy while you can. And we will just see immediately the Super Rod, and this is the key turn for UKing to get back into this game. If UKing can put this Greninja back into play, use Mirage Gate, and power up a Moonlight Shuriken, he can knock out both of these Pokemon on the bench, or even target after the Jirachi, put himself down to 1 prize card.
Yeah, and I kind of like the play of getting rid of the Jirachi so that you, if you take Disable after prizes, you know, if you take 2 prizes, you know that's a decent shot to happen. You open up the possibility of just winning with a Lost Mine. Now, there is one problem. Going to 1 single prize card can be risky because you're going to get Iono to 1 almost definitely, and Lost Zone Toolbox does not like playing the game with a 1-card hand.
Do see the Colress's Experiment in hand, and these are going to be a big 5 cards, flower selecting everything UKing needs to get back into this game.
Mirage Gate, Comfey.
Does find Super Rod as well, so Super Rod, Mirage Gate, 2 good cards, and hey, you've got to get rid of the Kyogre now, right?
Yeah.
Surely can't really make that happen. It's really just unlikely to pull that off, especially if you're going to commit these resources to a Moonlight Shuriken this turn. But, I mean, actually, these are not bad cards. If this Comfey can find something like See, but it's tough because there's no switching card in this hand. You've got the energy attachment for turn, you've got the Mirage Gate to power it up, and the Super Rod to put the energies back in the deck, but there's no Greninja and there's no switch cards. So no matter what this flower selecting finds, it's not going to be enough to get that Moonlight Shuriken this turn.
Yeah, it looks like things may come up just a little short. I don't know if using multiple Comfey here really gets you anywhere as well. You just need multiple cards. Debating what to get rid of. It is going to be the Comfey and the energy still hanging on to that Kyogre.
Look, Kyogre can be your partner Pokemon. Maybe Train, I'm going with you till the end here, buddy. Sticking around, not throwing him away into the lost zone. A pretty easy choice here again. We'll get rid of that Battle VIP pass. Boss's Orders kept into the hand. And this is again where Cramorant just does not get a lot of value when it hits into something like the Shining Arcana. Now, the Shining Arcana here is really interesting, and the reason I'm sort of a little bit hesitant about using the Reversal Energy this turn on it is because if your opponent doesn't take a knockout, you're going to go even on prize cards, and Reversal is no longer active, so you're going to have to put more damage onto this Gardevoir if you are going to want to retreat it out of the active spot rather than having a Gardevoir EX. It sort of works both ways, though, because if the Gardevoir gets hit, then it's got to also retreat out of the active. So.
Yeah, and if it gets hit, your opponent's not taking a prize card, which is also one of the big things here.
It's sort of an offset trade. I think it works out even, regardless of how you play it through. So this seems fine at this point. We are going to now see the Mirage Gate being used to just put some energies into play on this Comfey. I mean, look, nobody said using Flower Selecting is bad, but Flower Selecting isn't the name of the game here, Chip. You've got to deal some damage. You've got to swing the prize trade back into your favor, and you've got to have these resources available for later on, especially if you ever want to use Iron Hands EX, you've got to use 2 Mirage Gate with it.
Yeah, Mirage Gate is one of the most powerful cards in the entire deck, an item card that can attach 2 energy cards from your deck. And Yu-King, this set, has just been forced to use that as an option to retreat. Really not a great use of resources, but it's really, you know, things have just not quite fallen into place perfectly for Yu-King and has had some difficult decisions, and we will see that spit innocently. Deal 110.
And not out of the game quite just yet. Still has some options available, but every turn you're not taking prize cards, and Gardevoir is always taking knockouts with how this deck is built. You're falling slower and slower behind. And finally, looks like Cyrus did take one of those Moonlit Hill off the prize cards, and this is where Moonlit Hill shines. This is a perfect masterclass in how to use it. Pokemon already damaged, and you can use Psychic Embrace to power up something like maybe this Kirlia on the bench and then attack with another Pokemon that can't be knocked out. You can play this dancing game when you have something like Jirachi in play to prevent your opponent from taking multiple prize cards with Sableye. Excellent position here for Cyrus.
Yeah, has plenty of options here. Can build up a second Gardevoir. Could attack with the Gardevoir EX and as well. Cyrus here is going to play around the potential of like a Roxanne, I think, from Yu-King. We didn't see it last turn, but anytime you're under 3 prize cards, Roxanne has become a pretty popular tech choice in a lot of these Lost Zone decks, so playing that level ball just to get nothing, just to get it out of the deck so that it's not something that she'll draw into if a Roxanne is played.
Here comes Shining Arcana. Does not find any Psychic Energy, but just playing these cards, getting them out of the hand. Now, I'm not sure if there's better options to maybe discard with something like Refinement. That is one thing you've always got to be careful of. You never want to not have resources to pitch away, but it is that trade-off, right? You don't want to draw into them, but sometimes you want to draw into something not great that you want to get rid of. So next up is that Moonlit Hill. Now, not using any more Psychic Embrace abilities before using this Moonlit Hill. I feel like you could have at least capitalized a little bit better to maybe put some more energies into play. May not matter in this position.
Interesting, yeah. Cyrus might not know exactly which Pokemon she wants to attack with right here. Is going to go for maybe something like the Iono first. Wanted to make sure that Moonlit Hill could be capitalized upon before the Iono was played, so that could be the reason for the sequence here.
Yeah, I mean, could have just peeled damage off. It's not like it's super relevant. Jirachi, again, is protecting your Pokemon from being knocked out, but sometimes every damage counter matters. Psychic Energy for turn it is active. Now, that Reversal Energy is only providing a colorless energy, but with 2 Psychic Energies, 120 damage will knock out this Cramorant. And then another Iono getting played. Yu-King's hand shuffled onto the bottom of the deck, drawing only 3 cards. And this bench is just Comfey City. Only Comfey's in play. And Cyrus will go down to 2 prize cards, re-establishing the lead in this game number 2. As time is winding down here, Chip, we've only got 1 minute and 24 seconds left. Yu-King's hopes of pulling out continuing at this 4-0 record undefeated. It's getting more slim and more slim.
Cyrus did find another Shining Arcana Gardevoir. We will just see the Psychic Embrace place the extra 20 damage onto this Gardevoir. Brainwave swinging for 120 here, able to take out the Cramorant. Cyrus jumps ahead in the prize trade for the first time in this game. King is going to need some help. We pretty much need to find exactly Colress off of this flower selecting. Crossing the fingers here. Does have a Nest Ball, could be played first, and I think that is going to be the move. I think a Colress was put onto the bottom of the deck from the Iono, so make sure you use that Nest Ball, shuffle the deck, so you give yourself a higher chance to find a Colress here.
Yeah, I think that the only way that King stays in this game is it would need to be a Cramorant knockout onto this Gardevoir, and then you have to find some way to take 2 prize cards next turn with Iron Hands, but with the resources that are still available, I'm not sure that that's possible. You need to draw into the perfect combination of cards, probably across 2 turns, and Cyrus has a massive hand. She's going to most likely find Iono and disrupt it.
Going to come down to this flower selecting. King needing to find Colress to stay in it, and I do not see a Colress.
Yeah, this hand has got nothing going on. You can retreat and use 1 more flower selecting ability, but how many switch cards are still even available? Does prioritize grabbing the counter catcher off of this flower selecting, putting Dragonite V into the Lost Zone. Every attacker
Colress?
you put away.
Nope.
It's boss's orders. It's
another switch card.
You gotta go down the rabbit hole, right?
Yeah.
You gotta keep going down, keep continuing to flower selecting, but
keep the hopes alive.
Yeah, you gotta.
Is this a situation where you double check, count your opponent's resources, see if you could win by, dragging up Greninja and then next turn dragging up Jirachi? I imagine Cyrus has played around the potential of that happening as much as possible, but sometimes you got to try to find those niche win conditions. If Cyrus has too many energy in play or too many in the discard pile, we know that a Super Rod was discarded earlier. I mean, King could play to the out of, cross my fingers, Cyrus has that last Super Rod in the prize cards, and maybe a Greninja or Jirachi sticks.
And this is just a tough choice here for King. What do? Do you use 1 more flower selecting? Do you try and stall this active up? And you see his expression. He's just like, what do I do here? How am I ever winning this game?
Colress?
1 more flower selecting, and it's a heartbreaking 2 cards. Mirage Gate
That's probably going to be
the
it.
Super Rod. And
probably needed both of those
anything.
cards to have a chance to win the game, and King agrees. Concedes, says, I can't win, and Cyrus Davis gets a pretty convincing 2-0 victory with Gardevoir.
Excellent way to start off this regional championship. 4-0, not too shabby at all, and doing it with a powerful deck. I'm biased a little bit, but hey, it's just because the deck is strong. Look, we've had a lot of really questionable games of Gardevoir on stream, people saying, why is this deck good? Why is everybody playing it? That right here was a great example of how Gardevoir can shine when it sets up, when it stabilizes, when it gets everything going. It is a powerhouse and a monster of a deck to deal with.
Yeah, congrats to Cyrus on the great start. And King as well, 3-1, still a very solid start. Looks like he's got a pretty solid Kyogre deck cooked up for the weekend, so we'll see if he can get back into it going into round number 5.
Yeah, this game 1 was all Cyrus. Put on absolute aggression after taking off those 2 prize cards. Brainwave after Brainwave, sustaining the hits thanks to that new Moonlit Hill Stadium card. Very welcomed inclusion into this Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen very many Gardevoir lists have more than 1 copy of Moonlit Hill, at least here in America. I know you played for a while over in Japan, and people were kind of playing some of those heavy Moonlit Hill lists. You yourself, I believe, played a 2 Moonlit Hill list to a Champions League.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cyrus here showing that double Moonlit Hill just provides you with so many options, especially in this specific Lost Zone box matchup.
Yeah, you'd think Jirachi is enough to protect against Sableye, but you can do both. You can protect the Pokemon in the active and your Pokemon on the bench, and it is an excellent combination to have in game 2. Just a slow start from King in combination to just not having a great access to attacking threats just meant that Cyrus could do exactly what she did in game 1. Establish the board, get attackers put into play, and make sure they're out of range from that Cramorant.
Yep.
Put the prize trade back in the favor. And sometimes small things like putting 30 damage on a Pokemon with a small attack like Slap can come and do huge dividends when you clean up later on in the game. Cyrus going to 4-0. Very convincing games. I mean, that's what you'd expect from our national champion, from our NAIC champion, and an esteemed strong player in the Pokemon TCG.
Yep, Cyrus has had a pretty great 12 months here in the Pokemon TCG and looking to continue having a great run in her home country of Canada. It is on the opposite coast, you know, Cyrus, East Coaster, traveling all the way over here to Vancouver, but still trying to represent the home country.
Listen, this is Canada's 2 regionals that they get throughout the year, and it's awesome to see the Canadian crowd come out. We sometimes forget about NA, including both North America with Canada and Mexico included into there.
It's been pretty hard to forget that this year, though, because
Yeah.
the Canadians have been tearing up the circuit. I mean, Raymond Long and Andrew Estrada getting the first 2 regional wins, and the Canadian players, honestly, have continued to dominate, taking up many top 8 spots at a lot of regional championships.
It is just Canada, right? U.S. and Canada is
That's
the
right,
region.
yep.
That's correct. So
yeah, Mexico is
clarification on
included in Latin America.
That's true.
For our rating purposes.
Make sure we get everything technical and correct, and Canada's been having a dominant season. Now, they may not be in as big a volume as players, of course. Majority of our regional championships are happening at North American events, rather in the U.S., all over the East Coast, Midwest, West Coast. But listen, these Canadian players, they come down in waves, these strong players, and they're here to show that they can win these events. And maybe you see a Canadian world champion. We haven't seen a Canadian win the world championship since Andrew Estrada in 2014. So, hey, listen, maybe the 10th anniversary of a Canadian winning. That's a nice number to follow it up with another Canadian world champion.
Yeah, and Andrew, of course, did win that first regional championships this year, locked up a spot right away to the world championships. And to be honest, I don't know that I've seen him play too much since that first regionals win. He locked up the invite and was like, yeah, maybe I'll take it easy, and have to imagine once we know kind of the full details of the world championship, he'll be going hard and trying to become just the second player ever to win 2 world championships.
Yeah, Jason Klaczynski, the only person on that list. Really, just a lot of these players. I mean, we've seen stories through World Championships. We've seen old players win. We've seen new faces win. Right? Vance Kelly, the star player to break out of last year's World Championships. And with a new format for Worlds, we're no longer playing day 1 and day 2. We're playing a continuous tournament throughout 3 days of Pokemon action.
Yeah, going to be really a similar format to what you see regularly at our regionals and international championships, which I actually do like that change. Worlds was always really exciting, but it felt kind of weird whenever day 1 of Worlds would happen and like the top best players weren't even competing. It's like, here's our World Championships. You gotta wait till tomorrow to see the top tier players. So I like this decision. You know, you still have a good reward for those players who earn that, you know, tier 3 invite. They get that round 1 bye at the World Championships, which is excellent. But they still get to compete throughout the entire event.
Well, Honolulu, Hawaii is down the road. This weekend, we're in Vancouver, and we've still got lots of Pokemon TCG to play. Round 5 is coming up very soon. Don't you go anywhere.
Experience the extraordinary in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet. Paldean Fates. Available now. Products sold separately. Booster packs of 10 cards vary by product. Cards vary by pack.
Pokemon Unite!
I got into the Pokemon TCG about 13 years ago in 2010. Me and my siblings always used to have cards back then, and then we met a friend who actually played the game, and they went to Pokemon League. So we started going to Pokemon League, then we started playing in tournaments, and then kind of carried on from there until I am here. I got into the more competitive side of Pokemon just kind of gradually as I just played more. Started going to League, and I started playing the smaller tournaments back then, Battle Roads and City Championships, now the League Challenges and League Cups. As I got better and better at the game, and there was more and more on the line as the game grew, and there was more prize money and bigger accomplishments to achieve. I just wanted to try and do the best that I could in the game and see how far I could go. One of my earliest memories regarding Pokemon is probably my first regional win back in 2010. I won my first regionals in the Masters when I aged up. The game is so much different now, but yeah, probably back then, just when things felt a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more casual, but still winning back then as well, which was pretty cool.
And now, your San Antonio Regional Champion, 6-time Regional Champion, Azul Garcia Griego.
International champion, international finalist, most recently that World's Top 4, and this does not even include a 6-time regionals winner.
My ideal starter Pokemon probably has to be Squirtle. What Pokemon type would I be? These are tough. If I was a Pokemon type, I would probably be Dark. A big thing that I guess I've learned as far as being competitive goes in Pokemon TCG is it's a lot easier and efficient to do it with a group or a team. So that's why I really hold that to a really high standard, and I hold me and my team to a really high standard. And I think it makes a huge difference to have people you can work with and not just kind of go solo.
What is it that keeps you being so consistent as you're preparing for these events, you're placing well? What's your recipe to success?
The team, Grant, Caleb, Kid, and Jishan this time as well. So yeah, just the squad.
Everyone that I've looked up to in the Pokemon TCG are mostly all retired. Jay Horning and Kyle Sugovich are two players that when I was coming up in the game, I looked up to just because of their consistency in the game and how often they were able to put up good result after good result. Was always something that I wanted to try and replicate. I didn't just want to show up to a tournament one time and win and then not do anything for the rest of my career. I want to be able to consistently compete at the top 8 after top 8, try and get as many wins as I could when I get there.
Now, the lucky thing for Grant here is he doesn't instantly lose.
Right,
but
where's the boss's orders?
Just needs brings up that Giratina, and Azul GG becomes a 6-time regional champion here in San Antonio.
My number one goal this season is to just win as much as possible. The reason I keep competing and staying competitive is because I really love the Pokemon TCG, and I'm just a very competitive person. So I'm just gonna keep going to everything, keep trying to win as much as possible, and just see what the future brings.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're here in Vancouver for our trading card game regional championship. We're coming back to the desk here, but we got to change up in casters. Now you're here in Shelby Boo, here with Juancho Saldana, and we are so excited to bring you into our next match of the day.
Yeah, we're going to be bringing the energy. It's going to be a really, really amazing round for sure. I'm looking at the lists of both these players. We're bringing the spice up next.
Yeah. Yep, I call them roguey pierogies. We're getting into sort of rogue. I would just call this a rogue deck, right, Juancho? I think we're getting into some exciting things here coming up. You wouldn't see this first on your roster, so it's going to be a game for sure.
Oh, 100%. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck usage actually for this tournament. This should be, we're going back to the meta first, and right now, day one, again, not a bad split, right?
Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon, number 1. Giratina V-Star right behind it, 13%, and then followed by the Gardevoir, also at 13%-ish. You know it's a healthy meta when the top 4, 5 decks are just a couple of percent away. And this is so interesting to see, especially since we've been in this meta for the past couple of months now, almost 5 months, I think. And you'd think there'd be one standout deck. But no, that's how healthy it is. You can bring probably any one of these and you could do well.
Yes,
or
absolutely.
One of the roguey pierogies.
Yeah, roguey pierogies indeed. Some of my favorites. But yeah, are you surprised, Juancho, seeing the Roaring Moon once again at the top here in Vancouver?
Oh no, I think It's just so much fun to play. It's very consistent. It's a fast, hard-hitting deck, and maybe people are expecting, one of the higher HP Pokemon like Mew Vmax, since it did do well in Utrecht, or it does well into Giratina V-Star as well, which is a very popular deck at the moment. You see it at number 2, so not a bad pick. Being Dark-type Pokemon is really good right now in the Pokemon trading card game. That's why Charizard EX decided to switch it up, not be a Fire type for this one.
Yes, let's just hope that if we do get to see some Giratina on stream, that they succeed. We don't want any bricking this time around for you Giratina players. But yes, a very interesting meta indeed for our day 1 here in Vancouver. But that's going to bring us straight into our next match. Our players are getting ready right now. So let's take a look at what decks we're about to see for this next match.
I am so excited. We have Oliver Wong playing Arceus V-Star Armarouge. Yes, speaking of Rogue, it's Armarouge here.
Hey, that's true.
And we have he's up against Gardevoir's #1 supporter, the one and only Jake Gearhart. And of course, playing Gardevoir EX, I'm curious to see if he's bringing anything spicy. We know he's one of the first players to really play Deoxys V-Star, for example.
Yeah.
And but looking at his list, it's pretty standard. So we should see a very interesting match. The meta versus the Rogue here at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more meta than Gardevoir, let's say that. Of course, being piloted by Jake Gearhart, I'm sure a fan favorite to see on the stream. Let's see how he can do and take things home potentially with Gardevoir. But of course, you're playing a meta deck. You kind of are practicing against meta matchups. How do you think it's going to come into play that Jake is going to be playing against an Arceus V-Star deck that kind of has a smorgasbord of attackers in it?
I think Jake just has to keep his composure. Jake he's played this deck probably hundreds, if not thousands of times at this point. He has a flow chart that can work in this matchup. When the surprising thing happens, you just have to adjust, as prizes are being laid out right now. Looking at Oliver's, the big card here is going to be that Delphox V. Magical Fire is a great attacker, but looking at Jake Gearhart's prizing 1 raw, it's not too bad. Mew in there and the rare candy as well. Nothing too detrimental here. The Delphox V could be bad, but it's in the middle row, so you can get that.
Maybe a little later in the game.
100%. And again, Oliver, looking at his list, he has a couple of other tools to be able to use in this matchup. Anyway, so we're just gonna have to adjust. Again, that's the nature of the Rogue deck. It's going outside of your comfort zone and really thinking of outside the box plays.
Yeah, well, I mean, over on Oliver Wong's side of the field, yes, playing a semi-rogue deck here, but of course practicing against a ton of the meta decks that you're going to be facing off against. So I'm really excited to see what Oliver's strategy is going to be against Gardevoir specifically. So let's get into this match, Juancho. We're jumping into our Swiss round 5 here in Vancouver. I'm excited to see how we kick things off. Let's go.
Let's do it. Coin flip is being flipped. It is tails. Looks like Oliver Wong's going to start us out. And you know what the goal is for an Arceus deck, Boo?
What?
Turn 1 attach.
Yeah,
Arceus
pretty much.
attach pass.
Living the dream with an energy and attach and a pass. That is very true. Yep, so this capturing aroma is going to hit a tails here for Oliver Wong. So we're going to see a basic Pokemon come out onto the field, start setting things up. And that Pokemon that's in the active position here for Oliver is Heatmore. Do you want to introduce us to the Heatmore, Wancho?
Heatmore is an interesting card. It's something you play much later in the game. It requires the energy to use Exciting Flame, does 90, but if it has at least 3 extra, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen, at least 3 extra, so 6 energies to do 90 and 180 to the bench.
Oh
so
my
you're
gosh.
hitting stuff like the Mew EX, maybe Squawk ability, or Luminion for 2 prizes, and then take a knockout on the active. But right now, Oliver Wong did get the Arceus. That's part 1.
Yes.
We have the energy.
That is part 1 indeed. So I guess starting that Heatmore then, not the most ideal, Wancho, or I mean the retreat cost is 2 on the Heatmore as well. So a little bit awkward, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's just going to be fodder up in the active position here for Oliver to carry out the rest of this turn. I do see an energy and it's coming down onto the field as well, Wancho. Onto that Arceus V. We're kicking things off with some Squawk and Seeds. Wancho, we're squawking, we're seasoned. Let's get into this deck here, drawing an additional 6 cards after discarding that hand. 2 Boss's Orders, is that what I'm seeing to the discard?
Oh, that is 2 Boss Orders in the discard pile. Luckily, they do play 3, so we have access to at least 1 more. And we have the ways to really damage the bench.
Yeah.
But of course, there's the mana fee. But right now, Jake Gearhart.
Oh no.
Attach Iono. I don't know about you, but he had 3 of them in the hand. So.
Oh my goodness. That is quite a lot of Iono indeed. Jake gonna kick things off. Just that attach, get a new hand here for both of our players. Of course, those Ionos are now at the bottom of the deck here for Jake, but hey, no worries, because now we have a Battle VIP pass, and this is gonna be much better of a setup than just a bunch of Iono in your hand.
That's for sure. Battle VIP pass, the most powerful card in the game, only on the first turn of the game. And only for this tournament, one last time, Battle VIP pass. Curious to see what Jake is going to grab here. I eyed up the mana fee, again, just identifying the fact that Oliver Wong's going to be attacking the bench. And with 2 Boss's Orders down, oh, it's going to be tough to really get those extra prizes, as it is going to be the mana fee and the Ralts. I don't think Jake really needs anything else. I did see the Ultra Ball in hand already. Could set up something like the Mirage Step. Curlia next turn. We know it's not prized.
Yep, I'm sure the Jake Gearhart gears are turning in his head right now to try to figure out how am I going to strategize playing against this Arceus V-Star deck. And yep, we just see this Ralts switch into the active here after that teleportation burst. Just gonna be that 10 damage onto the Heatmore. Now we're back over to Oliver Wong's side of the field. Going into the deck here for a Nest Ball to find a basic Pokemon to get out.
We can look for as many Pokemon as we want, but the one we want to focus on is this Arceus V-Star. This is the crux of the deck. We need that Pokemon to evolve, to use the V-Star power, to get our switches, to get the double turbo, to get an attack going.
Trinity Nova.
We need that. We need to see it. We don't see the V-Star right now in hand. We do see the second Arceus though. And another liability I have to mention is just having Squawkabilly. Squawkabilly, great card. Something Oliver did have to use to be able to draw cards.
Yeah.
But only has 160 HP.
Yeah, it is weak. It's not the beefiest of birds out there, that is for sure. But now we have a full bench here from Oliver Wong. We brought the Bidoof onto the bench as well as that secondary Arceus V to at least get it out to be able to evolve later. But we do not see the Arceus V-Star here for Oliver Wong.
Oliver does have the double turbo and the escape rope though. So he has the attack potentially. There it is, escape rope. So he does a knockout. Arceus V does have an attack. Oh, looks like it's going into the other Arceus V instead. So it's going to be a Trinity Charge.
Ooh, okay.
Instead of the Power Edge. Interesting plays. Maybe doesn't want to activate anything like the reversal energies on Jake Gearhart's side or the counter catchers just yet.
True.
But yeah, just focusing energy here. Is going to use that Magma Basin to get even more energy into play first.
Yeah, going to put it onto that Heatmore, taking up the damage there to now 3 damage counters on the Heatmore on bench. Arceus V going into the deck now with this Trinity Charge. It's going to allow Oliver to search out 3 of these basic energy and attach it to a V Pokemon or several V Pokemon, as we see. 1 going to that active Arceus V, and 3 now on the benched Arceus V as well. So we're ready for the V-Stars as long as Oliver can hopefully get into them soon. And now we're over to Jake's side of the field after that move.
Yeah, definitely a safer play here by Oliver, just getting energy into play. I would have loved to see maybe a little bit of aggression since we did have to lose a couple of Boss's Orders. Since you can attack with the second attack of the Arceus V, and typically Gardevoir decks, they don't really attack turn 1.
Yeah.
You don't really expect that. You do expect the Mirage Step. Oh, sorry, turn 2. You do expect the Mirage Step. So your Arceus was relatively safe, but this is an even safer play. Let's see, though, if Oliver just gave Jake Gearhart maybe the golden opportunity to just set up here.
Yeah, I was about to say, how safe can you really be, though, giving a Gardevoir deck time? You know what I mean, Wancho? As long as Gardevoir decks have time to build up and set up, as soon as they get their setup, their engines going, they are almost unstoppable. That's why it's one of the best decks in the format. Yes. They are so powerful, so many different attackers that they can use, and Jake now has an open opportunity to start lining things up.
And again, maybe Oliver here was thinking about bench space instead here, right? Since Oliver didn't take the knockout, this Mirage Step Curlia only got 2 of his buddies instead of the full 3. So that could be a potential way to slow down their opponent as just an Iono being played here. We need the Arceus V-Star. We need to start attacking.
All right, let's see what we can get from this hand. 2 Ultra Balls. Oh, wow. That's just multiple Stadium, multiple Ultra Ball.
Hey, but Ultra Ball turns into an Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, but
Arceus
what do you have to
V-Star.
discard, though? Nothing too bad, hopefully.
Maybe an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, because there's 2 Ultra Ball, that's true. And that's what we're going to see here. Not an Ultra Ball for an Ultra Ball, but an Ultra Ball for 2 other cards, one of them being another one of those Magma Basin. And there's another one in hand. That's got to be all the Magma Basin here.
I like this play here. Again, we know for a fact that Oliver has multiple Ultra Balls in hand. So how about we refill the hand using the
Nice.
Bibarel to discard more cards with the Ultra Ball? Or maybe we could just draw into the Arceus V-Star that way.
That is very true. Industrious Incisors, an incredible ability from that Bibarel on the bench, supporting the team here. It's going to allow Oliver to now draw up to 5 cards. So it should be 2 cards added to the hand.
And 2 cards that we are probably going to discard. Well, one of them
Ooh.
anyway in that Spiritomb. Not really that useful,
Yeah.
but losing
Another
one more Ultra Ball.
So many Ultra Ball into the discard pile. Jake is even going to take a look at this discard pile now, taking notes of the resources that have already been discarded. It has been a little bit awkward here for Oliver Wong, but now we're at least getting some evolution Pokemon out. And whoo, speaking of which, look at that artwork of the Arceus V-Star Wancho. Holy smokes, that is beautiful.
If we're playing Arceus V-Star, we have to play it in style.
Nice. Go big or go home.
Yeah, Oliver Wong is taking the first prize of this game, and even more energy in play. Putting it into the active. Well, 1 into the active here anyway.
Beautiful.
And how many fire energies is that, Boo? There's like 6, 7 energies in play, but there's nothing really that can utilize
bench.
it.
I think it was this one.
He did put 1 in the active as well. So that the Arceus in the active has
okay.
4 technically attached.
Yeah, technically, yes. 4 energy, of course, with that double turbo. But yep, taking the first prize card now. Oliver leading the race here. 5 prize cards left to take this game home. Jake Gearhart going to continue on with the Gardevoir things, you know?
Yeah, Jake Gearhart here has a pretty easy route to victory. It's 2-2-2. Yeah, your opponent's playing multiple V or EX Pokemon, and even your first attacker is pretty clear. You have the Scream Tail, easy Pokemon to find since it's a basic Psychic, and it does 160 anywhere.
Yep.
Squawk
and it's a single prize. It's quite nice.
It's not one of your Pokemon that you need to draw with.
Yep.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty clear strategy, but let's see if Oliver Wong can shake things up here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, what shakes out here. But Jake Gearhart is just going through this turn with that ability on the Curlia. We got abilities on this side too, and whew, that's one of the best. Discard a card, draw into 2 additional cards. And Jake is getting plenty of resources to the hand here to carry out this strategy going forward. Fog Crystal, another card we're going to be losing, Wancho. No! It's actually a lot of cards being lost from Gardevoir.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's for sure. I think Gardevoir gets hit a ton next format, so it's a good time to play it right now. But right now, Fog Crystal into hand. There's a Refinement Curlia in hand, so we could keep digging here. Something I'm noting, there's only around 3 energies in this card pile. You need 4 to start using the Squawk. There's no Gardevoir EX yet.
Yeah.
There's no Scream Tail just yet, but we do have supporters. Could be that worker.
A couple different supporters. It looks like Jake is eyeing it up. Yeah, immediately evolved that Curlia, had it already turned to draw into some more cards, but it is going to be this worker discarding the Magma Basin and drawing an additional 3 cards. But did we get anything good here, Wancho?
I think Jake Gearhart here does have an Ultra Ball, has the rare candy as well, so they could go into a Gardevoir EX, and there it is. There's the Scream Tail. Do we have an energy to... Do we have the 4th energy, though? Oh, there's an energy on the Ralts. That's 4 energy.
Okay, for the retreats.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's 4 energy. We have the rare candy Gardevoir. This should be a clear-cut knockout. Rare candy, Shining Arcana Gardevoir instead. Let's draw 2 more. It gets even more energy in play.
Yeah, that's just going to be the Shining Arcana being evolved into here off of that rare candy. We're now seeing the Ultra Ball here from Jake to discard 2 other cards, going for another Pokemon from the deck. But yeah, now we have 2 energy on an active Shining Arcana.
2 energy.
Gardevoir.
That is 1 away from attacking, but more importantly, I think that's 2 energy, just enough to be able to retreat here and go into that Scream Tail. That means there's 5 energy in the discard pile. We do see that Gardevoir EX now coming to hand.
Here we go. Gardevoir EX, pretty much a staple Pokemon. Whoa, we're going to see the reversal energy being shown here?
Yes, maybe.
For Jake?
maybe instead of the Screamtail, we could take a knockout on the active Arceus V-Star.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a lot of energy on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. And again, the reversal energy provides 3. And just like that, Jake Gearhart takes an easy 2 prizes and a lot of energy out of play as well. Not a bad turn here.
Yeah, Wancho, you were thinking Screamtail, but this Gardevoir is handling things here along with that reversal energy. Jake was behind in prize cards because Oliver took that first knockout. Being able to utilize that card, take a huge knockout on that Arceus V-Star, and now Jake is 2 prize cards closer to winning this game. As you said, Wancho, it's a 2-2-2, and we're seeing that so far from Jake. So let's go back to Oliver's side and see how Oliver's going to respond now after that Arceus V-Star has fallen to the discard pile. Starting off with the Capturing Aroma, it's going to be a heads this time. That means an evolution Pokemon versus a basic.
Looks like it is going to be the Arceus V-Star. That might just still be the best attacker you've got. There's 60 damage on that Gardevoir. You could even attack here with the Heatmore, potentially. Just do the 90 damage to the active. And there's not anything on the bench, unfortunately. Or you could hope that Jake Gearhart just doesn't have the second reversal, so maybe this Arceus V-Star can survive a turn. But yeah, it's going to be tough as we do see the Armarouge hit the bench at the very least. We can now start moving energies around.
That is true. That fire off ability on the Armarouge, as awesome as you'd like, you can move fire energy from one of your bench Pokemon to your active Pokemon if you would like. So, well, I guess as often as you'd like, really. This Iono going to be played, so both players going to get new hands of cards here.
Yes, Iono, I don't think it's going to hurt either player. Oliver has the Bibarel. Jake has a couple of Ralts. A lot of good cards. Another attachment there with the Magma Basin onto that Heatmore. Again, could potentially attack with it this turn. Just doesn't quite have the switch, I think, to go into it. You might have to just sacrifice a couple of energies.
All right, yeah, we're going to see an energy coming down onto the field. Looks like debating where to put it. Just going to be another one going to this Charcadet that also joined the field this turn as well for Oliver. And then we're going to see the knockout here on that Gardevoir. Carried so much weight, took that giant knockout with the Brainwave move, but now it's back in the discard pile here for Jake. But again, that's only 1 prize card off of that Gardevoir, so Oliver Wong still has 4 more to go. Jake Gearhart immediately promoting that Screamtail, and hopping into this turn, we're going to see some more refinement here from these Curlia, drawing into more cards for Jake. Let's see where Jake runs to with this turn.
100%. As a Pokemon player, this is the best feeling you can put yourself in, where you don't really need anything this turn. You had your 4 prizes basically lined up on the board thanks to this Screamtail, and we know they attacked earlier with the Gardevoir, and it's just an easy attack right there onto the Squawkabilly.
Poor birdie.
And that was set up without having to dig. Now you have the extra cards off the refinement as well, and you're setting up for the next turn. They have a supporter in hand, which is the Avery, something you do not touch. You don't touch that. There's a Squawkabilly, because we knock that out first, and then we can start playing that supporter. But right now, clear knockout.
Yeah, this is brutal. Screamtail, amazing addition into this deck. Those damage counters being placed because of that Psychic Embrace on the Gardevoir EX, accelerating those energy to the Screamtail, and that's just powering up that little screaming monster here. 20 damage for each damage counter. And that's going to take out that Squawkabilly nice and easy. That's another 2 prize cards here for Jake Gearhart.
Now, this is the turn. This is the turn Oliver has to switch things around. Things have been going exactly to Jake Gearhart's plan. Takes 2, takes another 2. The next part is take to the last 2. So something Oliver has to now depend on are his single prize attackers.
Yep.
Like that Heatmore that we've seen just since the active.
Hanging
but he has
out.
a couple of other attackers in the deck as well. Like the like the Radiant Heatran, for example. But yeah, it looks like we are going to see the Heatmore promoted to the active. Would love to hit the bench as well. But what else can Oliver do?
Yeah, I mean, to use that move, we have to see a ton of energy here, right?
There it is. It's just going to be the knockout on that Screamtail. Jake Gearhart, a boss and an attacker, and a couple of energies away from winning this game. Can he get there?
That is the question here, Wancho. I mean, Gardevoir, if it's any deck asking if we can get there, it's probably going to be Gardevoir. being able to get there. We're going to see this first refinement here from Jake, discarding an energy, another energy, drawing into a battle VIP, which is an easy discard again on that benched Kirlia as well. Drawing in some nice cards here from Jake. We see another Ralts coming down. Saw the Iono as well being drawn into.
Yeah, so looking at the board right now, Jake Gearhart has 2 prizes. Oliver has 3. So Oliver is definitely very behind, especially since right now it's Jake Gearhart's turn. Even if he misses the boss's orders here, he is going to go down to 1. So one way Oliver can come back from this is right now, Jake is forced to attack with their Gardevoirs, unless, of course, they decide to attack with something like that Screamtail they're putting back, or maybe the Cresselia in the hand. But if Oliver can take a knockout here, as well as Iono, take a knockout on something like the Gardevoir, and Iono prevent Jake from drawing cards, there's a potential there.
Got to slow down the Gardevoir as much as you possibly can.
No, that's right, that's right. Actually, Exciting Flame only does 90 damage. But here we go. Let's see what can we do again. All right, let's see. Jake Gearhart doesn't quite have the boss, does have the Zacian as well. And yeah, it's gonna be the Iono. Again,
all right.
Has a lot of potential attackers here. Could attack with the Shiny Arcana, could attack with the Psychic Embrace Gardevoir even, or even with the Cresselia.
I know, there's so many outs in the Gardevoir deck, so many options for attackers that Jake has here. And I mean, really, all of the materials are there as well for Jake. We're going to see this energy come down to retreat out of that Shining Arcana Gardevoir into the Cresselia. That's going to be able to do some Moon Glow reversing.
Moon Glow reverse. How much damage does Jake Gearhart need to do? 50 damage on that Heatmore. That means it has around 60 HP left. So pretty easy to get this knockout.
Yeah, I was kind of confused, Wancho, a couple turns ago. I'm not really sure how this played out here. I was trying to look at some things, but I don't know if that Heatmore turn. I don't know what happened there. Like,
Heatmore does 90 damage, and Jake Gearhart.
Yeah, but there wasn't an energy though. Like it has to have 3 energy, so that's why I'm like confused. But I guess I don't know. I think we're going here, so we're just gonna continue, I guess. All right, we're over on Oliver's turn now. Artisan is gonna be played here for Oliver, just going through and shuffling the deck now, mixing things up.
Yes, right now Oliver has 3 prizes. Jake's 1. The only thing they can do here is Iono and Pray.
Iono and Pray. That is not a place you really want to be, unfortunately. We're seeing that Radiant Heatran come out onto the field. Double Turbo go down onto the V-Star, Arceus V-Star inactive. And as you said, Wancho, we're doing Iono here on Oliver's side. Jake, only 1 prize card left to take this entire game here in our Swiss round 5.
Something Oliver has to bump as well is the Artisan, because Artisan can find Jake the Screamtail or just hard draw into it.
Yup, and now we know what's going on here. The Screamtail, all of these energies being accelerated. Of course, the energy onto that Gardevoir to be able to retreat into the Screamtail, take a huge knockout, and take the game here for Jake Gearhart with Gardevoir.
Whew. What a masterclass here. Again, Jake Gearhart just playing the Gardevoir deck like how it's supposed to be played. We've seen pretty much what it does exactly. It's been able to take big knockouts when it has to. It can take targeted knockouts with the Screamtail.
Yeah, looking at our replay here, Oliver had everything going with that Arceus V-Star, having the energy down, taking the first knockout, but unfortunately that unlocks Jake Gearhart's potential with that reversal energy, and we were able to see a huge knockout back and forth, back to Oliver. And yeah, from there, it's exactly like you said, Wancho. It's just a 2 for 2 for 2 prize cards. Every turn, you're taking 2 prize cards, and that's going to lead you to a victory pretty soon there. And Jake did it flawlessly here. That Screamtail carried a ton of weight in our first game between our players.
Yes, it's just great to have an attacker that can attack anywhere, and it's not one of your main draw engines. But again, just having that Artisan, that means access to it at any point.
All right, we're getting into our game 2 between these players. Jake Gearhart up a game here in our Swiss round 5. What do you think about these prize cards, Juancho?
The Radiant Heatran being prized there is tough. That is a big attacker. You have a couple of Armoros, Shark Cadets, Arceus V-Stars. You have multiple of those, but the big one on Jake's side of the board was the Reversal Energy. We saw how important that was to really get the knockouts on the big Arceus Vs.
We're full screen now, Juancho. Let's go. We're on Oliver's turn here, starting things off. Well, we don't see a Heat more in the active this time. We're going to see the Arceus V, and it already has the energy attached, so checking off some boxes here, Juancho. We're going into the deck as well with a Capturing Aroma. It's going to be a heads roll here for Oliver, allowing to search out an evolution Pokemon. Oh, actually, is this... Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? I was like, this is our turn too. What's going on? Okay. All right. Yeah, we have 2 Arceus V. Of course, you have to wait an entire turn to be able to evolve a Pokemon after it comes down onto the field. They need a little time, so gonna have to wait for that Arceus V star. Squawkabilly not being used, I think, or was it used?
It was used.
It was used earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Squawkabilly, Squawk Seeds did its job. Now we're over on to Jake Gearhart's turn. It's gonna be the same thing we saw in the last game, Juancho, just an energy attach onto that active Ralts, and Iono jumping into the field here, trying to get Jake Gearhart a better turn for some setup here, and it's not looking too bad. Oh, now it's looking great.
Yes, when you open the Battle VIP pass. Well, when you draw into it after Iono, that definitely feels great. But yeah, something I do want to talk about is the Squawk is back. I'm so curious to think about what else was in Oliver's hand earlier. Did discard it a little quick before I could check, because would love to not have that liability on the board, right? Arceus V-Star is a huge, huge 280 HP Pokemon. It is a struggle to knock out, especially when the Reversal Energy is prized. But we have a Squawk. You know, it's a liability. At any point, Jake Gearhart has 2 prizes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what we saw in the last game as well. And now Manaphy's on board as well for Jake Gearhart.
Something new, at least to the board, is that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah.
Because we know for a fact Jake Gearhart needs more energies in the discard pile, and concealed cards is a great way to draw cards and just draw cards and get energy into that discard pile. We have 1. We need a little bit more.
Gardevoir drawing cards? No, Juancho, no. But yes, that Radiant Greninja, an additional way for our Gardevoir players to get into more cards when they have slower setups here. Just 2 Ralts down here on Jake's side. And now we're back to Oliver's side of the field. Bidoof coming down onto the field, as well as a Charcadet as well, slowly building up to that Armarouge. We're going to see an energy come down onto that Charcadet.
Oh, no. Oliver here just doesn't have the Arceus V-Star again.
Oh.
It's just the curse once again.
Wait, what?
Here.
Wait, how? Oh, because Iono. Oh, no. Because I was like, wait, what? We capturing Aroma for it. But no, Jake Gearhart chose the disruption route with that Iono. And that Arceus V-Star is at the bottom of the deck. Well, not anymore because it's being shuffled. But it was gone out of the hand and not able to be drawn into again. So Oliver Wong struggling once again to get to that evolution. Just going to have to apply the energy here with the Trinity charge.
Yeah, just so you're sure. The Power Edge would not have even taken the knockout on the Radiant Greninja, since it would only have done 110 damage. So that in itself wasn't even an option here for Oliver. So it was just the Trinity charge.
Brutal.
Optimal play. Could have. I see the Mew EX in hand. Maybe they could have drawn a little bit more, but I think the rest of the hand was just unplayable. Does have the Bibarel though, so could still draw next turn.
Yeah, we'll hope to get into some better hands here for Oliver, but we'll see what Jake is able to do here now. That Radiant Greninja tanking in the active position so far, and we're going to go into the deck with a level ball here for Jake. That's going to be able to get this Kirlia. Of course, the Mirage step Kirlia that was so crucial to Jake in our first game that we saw to get those other Kirlia out onto the field and instantly jump into all of these refinements that we see and still have those evolutions down the line in the rest of the game. And Iono, once again here for Jake, going to shuffle both of these hands for our players. They go to the bottom of the deck, and then we're going to get some new hands as well.
Ooh, I was just thinking that was a big Iono here for Jake, just because there was a Kirlia in hand. That means you get to put in the bottom of the deck. You guarantee you don't draw into it for when you Mirage step, but they drew into the other one anyway.
No, Jake, no. Oh, wait, really? Oh yeah, it is there. I was like,
Courier.
wait, no, it's Gardevoir, but no, it's in there. It's in there. That's true. So we're going to see kind of the same position as before. But also, we only have one spot on the bench anyway. So well, now we're adding a Kirlia to that spot thanks to that Mirage Step for Jake. And that is going to end the turn, of course. That's the move here from that Kirlia. That'd be cool if the Mirage Step also just like hit 10 damage or something too. Just add a little bit to the field.
Why would you want Gardevoir to get even stronger in this format? You take a knockout and you get multiple Pokemon?
Well, that is going to be the turn here for Jake, setting up the board to carry out this prize mapping down the line. And if Oliver, once again, does the same thing as the last game, takes a knockout on any of these, you're treading into dangerous waters against Gardevoir. So Oliver still in kind of a weird situation here. Of course, like you said, we did see that Bibarel, so we're going to see some thinning of the hand with that Ultra Ball, discarding a Magma Basin and a Nest Ball for Oliver. And, of course, getting an Evolution Pokemon, which we are very happy to see now, Wancho.
Yes, one turn late, but better late than never. Arceus V-Star is going to hit the board. That Ultra Ball just turned into pretty much get whatever 2 cards you want from the deck next. Not a bad card.
Very nice indeed.
And yeah, I'm curious to see what Oliver is going to want to establish. Big bosses orders here, opting to limit Jake's draw power and just double turbo onto the Arceus V. Just a lot of energy, so much energy in play.
A lot of energy in play indeed, but I mean, it's needed for these attacks. We're going to see that V-Star power, the infamous, one of the best V-Star powers we've ever seen in the game of Pokemon TCG. With that Star Birth, you flip that V-Star marker and search your deck for any 2 cards. You don't even have to show them, you just go for them. anything at all from your deck, but usually it's going to be cards that either help you for the next turn or you play right away to kind of accelerate your board state. So we'll see what Oliver is going to go for here.
Yeah, looks like he's eyeing out 2 evolution Pokemon. Looks like, or maybe even a supporter for turn. Luckily, he does show us at the very least.
Yeah, true. We see it. We're the bird's eye view. We're the Squawkabilly eye view here.
As I believe it was just the Armarouge and the Bibarel. No, it's the Bibarel and the Iono, not bad either.
All right, and we're seeing that Magma Basin on the field as well. We're going to see this Industrious Incisors, allowing Oliver to draw into some additional cards to the hand. I cannot emphasize enough how essential Bibarel is in these ARC decks. This is like your only draw support for the most part, besides the Squawkabilly early game.
That's for sure, and of course we have to remember Oliver did play a boss's orders this turn, so even if he grabbed that Iono, can't play it just yet, but he can take this knockout.
One supporter a turn, and the boss's orders was what was ordered up there for Oliver. Taking out a Kirlia here, going down 1 prize card now, leading the race. And some draw support or some draw engine has been wiped out off the board here on Jake's side of things. But like you said, Wancho, we have that Radiant Greninja now. So energy to the discard, draw into 2 additional cards. So Jake's still got a heavy hand here and a lot of cards to play with for this turn. And now is also technically losing quotations because Oliver has taken a prize card.
Yes, 5 prizes. Oliver is down to 5. That activates Jake's reversal energy. It's going to be tough to find, though.
Yeah.
Because there is 1 prize.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward for sure. Fog Crystal is going to be played here for Jake to get a basic Psychic Energy out of the deck as well. And we're going to see this first refinement. Discarding that energy is going straight to the discard pile into another energy and a Battle VIP pass. Of course, other discard fodder here. But I was about to say we don't have another Kirlia, but now we do. We see the evolution here for Jake and instantly rotating it because you know we're going to see some more refinement. Look at all of these energy here for Jake Gearhart. That's what you need to see to get these attacks off. We see this Gardevoir, Shining Arcana. Gardevoir, of course, being able to evolve in the active position here for Jake, going straight into that Shining Arcana ability here to draw 2 additional cards. If either of them were energy, they could have been attached, but it's going to be a counter catcher as well as a Gardevoir EX.
Okay, so I'm curious here what Jake is going to opt to do. Has the counter catcher, could target something down, maybe easier to knock out like the Arceus V on the bench. You don't need your reversal energies for those. You could even use the Ultra Ball in hand, maybe find the Zacian V. But no, it's going to be the counter catcher on to the Squawkabilly. just so you could use the Avery as well. Great sequencing there. Get the Squawk out of the bench, then force your opponent to discard something crucial. And
Woo. That Squawkabilly, you weren't lying, Wancho. That thing's a liability in multiple ways.
And Oliver forced to discard an Arceus V with multiple energy.
Sheesh. That is brutal. That Squawkabilly, no utility, but in the active position. That is rough. That is so rough to see, Wancho.
I like how Jake Gearhart is probably even just going to take the knockout with the Screamtail anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, oh my gosh. That's probably one of the most brutal things I've ever seen from Jake Gearhart play here today. Jake Gearhart, and no expression change, too. It's just like, hey, Avery, get stuck with this, buddy. I love it. Yeah, this is what Gardevoir does. There's so many options for your attackers here. As long as you have those energy in the discard pile and they can be accelerated onto the field with that Psychic Embrace, you can take some incredible knocks here. And the Screamtail coming back again. I would say for a vengeance, but there really hasn't been much happening back toward this Gardevoir deck.
No.
So the Screamtail is just, it's been screaming.
No, the Screamtail is the bully. Oliver needs vengeance on this guy.
Yes, exactly. That Screamtail, of course, the Psychic Embrace is going to put down those damage counters, which only makes Screamtail stronger. Squawkabilly EX falling to the discard pile once again, proving to be quite the liability, and Jake Gearhart is on that prize mapping train.
Oliver Wong has a couple of options here. Does have the Arceus V in the active. Has an Ultra Ball, so he can find any of his Pokemon. He has a couple of techs. Again, we know he has the Heatmore. He has the Radiant Heatran. I don't know if they help out in this position necessarily.
But they're one prizers, you know?
They are one prize. That is a way to skew the prize race.
True.
Or if you can attack with his Arceus V-Star and survive a turn. Right now, the only two prize Pokemon in play is the Arceus V-Star.
Ooh. Yeah, but Wancho, I mean, that is surviving a turn against Gardevoir, that is the biggest hurdle, I'll tell you that much.
Something Oliver could do is he does have Boss in hand. He could opt to Boss a Curlia or the Gardevoir and keep the energy stuck on the Screamtail.
Yes, that could be interesting as well, but I don't know. We'll have to see what Oliver chooses to do here. Kind of a slim hand. Gonna choose to use this Industrious Incisors. Was eyeing up the Iono, but gonna draw into two cards first. An Energy, and I think another Iono, or maybe a Nest Ball?
A Nest Ball.
Yeah, okay. Nest Ball being drawn into off that Industrious Incisors as well. And an Energy. Counting the energy in the discard pile here.
I don't think he has Magma Basin just yet, so it's just gonna be an attachment there onto the Bibarel.
Into the Iono now. Both players shuffling up here. They're going to draw into as many cards as they have prize cards left. So Oliver's going to choose or be able to draw 5 cards coming up.
So no boss there, opting for the hand disruption instead. And ooh, that could be something to keep an eye out. The Drapion on Oliver's side of the field. Typically you're thinking Drapion, you know what? That's my Mew counter.
True.
But you can power it up, and it is a Dark-type Pokemon that can take 2 prizes on something like the Gardevoir EX, maybe later down the line. It's an option. And again, Oliver just has...
in the hand.
Yeah, Oliver just has to be able to time it.
Yeah, because it's another scary 2 prize card Pokemon that could fall as well. It's such a sticky situation. Gardevoir is so strong as a deck. That Screamtail going down, of course. Oliver taking it out, taking another prize card. And Jake promoting this Curlia into the active position here. What do we see in the hand for Jake? Of course, we did see that Iono. What was Jake able to draw into, Wancho?
The reversal energy. But right now,
tied.
They are tied up, so I don't think it can't be used at the moment. There is no clear way to knock out this Arceus V-Star besides potentially Zacian V, as the energy attached is going onto that Curlia. But there it is, the Zacian V.
Oh.
That is a very clear way, and you can trade prizes here, trade 2 for 2.
Yeah. That Doggo coming out onto the field, just another option for an attacker in this Gardevoir deck. Iono going to be played both refreshing the hands for both of our players. It's just back and forth. I can barely keep track of these hands, Wancho. Battle VIP pass, of course, easy fodder to that refinement. Going to discard it, draw into 2 additional cards here for Jake. Now we're seeing some energy come out from the discard pile. Taking a quick count. Going to be able to retreat, of course, that Kirlia that was in the active into this Zacian V, and the energy is going to be re-accelerated here from that Psychic Embrace Gardevoir EX ability on the bench here. A ton of damage being placed on the Zacian V, because that's how many? 6, 7, 8 energy? Just a casual 8 energy, Wancho. Whatevs.
Just a casual knockout here on your Arceus V-Star. 8 energies in play.
Woo! With a swoop of the hand here, Jake Gearhart taking out another 2 prize card Pokemon in this Arceus V-Star. And Oliver Wong is going to have to promote a Pokemon and carry on. Where do we see this going from here, Wancho?
Would you believe here that this is the exact position Oliver Wong wants to be in?
Tell me. Elaborate, please.
Right now, Oliver Wong, yes, he's down. Jake Gearhart is down to 2 prizes, but Oliver Wong has no 2 prize Pokemon in play. This is one way to disrupt Jake Gearhart's 2-2-2 strategy by not placing another 2. So right now, Oliver is going to take 2 prizes themselves by maybe attacking with this Armarouge or any of your other Pokemon, and just take 2 prizes while Jake has the Gardevoir EX.
That truly is the liability, I suppose, from the Gardevoir deck. You can accelerate tons of energy, but it does come at a cost of a lot of damage counters, and that is leaving your What?
Never mind.
No. Well, I think that no 2 being placed is now kind of scorched, huh, Wancho?
So now Jake just needs a boss for game, but
I was so excited to see some 1 prizer action here as well, but yeah, nope, this Arceus V going to come down onto the board for Oliver's side. We still have 2 Armarouge here. They have a couple of damage counters thanks to that Magma Basin attaching some energy, and we're going into the deck with a Nest Ball.
Yes, but again, it was a tall ask. It is a very tough. There's a Drapion I mentioned earlier, because again, the goal here is to knock out the Zacian and then knock out the Gardevoir EX. Getting to Drapion a little bit early. You could attach the double turbo into it right now. That means you only need 2 more energy. We have all the energy we need to take this knockout on the Gardevoir EX potentially. But again, all Jake needs here is a boss for game.
Yeah, it is. It's a tall order, like you said, Wancho, and Oliver is going to do everything that he possibly can, accelerating that energy onto the Armarouge, of course, taking a knockout onto that Zacian V, going down to prize cards, but Jake Gearhart shows that full art boss's orders. Gonna take the knockout here with that Zacian V and take a 2-0 victory in our Swiss round 5 here in Vancouver.
Ooh, that was intimidating. Huge congratulations here to Jake Gearhart for taking that match. There was a window of opportunity there, I think, for Oliver to bring it back. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do. You have to bench your 2 prizes because you need to draw a couple of cards. You just have to say, you know what, man, if your opponent has it, they have it. And Jake Gearhart definitely got it that game. But huge congratulations to Oliver, having a pretty good record with this very rogue deck. Would have loved to see the different techs he had. We didn't get to see the Heatran. We did see the Heatmore, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. We saw a little bit of Heatmore action. Got a little confusing there because I've never seen Heatmore ever in my life, but we're looking at a quick replay here. Of course, this is our game 1 between our players. That Arceus V-Star taking the first knockout on the field. Things were looking good. So many energy laid out there for Oliver Wong, but of course, things never looked too good for too long, thanks to Gardevoir's various attackers, one of them being Screamtail that carried a ton of weight for Jake Gearhart in this game 1, taking huge knockouts, of course taking some knockouts back, but was able to secure the 2-2-2 line of prize cards into a win very briefly as well, which is not something we always see for Gardevoir decks. And that was going to wrap up our game 1. Giving it to Jake Gearhart.
Yeah, just so commanding. I think Jake Gearhart just probably had the better single prize Pokemon in Shiny Arcana and the
Screamtail
for sure. Screamtail was the MVP of this match. I don't think I've ever seen a ruder Screamtail than this.
That's like the cutest bully I've ever seen in my life, let me tell you that much. But yeah, of course, this game 2, and it's Screamtail once again taking knock after knock in just a one prize Pokemon, limiting your opponent's potential to secure the game, but also taking huge knockouts. Just winning the prize race really is what Jake Gearhart did flawlessly. We even saw the Zacian V come out here, accelerate 8 energies with that Psychic Embrace to take a huge knockout on Arceus V-Star, which is such a beefy Pokemon, and Oliver Wong just was not able to secure those last 2 prize cards needed. Jake had the boss's orders to take up one of those other 2 prize card Pokemon, take it out for a 2-0 victory. And I'm sure Jake is feeling super happy after that game.
Yeah, Jake definitely in a great position. But again, Oliver Wong, very interesting deck. We did get to see the Drapion being dropped there. Could have potentially taken the game. But, you know, sometimes Gardevoir just does Gardevoir things. He did also miss a couple of Arceus V-Stars.
Yes, yeah, that was so awkward. And as we said, you know, there's only so many ways you can draw into cards. And honestly, I think a big game changer in both those matchups was we just kept seeing Iono after Iono. It was like hand disruption, hand disruption. As soon as you have a strategy in your mind, that strategy's gone because you have a whole new hand to deal with. So it was actually a lot of pressure being placed onto both of our players with those Iono cards. But I mean, Oliver Wong bringing a rogue deck, an Armor Rogue deck here into Vancouver. Huge congratulations for doing so well with it, and hopefully good luck in the rest of the matches there, because you still have that that surprise potential going into your other matchups. Maybe people aren't used to going against this like firebox type deck, so we'll see how it shakes out at the end of day 1 here.
No, that's for sure. And yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Iono after Iono, but the difference between, you know, a different deck, for example, is both these players still had cards to draw anyway.
That's true.
After the Iono, draw more cards, have plays anyway.
Yep.
So it was a lot. It was a very fast-paced, back and forth, draw cards, attack type game, and we love to see it. The action was definitely back and forth.
Yes, can I just say, Wancho, because you know I dislike casting Gardevoir, this is no secret, but I will say, Jake Gearhart, you made me enjoy casting Gardevoir right there. That was super fun. I had a blast, and honestly, I think it was like the pace of play too. Like Jake just knew exactly what he was doing every turn. Card after card, there was no hesitation there, and did it flawlessly as well against that Arceus V-Star deck.
And again, it really shows his expertise in this deck.
Yes.
I mentioned earlier, Jake Gearhart probably played this deck
thousands
upon thousands of times, to be honest, to be able to just be this automatic. Yep. And what a great showing.
A machine.
I'm glad we got to show that on stream, especially because we're not going to have this specific version of Gardevoir anymore after this tournament.
Keywords there. This specific version. Gardevoir is definitely still going to be around, but going to have a lot of different cards, that's for sure. I mean, we pointed out a lot. Battle VIP Pass, huge card that Gardevoir is losing. Both of those matches, we saw Jake was able to utilize the Battle VIP Pass, and it was fantastic. Fog Crystal, as we mentioned as well, leaving the Gardevoir deck. What else we got?
The Arcana is pretty much the most important thing there. It's the main attacker in the deck. It draws you card. It accelerates energy as well if you get lucky enough. I think that's the biggest thing we're losing, because otherwise, you know, Buddy Poffin could still work in Gardevoir. And Zacian V. Do we lose Zacian V? In any case, there are.
I think so. Let me check.
There are, I believe, some players playing it with like Raging Bolt now. Maybe we.
Yeah, we do. Oh no!
Celebrations Mew as well. So it's gonna be
that's true.
A very neuter version of the Gardevoir deck, but there's still place.
It's so funny because you just eliminated like 3 of the attackers, and there's still like so many other ones left in the deck. So
Screamtail isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, Screamtail, that's a new one, so that's sticking around for sure. But we're gonna see some different adaptations. People love Gardevoir, let me tell you. So this deck will be sticking around. It's just gonna be a different iteration, but still very cool to see Jake come out of the field and say, "Hey, I'm just gonna give Gardevoir a spin here. I've been playing it forever, and it keeps winning, so let's keep going."
It's missing the Deoxys V-Star, though. You know, I love Jake for his innovation with the Gardevoir deck. Hey, you know what? Maybe post-rotation, he's definitely someone to keep an eye out on. I don't think he's the type of person to give up on this deck just yet, just because we're losing our main attacker and a couple of other cards and our
Yeah.
other attackers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jake is definitely the type to just flip through the binder and look at every single card that could potentially be added to a deck. So, Speaking of Jake Gearhearts, we were talking about the gears turning in his head. Let's watch the gears turn in this interview that we have. Take it away, Adam.
Hello, everyone. To the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championship, and I am joined here by Jake Gearhart, who you just saw win on stream. How you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. I'm very happy to be 5-0. It's been a while since I've been 5-0.
5-0, pretty tall order to do at these modern tournaments. Do you think that it's your deck choice, or are things just really lining up for you in terms of the matchups you're hitting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with my deck choice, and I've also been hitting pretty good matchups all day. I don't think anything's been worse than a 50-50 so far, and that last matchup was pretty favored for me as long as I get set up with the Mirage step. Works out as planned, basically.
Yeah, you seemed pretty confident, pretty in control pretty much that whole game. Did you prep into Arceus Armorage, or were you just trying to treat it as any other Arceus deck?
You know, it's sort of the same as any two-prize heavy deck. And this matchup's even easier because they don't really have a good way to one-shot Gardevoir EX. That Drapion can come down at the end, but it's not like something like Roaring Moon where they're getting turn 1 attacks off and they can hit Pokemon catchers and take knockouts. The Arceus Armorage deck is like a turn slower because they can't take a knockout until turn 2, and it's just a bunch of 2 prizes, so I just try and take 2 after each turn, and then once the Squawk ability comes down, it just becomes even easier because my Scream Tail's a free knockout whenever I need it.
Yeah, very well said. Sit down at the table, see what your opponent is playing. You've already got a matchup spread, a prize map cooked up in your head. And when it comes to Gardevoir specifically, there's no real need to deviate from your general game plan. And you've been on this deck for a while. Do you want to give a special shout out real quick to anybody who's helped you practice or maybe put you onto the deck originally?
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to Henry Brand from last year. We all played Gardevoir to Milwaukee, and Edwin Arroyo. We've been testing together or arguing about lists together for a while. So yeah, I'm very happy to be playing Gardevoir for the last chance, the last tournament it gets.
Yeah, because after rotation, the deck is going to certainly be powered down. Is there something in the next format maybe you're excited to play? I don't know if you're comfortable sharing that tech, but maybe just something that you're excited to see, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the format seems to be slowing down just a little bit. I'm a bit worried about Chen Pao, though. It's kind of overpowered with the canceling Cologne cross-switcher, or no, not cross-switcher, Prime Catcher, and the Greninja, as well as the Iron Hands. So whatever I'll be playing will probably have an answer to Chen Pao. Looks like Charizard is like the big deck, which I'm happy about. It's a cool deck to beat, or a cool deck to build around in the metagame. A lot of answers to it. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to play. There is the opportunity to play Snorlax or some form of control, which I'm always down to play a control deck. I actually sort of started out 10 years ago playing a Sableye Garbodor control deck, so I'm going to be going back to my roots with that, as long as there's not too much Lugia to worry about.
Yeah, so you already have a lot to worry about in the, the next format, the next tournaments that are coming for this Temporal Forces metagame. And when it comes to Vancouver specifically, the Gardevoir is 5-0. You're popping off, things are doing well for you. Is there a matchup that you really don't want to hit? What do you think as an expert? What is Gardevoir's worst matchup?
Yeah, I think it's got to be anything with Iron Hands. I hate Iron Hands. So Miraidon's the hardest because they can turn 1 Iron Hands. Chen Pao's iffy because they can turn 2 Iron Hands. But if I can go first against those Chen Paos, then I'm feeling all right against them. Pretty much everything else I'm happy to hit. I don't want to hit a ton of Panic Masks or Box of Disasters or whatnot, but as long as I can stay out of their way, I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's very well said. Keeping a healthy respect for your deck's counters, but knowing that your prep work and your skill with the deck is certainly going to shine through. Any final thoughts for our audience at home, or maybe any first-time competitors here at the Vancouver Regional?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now is a great time to get into the Pokemon trading card game. There's a lot of decks you can pick up, like next format, the Charizard deck, a pretty simple deck to pick up, very difficult to master, but it's a great time to get into the game because of how inexpensive cards are and how you can play it really a high level deck. You can pick it up, learn the game pretty quickly, and yeah, I'm really amazed with how the game's been growing so much lately.
Yeah, very well said. The Charizard EX, definitely keep your eyes out on that if you're a new player or a veteran. Thank you so much for your extra time, Jake. Congratulations on your big win. Hope we continue to see you see success here in Vancouver. We're going to kick things back over to the casting deck, and we'll keep things going.
Thank you so much, Adam, for that amazing interview. Yep, Jake Gearhart 5-0 now here in Vancouver with Gardevoir. Also, such a character as well. I mean, it was like, oh, Charizard players, yeah, they're fun to beat. And then at the end there, you guys should play Charizard. I love it. No, Jake, fantastic person. What did you think of that interview, Wancho?
No, yeah, gotta love Jake Gearhart. I love that he mentioned, Adam asked, what's the best deck right now? Oh, it has to be Chen Pao. So I'm gonna be playing something that beats Chen Pao, not the best deck. I'm gonna think of something else.
No, I think Jake Gearhart's definitely one of those players that plays what he wants to play. That is for sure. Whatever Pokemon he likes, however he can specialize the deck. Love to see it. And I mean, it's proving to go pretty well for him. 5-0 here in Vancouver. So fantastic game that we just saw in our round 5. Fantastic interview. We will be back very soon for our Swiss round 6. The excitement's only going to continue, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, Adam Watson here on the floor in the Vancouver Regional Championships, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza. Let the people know how you're feeling.
I'm feeling very good. I just lost this round, but 3-1 so far. Feeling pretty good about the overall tournament.
Yeah, the choice that you made for your deck here in Vancouver, you're on Roaring Moon. You want to talk a little bit about that deck choice?
So very greatly inspired by my friend Ross Cawthon. He's been piloting the deck for so long. Like I talked to him directly, and like I figured he's done really well with it. Might as well run with it, and I feel like it's a great choice to be able to finish 3 games, which is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I was also a huge fan of his build, so I'm glad that you adopted, such a surprisingly complex deck. Has the learning curve for the list been harder than anticipated?
No, not at all. Like I definitely dabbled a little bit with Roaring Moon when the card came out. It didn't have Galarian Moltres, which was like Ross's exclusive injection into the deck along with the professor's research, but no, it's quite turbo. It's linear to the point where it's really reliable, but not linear enough to where there's no complexity whatsoever to the deck. You do have a lot of lines of play you can do with the deck.
And you also talked about wanting to avoid ties. Did you anticipate a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Mew, getting these quick games, maybe hitting for weakness? Any other decks or matchups you're hoping to hit specifically with Roaring Moon?
So I would love to hit Miraidon, though I don't think there's too much here. I would love to hit Sards. I think the Sard matchup is pretty reliable, especially with the disruption the deck has. Tinas as well, so that's probably two of the 3 top decks, I imagine. So looking forward to those.
Okay, it seems like you've got a really strong handle on the meta. Your deck choice lines up pretty well into most everything. Now, what some people who are watching right now might not know is that you actually did win the Vancouver Regional Championship back in 2017. You want to maybe talk about that meta game and how the game has progressed since that point?
Yeah, I mean, back then, there was a quarter of the people that we had then. It was 250, 260-ish players more or less. I was playing a Gardevoir GX deck, actually, a Stage 2 base deck that manipulated energy, so similar-ish to the current Gardevoir EX. That also had me should I go with Gardevoir, try to repeat the thing with Gardevoir again? But yeah, it was a much slower meta game. Stage 2 decks were the focus, and Gardevoir GX had a card Max Potion, which could heal it fully, and then you combine it with Sylveon GX, which could search for cards directly. So games definitely lasted way more than the 4 or 5 turns than they last now.
So you were coming from a big win in a slower format, and now you're here playing Turbo Roaring Moon, going really fast, meeting the pace that the current metagame demands. And we're right on the cusp of the next format. What lists are you excited to build and play with for Temporal Forces?
So I've been really liking playing with future box decks, not like just the straightforward Iron Hands version, but having like the Grass Energy for the Iron Leaves, the Psychic Energies to make the Baby Miraidon actually a threat as well. I've also been really enjoying playing Chen Pao now that you have Prime Catcher. It's a deck that I've always liked, and between Prime Catcher, Canceling Cologne, and the threat of Iron Hands, now you have so many ways to get multiple prize cards, even if your opponent is using a single prize Pokemon, that I've been really liking the Chen Pao for now.
That is certainly some words of wisdom that I'm going to be taking into consideration for the decks I want to build. Iron Hands shaping up to be an even bigger threat for the future format, and I am certainly looking forward to it. Thank you for your time as well, Pablo. And any final thoughts for our audience at home?
I mean, please watch. I hope you're enjoying the show. We have great people in charge, and then I'll see you in the next one.
All right, that's going to be it from us here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. We're going to get back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Garbodor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory, and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Golisopod GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against the very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back in to our stream here. We're in Vancouver for our Pokemon Regional Championship. You're coming to the trading card game desk here. Shelby Boo back with Juancho Saldana, and we're so excited to take you through our next match very soon here, our Swiss round 6. And I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who was able to vote in our community choice poll that we just posted in our stream chat.
Yeah, I got to peek at it. Great job, everyone.
Great choice.
That was the one I was going to pick as well.
Yes, okay, there you go.
I literally went on to vote, but they already got it. They had it in lockdown for sure. And it's going to be a very interesting match.
Yep, we're going to be seeing an Iron Valiant deck versus Roaring Moon. 2 very exciting decks to watch. I think it's going to be an explosive round 6 for sure, Juancho.
Oh, it's going to be fire for sure. But before that, let's reel it back. And I want to check out some tweets from everyone in the community.
Let's check those out indeed. It's one of my favorite parts of the cast. Oh, we got the Pokepets. Oh my gosh, Mew's last ride.
Isn't that what you call it?
Watch out, I called it a naked mole rat, not a cat.
It's a hairless cat. That's kind of like a naked mole rat.
Oh my gosh. Sailor Speaks, I'm so sorry. I think Juancho insulted your cat, but I'm not really sure.
It's so cute. Naked mole rats are cute, right?
Either way, this cat is super cool. That is for sure. And look, it's joined by all of its buddies here as well. All of the Mew buddies. Mew and the Genesect and the Ice Cube and that Meloetta. Definitely going to be missed. That is for sure.
Definitely, they will be missed. Might as well sneak in Alessa in there as well. I know she's not a Pokemon, but she's
Still
leaving.
chill.
Look at them. Yes,
Pokepets. Love it.
We need
Thank
more.
you so much, Sailor Speaks, for that post. Oh, look at that beautiful card.
Ooh. Oh yeah, William Bauer here. Roxanne is clearly meant for my Raging Bolt deck. I mean, she is in a museum of ancient Pokemon. Need I say more?
Very nice.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And Raging Bolt can be a very interesting deck. We were talking about that. Things that could fit in Gardevoir. That could potentially be it. But beautiful card. I love seeing all the different flex pulls people get whenever they pull them off the pack or pull them here at the regional championships.
Yeah, illustrated amazingly. It's a different type of art style of that trainer, and very, very cute indeed. I gotta ask, Juancho, are you an ancient Pokemon trainer or are you a future Pokemon trainer?
I'm future. I'm in Team Future, but ancient is probably better. I don't know. I'm still testing.
I'm still testing. Team Ancient's definitely cuter, I'll say that much. But thank you so much, William Bauer, for showing us that card featuring that pull for us. I see a banana here. Girl Power TCG.
Yeah, plus Joe. It's Go Power plus Joe. at the Vancouver Regionals. Last Regionals in this format, let's make it our best. Reminder to find Mommy, to find Joe Mommy TCG for photos today. Find Poke-Emmy if you need anything, any Team Mom support. Gotta love this team. They've helped me out in the past. There was a time where I needed some, I think I needed a charger. I was just,
oh my gosh.
That's bad. When your phone has no battery left in a convention and you're trying to find yourself a way home, they helped us out.
Wow, that is amazing. Yeah, we have so many incredible teams, but Girl Power TCG is definitely one of the most well-known because it's filled with such wholesome people. And like you said, Wancho, they have kind of a leader at every sort of event. What do they call it? The Pokemon, right?
Yes, the Pokemon.
Yes, there's a Pokemon at every single event. So if there's anything you need or any situations you run into or someone that you just need to talk to, there's somebody that they assign every single time. And that's just fantastic initiative from one of these Pokemon groups and super wholesome, like I said. And what a cute banana as well.
definitely very easy to find the banana. So if you want your picture taken, just find the big bright yellow. If you need some help, find the people in the pink jersey. Easy peasy.
Yes, that is true. Poke-Emmy, fantastic player that we have. Ooh, I see a deck list here, and wow, it is filled with a lot of bling.
Ooh, Joshua Bosch just locked my hashtag Play Pokemon Worlds invite. Won a small challenge for +5, which will bring me to 501 CP. I'm going to Hawaii. Gardy carried me all the way. I love that deck so much, and it's the best deck in the format. Congratulations, Joshua. 5 points. That's all he needed. And he got his invite.
Joshua Bosch. What a sick name as well. Joshua Bosch. It goes like so well. Huge congratulations. Absolutely, Wancho, to Joshua there. Taking it home, getting that invite with Gardevoir. And we can tell, it said, I love that deck so much. We can tell you have shown a lot of love toward this deck because, woo, look at these cards. That Scream Tail, Wancho. Adorable. Incredible.
It's just shouting at the top of his lungs, the top of that rock.
The Sonder Bonbon. AKA Rare Candy.
Hold up. Can you play both of those at the same time? There's a Rare Candy.
I have no idea, to be honest, but I saw it and I was like, that's such a cool name, Sonder Bonbon. Well, thank you so much to everyone who was featured in those posts. Definitely keep hashtagging us because we want to keep seeing all your cute pets or your amazing team photos or your deck lists and congratulating everyone who's making it into our World Championships. That's a huge feat, so definitely. And there's going to be a lot of people who are tying up, or I should say, wrapping up those championship points here today in Vancouver, potentially, to make it into the World Championships. So it has been an exciting event, and I'm excited to get into the rest of this today.
Yeah, that's for sure. And again, our next match was the community choice. I wanted to see what choices we had. It was between Scott Patchett versus Vanderbo, or Reagan Reslov against Alexander Pagnani. Brett Tonneson against Dylan Gunn, or Eric Correa versus Justin Romero. Who do you think we've got here? What was the choice?
What was the choice? It was the top choice here. Iron Valiant versus Roaring Moon. We're going to see Scott Patchett versus Brandon Bowe here on our stream. Woo! I'm excited, Wancho, to get into this. And thank you once again for voting on our community choice match. We always love bringing those to you. So always stay tuned into the stream so you can make your vote count here on our stream. But our players are shuffling up, getting things ready, and we're about to jump into this explosive match that you're about to see in our Swiss round 6.
Yes, again, it's going to be Scott against Brandon. It's going to be Iron Valiant Entei against Roaring Moon Moltres. If you thought the last match was explosive, this one's going to be fast-paced. Both these decks are going to be attacking, potentially turn 1. Both these decks are going to be doing big damage. Both these decks are going to be drawing cards. But only one is going to come out the winner. And we're going to have to see. Is it going to be Roaring Moon or is it going to be Entei?
Well, I have some fun facts here, Wancho, for you. Brandon, piloting the Roaring Moon deck, has said that they have day 2'd the last 3 regionals that they played in with Roaring Moon. So we are about to see a highly skilled player here. And then Scott, as well, has been playing this game since 1998, Wancho. How old were you in 1998, Wancho?
Let's not talk about that, but yeah. I was born. That's all we have to care about. 1998, definitely a long time to be playing the Pokemon trading card game. I wish I was playing that long, but that means both these players are experts. We have a 3-time day 2 with the same deck, and someone who is definitely a senior in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, a senior indeed. How about let's just say an OG?
An OG,
yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Something a little bit better than that. But yeah, it's going to be awesome. Let's talk about this matchup, Juancho. How do you see things shaping up on paper between these players?
I think it's the player that takes the first 2 prizes obviously is going to be ahead. Both these decks basically are just going to be hitting back and forth. They're both basic EX Pokemon that can attack potentially on the first turn of the game. It's just a matter of how they do that attack. Entei can attack with the Burning Rondo. It does 220 if both players have a full bench, which most likely both players will have a full bench. And versus the Roaring Moon that can attack 220 as well. The awkward thing is both these decks have 230 HP.
Yeah.
It's a matter of how do we maneuver that scenario. Yes, Entei can sometimes hit themselves with the stadium, making things easier for the Roaring Moon, or sometimes Roaring Moon has to really use the Frenzy Gouging instead. If you do that, that means that leaves the Entei player open to Valiant Knockout, or maybe even take an extra turn using something like the Medicham V.
Yeah.
It seems simple in paper that this is just going to be V against EX, 2 prize, but there are tools.
There are tools indeed. Yeah, we're seeing this Iron Valiant. We call it Valiente because it's bringing the heat here today. And then Brandon gonna try to slow things down, or should I say speed things up with some Roaring Moon action in this matchup. So we're gonna see how things shape up here, but 2 very different but also similar decks as well. So it's going to be interesting to see the pace of play between these players and how explosive this game truly is. We're going to lay out prize cards here between both of our players. I believe there was also an additional mulligan. Whoa, that is a lot of Professor's research there. In the prize cards, Juancho.
Wait. Is Juniper is just really into the research right now. As
in the books.
For Brandon, though, the Forest Sealstone is prized. Luckily, they do play 2 copies. Oh wait, no, sorry. They play 1 copy of the Forest Sealstone, so that could be detrimental. That's the only bad thing I think for Brandon's prize. Otherwise, it was pretty standard.
Prize cards.
Yeah, let's see if the lack of research slows down Scott. They are playing. Oh, they do play 3 Serena. That's the interesting thing.
Well, we have the flip. We're going to get into this game here. I believe there may have been 1 or 2 mulligans, so Scott potentially could have drawn into a few extra cards for the turn, but Brandon is going to be starting us off here in our Swiss round 6 here in Vancouver. Get hyped, because we're starting off with an Ultra Ball here. Going to discard a couple of resources, get into the deck here for a Pokemon. But continue what you were saying, Juancho, with the Serena.
No, Scott prize 3 Professor's Research. That's technically their main draw support. They only play 4. Their other means of draw is going to be Serena. That's not a card you see every day. Serena is able to essentially act as a pseudo Gust, or you can discard cards from your hand, drop to 5. It's not that good, but it's something Scott can utilize. But right now, Brandon is going to go first. I think that puts Scott in a favorable position. Also has the Squawk to be able to draw as well.
Yeah.
And with Mew in the active.
Oh my gosh, they're both playing Shiny Squawk. Get out of here. Shiny birds flying down for both of our players. Brandon bringing out the Squawk ability EX here onto the field as well. Of course, that brand new addition with that Shiny. I love to see it. That was the Ultra Ball pick here. Roaring Moon going to join the field as well. And, of course, starting with that Mew EX in the active position and a Pokestop in the field. Or, I guess, Pokestop is the field at the moment with that Stadium card.
Yes, restart ability is being used. Great way to just draw 3 cards. Why not? It's free.
Wow.
And especially if you draw into the Battle VIP pass. Now we're setting up. Something I do want to see from Brandon, though, he has to grab some single prize Pokemon, like that Radiant Greninja, Looks like it's going to opt for the Moltres V instead, but I'd like to see maybe a Morpeko, because you want to retreat into a single prize Pokemon. Maybe Morpeko doesn't have enough HP, so retreat to Greninja could be the play.
Yeah, but that Battle VIP Pass bringing out 2 Pokemon onto the field here in that Galarian Moltres V, as well as that Radiant Greninja for Brandon. So yeah, that Mew EX restart ability, incredible. Just a quick 3 cards into an awesome hand, and we are just drawing. This is what you see from our Roaring Moon players. They start going into their deck very quickly and lining things up as fast as possible, and that Squawk ability is a fantastic way to do it, of course, on your first turn with that Squawk and Seize. So Brandon's already gone through a big chunk of cards here. Earthen Vessel now being played to discard a card and draw out 2 basic energy as well. And Brandon's chugging.
It seems counterproductive sometimes when you think about it. Oh, I'll use Earthen Vessel to discard an energy to get more energy.
Yeah.
But no, that's exactly what you want. You want to thin out the deck, make sure what's in the deck right now are just resources that can get me more cards, like the Trekking Shoes. And again, you get the energy out of there. And energy in the discard pile, that's a way to accelerate more energy into play by using Dark Patch, or say that second Roaring Moon in play now as well. Again, all we needed to do is a retreat. Big card here we failed to talk about is the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. A mouthful because it adds 60 more HP. I mentioned we're going to be going back and forth. This is one way to really wall out your opponent, having a little bit more HP.
Yep, that Dark Patch as well coming into play. As you said, Wancho adding that dark energy onto the field here. And of course, we also have the Galarian Moltres V with that Dire Flame Wings ability, able to accelerate that energy out of the discard pile onto the bench as well. So that is huge. We're seeing the Pokestop going to have 1 discard of that energy here, but 2 item cards into the hand for Brandon, and it's just the retreat now into that Radiant Greninja.
Great play here by Brandon, and I just have to say, discarded off that Pokestop was a Pokemon Catcher. Very high risk, high reward card, but something, if heads, could potentially change the pace of the game.
True. That is very true. Well, that was a pretty solid start there for Brandon. That was the first turn that we saw from Brandon. Now going into the Radiant Greninja that's kind of tanking in the active position here. We're over onto Scott's side of the field. So, speaking of Valiente here, Wancho, this is not a deck we see too often. I would say I don't even think it was on our graph at all. Huge placements at our LAIC event, and I think that's where it was hugely popularized here. So what is kind of the uniqueness and the way this deck works here for Scott?
The Valiente deck works by really attacking with the Entei, which does good damage. Again, it does 20 plus 20 for each bench, so it goes up to around 220. And yeah, sorry, 20 plus 20, and then it has the power of Iron Valiant to be able to adjust numbers. It gets to ping 20 damage across the board, maybe set up a couple of knockouts. And with Magma Basin, there is the potential here to attack turn 1. Something Scott is going to need this turn, though, is going to be the Escape Rope. They do play a lot of switch cards because that is the nature of the deck. You want to go in and out of the active to ping, to get that Tachyon bit ping. Mm-hmm. And they should have it in hand, but right now what's lacking is energy.
Yeah, we see this Professor's Research. That is the only one in deck, I believe. The rest are in the prize cards here for Scott, but was able to find one here to draw into more cards. We got that the Tachyon bits off as well. Every time that Iron Valiant goes into the active position, they're able to place those 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that's pretty huge here for this deck. Of course, like you said, that Burning Rondo that we have on the Entei V as well. It's just going to be kind of a lot of moving, shifting around. We're seeing that now with the Escape Rope, the Roaring Moon EX with no damage on it coming into the active position, as well, of course, as this Entei V that is fully charged up, ready to go. Even has a Forest Seal Stone on it as well.
It's actually still lacking 1 more energy here, and
the
Squawk, there was no energy. You do believe?
Oh, there we go.
There it is. Off the Fleet-footed.
The Fleet-footed. Woo! That got risky there, but oh my goodness, the Fleet-footed drawing into that energy needed for that Entei V. That was actually way closer. I thought it had the energy, Wancho. That was scary.
It's okay. We had the Forest Seal Stone to potentially get the energy anyway.
True, yeah.
So we weren't in a safe spot, but doing 220 damage here onto the Roaring Roaring Moon. Not the knockout, thanks to the tool and the fact that it has 230 HP, but we're setting up plays here. And Scott is in a great spot. I want to see how Brandon can respond. Something of note, again, luckily, I don't think we're going to lack stadiums in play. These are going to be very important for both players because Roaring Moon, they actually requires them to discard a stadium to do 220 damage. So it is lined up here. Brandon just needs one more energy and a switch.
One more energy and a switch, and we got plenty of cards, at least I think, that we're working with here from Brandon's side of things.
Yes, and another card I do want to talk about, Boo, is going to be this Radiant Charizard. Just the Radiant Charizard there, just because it is a single prize attacker Scott can potentially use later down in the game. It does 250 damage, knocking out any 2 prize Pokemon in play. So that's going to definitely be a big card here.
Yeah, that is a card that gets better over the longevity of the game because its attack becomes less energy that you need thanks to its ability. And yeah, that is a huge attacker towards the end of the game that could come out, take some knockouts, and wrap things up here for Scott. But we're still over on Brandon's turn now. I can't even see what's going into the discard pile.
So they used a Pokemon catcher. Unfortunately, it was Tails there.
Oh, okay.
I think that was okay since you do want to knock out the active.
All right.
Ultra Ball discarding the Pal Pad there. All they're doing here is restart. That's all they have at the moment.
3 cards off this restart, of course, with an empty hand. We're going to see a Trekking Shoes. It's going to get us a little bit further, drawing into this card, and then you decide whether or not you want to discard it and draw the next card, or you can keep it to the hand, and Brandon's going to choose to keep it in the hand here.
I want to see what was that choice.
I know, I was wondering that too. It looked like a stadium, but I don't know.
I see. Oh, it was a research potentially, or the energy switch.
Oh, it may have been the energy switch, and that's actually we're going to see now the energy switch being played here to switch that dark onto the active Roaring Moon. Energy attachment from hand with that water energy coming down as well to charge up this Roaring Moon, and we're seeing that research being played now. Brandon is going to choose or draw into another 7 cards here.
They need another energy switch here to be able to attack with the active Roaring Moon or a switch card. Do they have it here? If they miss the attack, could spell doom here for Brandon's match, as we do see the dark patch. Do they have the energy switch? They have the switch card.
Switch card. Okay.
That's like, even better.
What? Yeah, that's true. That switch card, being able to switch this Pokemon, this Roaring Moon, from the active to the bench, but also heals as well. 30 damage going to come off of that Roaring Moon EX to this Roaring Moon EX being in the active now. Fully charged up, ready to go. Has an emergency jelly as well.
That's for sure. The healing there from the switch card definitely matters since, again, Scott is potentially looking to take a knockout on that Roaring Moon by using the Tachyon Bits pings. It just made it a little bit tougher as it's just going to be a knockout there.
Calamity Storm here thanks to that stadium. The Pokestop is gone now thanks to that Calamity Storm. 220 damage there for Brandon. Taking out that Entei V, and now Scott is going to promote this Iron Valiant into the active position with that future booster energy capsule. We're seeing capsules everywhere here, Wancho.
A big card here for Scott is something we don't see in most of the Entei Valiant decks. Ours is gonna be that Bibarel. Typically, the Valiant decks only play basic Pokemon, but just for this case, this Bib can take a spot because right now that's the only draw Scott has.
It's actually kind of important at the moment, yeah. Well, we still have the Forest Seal Stone, I suppose, as well, that Scott has the ability to use. We're going to see an Escape Rope now coming down. Lots of switching, as we mentioned before, for this deck so that you can make sure to get those damage counters out onto the field with the Tachyon Bits. That's why we see these coins being placed onto the Iron Valiant EX as well to spread out those damage counters, to know that you actually use the ability as well. And the Industrious Incisor is going to get a coin too because Bibarel coming into play here. Going to draw into another future booster capsule and put it straight onto this benched Iron Valiant.
We were just talking about whether you were Team Future or Team Ancient.
Yeah.
And I guess this is the match to showcase that. Again, Future Booster Energy Capsule, giving the Iron Valiant free retreat. Very important. But right now, the Roaring Moon on the opposing side, the damaged Roaring Moon anyway, has around 60 HP remaining, if I'm not wrong. Sorry, around 80 damage, I think.
Quick math.
I was doing the math there. And it's gonna take a couple of pings here. So it's gonna be tough.
Couple of pings indeed. You are so right though, Wancho. It's Future versus Ancient right now. Tell us in the chat which one you are rooting for. Are you a Team Future or Team Ancient?
But yeah, right now, it's not looking good for Future because we don't even have an attack just yet. We need the stadium. We need the Magma Basin. And we talked about earlier, the research is prized. We're going to have to use this arena.
All 3 of them. All 3 researches are prized. So there was already one played as well. It's going to be the Serena here. Whoa! For Scott, that is a ton of Battle VIP passes. My goodness.
I'm sure Scott's not going to be missing those and after rotation.
Yeah, true. Oh my gosh.
Could potentially attack with the Radiant Charizard. It's going to take Magma Basin and then some. I'm not sure what we can do here. It might just have to be a pass, to be honest.
Yeah,
taking a knockout on the Radiant Greninja doesn't seem good in any case.
No.
It's a one-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, it almost just makes it more awkward somehow than it already is. So yeah, it's just going to be the Ultra Ball thinning the deck a little bit, getting that Entei V out. We at least are going to see the switch into that second Iron Valiant as well to get the Tachyon bits damage out onto the field. But Brandon still has that Radiant Greninja in the active position. It was just a pass here from Scott. And we're going to start off with the concealed cards here, drawing into 2 additional cards after discarding that Dark Energy. It's going to be a Battle VIP pass and I believe a supporter.
Yeah, something right now Brandon is going to need. He needs to find those Pokestops. Right now, there is no stadium in play. If Brandon is going to be forced to use something like the Frenzied Gouging, for example, that's going to be putting him in a bad spot. Looking at his hand, I think he does have the Pokestop, so that's great. Can just use Calamity Storm. I believe knockout on the active should be clear. As, yeah, Brandon just going to promote which Roaring Moon here. It's going to be the damaged one.
Yeah, which Roaring Moon? Yeah, damaged Roaring Moon EX coming out here, as well as a Pokestop for Brandon. Of course, as we said, you have to have that Stadium card out in order to get that extra boost in damage with that Calamity Storm for Brandon. We're seeing a Forest Seal Stone come down onto that Galarian Moltres V. Another utility that the Moltres has in this deck allows you to use that Forest Seal Stone and get that V-Star power off as well, which is huge here for Brandon. Just debating any cards left to play in the hand. Nope, it's just going to be this Calamity Storm here with that extra damage, discarding that Pokestop.
Actually, I made a mistake.
And
oh, rewinding?
Yeah, I only have 2 energy. Yeah, you don't have enough.
Oh, not enough energy on. Wait, what? How did we miss that, Wancho? No, there's not 3 energy there onto that Roaring Moon EX. And you do need 3 energy for actually both moves, Frenzied Gouging and Calamity Storm.
Did we retreat?
I don't know. I don't know how, like, we... Oh, wait, just didn't place it from hand, I think.
Okay, looks like...
Is Brandon just... There's a...
Because this was also the Roaring Moon... Oh, no, we hit into this Roaring Moon. We attacked... Okay.
Okay, I think that was a fist pump there because we're seeing some pretty solid sportsmanship here, Wancho, from Scott Patches. Scott was saying, it's fine, attach the energy from your hand. No need to call a judge or anything on this situation. We're good to go here because Brandon did have the ability to attach that energy. So I think it was just an oversight there. But yeah, Scott is going to allow Brandon to take that knockout here. Fantastic sportsmanship. And we're over onto Scott's side of the field now. Already used the fleet-footed ability on that Entei V that came in so clutch before here.
Yes, good guy, Scott. And but right now, position is looking pretty dire.
Pretty grim. The future is grim, Wancho.
Oh no. But right now with the escape rope, I'm trying to see what lines of plays Scott still has access to. He has tools. He can potentially maybe take an extra turn with the Medicham. He has an attacker with
no Medicham's in the prize cards. Wait, is there multiple? No, right?
Oh no, there's just one. He has an attacker with like the Radzard potentially.
Yeah, that's
maybe
true.
buy
Radiant
one
Charizard.
more turn.
Yeah, Radiant Charizard definitely the move here is quite cheap thanks to that ability there. Could buy some time, but not a single prize card has been taken, unfortunately, on Scott's side of the field. And it's just knock after knock here for Brandon. Gonna wrap things up and take this first game between our players, Wancho. Brandon leading to maybe some potential good results, maybe another day 2 with Roaring Moon. I don't want to speak too soon, but Brandon doing fantastic here in this match. So far, going to take our first game, but that was still a pretty solid showcase of both of our decks. What do you think Scott can do differently going into this game 2, Wancho?
Not prize 3 Professor's Research
Yeah,
is going to be step 1 there. But I think Scott played it perfectly. He played it the way he needed to. The only problem was Roaring Moon had more HP thanks to that ancient booster capsule. As we do see the replay here, just the Entei being able to take the first attack. The first attack that unfortunately did not lead to taking the first 2 prizes.
Yes.
First 2 prizes came from Brandon here.
It was just short, and we did see it being healed, some of those the damage counters being healed with the switch card as well, so Brandon just had some possibility there. Of course, that was the turn. Brandon didn't attach the energy, but Scott actually allowed Brandon to go back, take the move back, attach the energy, and then attack, and that was fantastic to see from Scott. Yeah, wasn't able to close things out. Unfortunately, Brandon had everything to take these last 2 prize cards and take this game.
Yes, and here it is, the last turn of the game. It just needs to take 2 prizes if they have the boss, and they did have it. Even choosing to attack with the Galarian Moltres instead of any of the Roaring Moons. No. Taking this first game. Again, very well played. Good guy, Scott, though. Love to see it here in the Pokemon trading card game. We are a community at the end of the day, and a very, very good community. With that, again, we did see he did get to attack first, which was great. Would love to see maybe added pressure. I think that's what was missing. Scott did miss a turn of attack, right? And that definitely mattered. Would love to see the tools like the Metachamp potentially take extra turns. Maybe.
Yeah, those unfortunately was in the prize. Honestly, the prize cards were just terrible for Scott last game. Like, can we get some more balanced prize cards? Let's try to ask for that, Wancho. But yeah, still a fantastic game between our players. You'll love to see some good sportsmanship as well. Scott Patchett being a good sport since 1998. Let's go. All right, let's take a look at these prize cards, Wancho.
Looking at the prizes, just a couple of switch cards here for Scott, for Brandon. 1 Roaring Moon, a Dark Patch Energy. So nothing too important.
Yeah,
cards they have multiple
balanced.
of.
Much
Definitely.
more balanced.
We're going to see another game here. And Scott just starting to squawk.
Starting the squawk indeed, but Brandon is kicking off our turn here with a Battle VIP pass coming out onto the field. Going to get some more Pokemon established on this bench here for Brandon. We saw the Battle VIP pass in our last game between these players and proved to be fantastic for Brandon. Really allowed for that extra step of setup in the beginning, and gonna look to do that again.
Yes, again, Brandon eyeing out the Radiant Greninja once again. I think that was a very important card in this matchup. Again, you want to put up the single prize Pokemon, and the Morpeko, which is typically the more ideal single prize Pokemon. It has free retreat, can even attack potentially. Only has 78 HP. Let's not put that down against the deck that.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, that's a bit too low there. We're gonna see that Squawkabilly EX come out as well as that Radiant Greninja. The Radiant Greninja also allows you to get those energy into the discard pile, and we saw those flying out of the discard pile in our last game with those Dark Patches, the Galarian Moltres as well, and that really accelerated Brandon's board state, getting all of those energy out. We're gonna see this first concealed cards discarding an energy here to draw into 2 additional cards. We also saw Trekking Shoes was like the first card played, and we saw a discard of a Galarian Moltres V off of that into a different card. Not sure which one it was, but now we're going to see a switch card into that Radiant Greninja, just like the last game, Wancho.
Big switch card there. I mean, in the last game, Brandon did have a better start since they opened Mew, had free retreat, but having to use the switch card there, yes, you're not getting the value of healing a Pokemon, but getting the switch just as important. And we haven't even squawked yet. There's already 2 energies in play. We haven't Dire Flame Wings. This is looking...
and there could have been another one if somehow one went into the discard pile too, because there was another Dark Patch. But this is Roaring Moon here, Wancho. This is our ancient representation. Who in the stream chat is rooting for the Roaring Moon, because it's working out for you right now. That is brutal to see.
Future's not given up yet. There's still this match to potentially win, as we are going to see another Battle VIP pass, though. And I wonder now, though, if Brandon's going to play the a little bit safer. Maybe he's going to opt to not bench another Pokemon. Maybe limit the damage output of the Entei. Guess another downside of the Entei deck is you are dependent on your opponent also benching a ton of Pokemon for damage output. So by not benching one more Pokemon, you're only doing 200. But there is already a Squawk in play. So
yeah, I was about to say there's a Squawk in play, as well as I don't know if Brandon is honestly too worried about it. I think Brandon just choosing the aggressive path because it worked so well in game 1. And honestly, we saw some incredible plays with that Mew EX as well. That restart ability got Brandon into some incredible cards. So yeah, gonna choose to bring out the Mew EX. There was a chance to do maybe something else, maybe limit your board so that Burning Rondo doesn't do as much damage, but Brandon is choosing to go aggressive here. And of course that Mew EX has free retreat, which is always nice. As a pivot option if you do get escape roped, which is so popular from this Valiente deck. I mean, they're everywhere. So Scott starting off this first turn, the second turn of the game here, but the first for Scott. So we're going to start off with an Ultra Ball here, discarding a Lost Vacuum as well as a Switch card. So that's another switching card down. Of course, as we said, there's 2 in the prize cards, a Switch and I think an Escape Rope. In the prize cards. So we'll make sure to keep track of those switching resources. There's a ton of them in the deck, but Scott is also keeping track of resources, of course, on this initial search through the deck off this Ultra Ball, then going to bring out an Iron Valiant EX to the bench.
Yeah, it's not the most ideal discard there for the Ultra Ball. You're discarding a couple of resources. You'd love to see an energy card hit the discard pile, but right now we have another switch. We are going to get out of the active and getting the very important Tachyon bit ping there onto the Roaring Moon. The next question is, can we get the energy? Radzart is in the hand here. We need the Stadium plus an energy, so a couple of cards we need. We have Forest Seal Stone to work with. At least there is the research in hand to potentially get a free, a fresh start. And looks like Scott is eyeing out playing this Jet Energy to promote an Entei to draw some cards.
Yeah, Jet Energy promoting that Entei V into the active position here. It's a pivot. As soon as you play it onto a Pokemon, we're going to see this fleet-footed. That was almost an oversight there from Scott. Was going to switch, but then said, oh, wait, I have to fleet-footed first to get an extra draw here. But
that was a very important fleet-footed because it drew him the Fire Energy to be able to research it. Now we're just a Magma Basin away from potentially taking an attack.
I don't see one, though.
Ooh, well, there's a Forest Seal Stone to work with.
True, that's true. Yes, we always forget about the Forest Seal Stone. Of course, thanks to that Future Booster Energy Capsule there. The future is bright here for Iron Valiant, giving it free retreat here and a bonus 20 damage from attacks from the Iron Valiant. But that's also going to get this Entei V into the active position here after that pivot into another fleet-footed ability to draw an additional card. And yeah, as you said, still has the Forest Seal Stone to be utilized if that's what Scott chooses to do for this turn.
But Pooh, more importantly, right now, there is no escape rope. That means if they use the Forest Seal Stone to get the Magma Basin,
oh no,
they're only attacking into the Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, what is his hand actually? Like, what am I looking at
There's
here?
a lot of switch. I believe there was an actual switch and the escape card.
Okay, we have the Forest Seal Stone here being utilized by Scott. The Magma Basin was actually the first card on top, I think. So just grabbing that Magma Basin straight off the top here, putting it into play immediately. Thanks to that Forest Seal Stone.
Yes, there's a couple of Bidoof, but opting not to bench one, really prioritizing getting some Entei in play and the Valiants. There it is, Magma Basin getting the damage onto that Entei.
Yep.
They have the attack. I'm not sure if it's correct to take this knockout necessarily, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, that is the truth, Juancho. You got to do what you got to do. That Iron Valiant, of course, getting the Tachyon bits off again, thanks to that retreat out. And then we see a switch card into that Entei V here. And we're seeing the attack now.
As for Brandon's turn, it's as simple as energy attach. They'll probably have the knockout there because there is a stadium in play, but we are going to bump it.
Yep, bumping it for that town store. But yeah, Scott is going to take the first prize card, knocking out that Radiant Greninja. bringing the heat from the future side of this field. But we're bringing it back to the past here, Wancho, with the Roaring Moon Ancient deck being piloted by Brandon here, bumping the Town Store into play. That Magma Basin go into the discard pile and is playing it as well to search out a tool card from the deck here for Brandon.
It's just such a powerful card in this deck, being able to search for anything, for any tool, which leads you to for a Seal Stone. So it just turns into pretty much anything you want from the deck, or something like the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which we saw was so important in the last match, just because giving plus 60 HP puts you out of harm's way potentially. I'm curious though, where is it going to go? Is it going to go to the Roaring Moon with the damage? Already has 40 on it though. Should still be able to get the knockout thanks to the Tachyon bits potentially. I think, yes, Professor Seda was just played.
Oh, I was like, what card is that? But it's because it's a different artwork. Yeah, that Professor Sada's Vitality there.
Yes, being able to accelerate the energy and draw 3 cards. Not a bad card there. So Brandon right now still has the attachment to work with. So it still has Dire Flame Wings potentially. So now we have part 1 of the plan is here. We have the knockout this turn. Now we're going to think of the future now. We're going to set up our next Roaring Moon.
Think of the future here. Think of how to take out the future Pokemon. That is for sure. Roaring Moon EX being established here on the board from Brandon. Of course, we saw that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being sought out of the deck here and placed onto this Roaring Moon EX. Yeah, there's just so much energy acceleration from this deck. I think that's what makes Roaring Moon EX such a difficult deck to play against because of the fast pace that it has. And one of the reasons it has those fast pace, 3 energy moves, that's a lot of energy, Wancho. But if you're able to get into it off of your Galarian Moltres Feet, your Dark Patches, your energy switches, your Professor Sada's Vitality, you are cruising. And that's exactly what Brandon is doing now, taking a knockout here. And now we're back over to Scott's side. So Scott having taken 1 prize card, Brandon now down 2 prize cards. We're starting off this next turn.
Yes, and again, I think you're right, Boo. That is the X factor in this matchup, the energy acceleration. Brandon can use stuff like the Dark Patch, like you mentioned earlier, Dire Flame Wing. Wow, Scott only has access to Stadium acceleration with the Magma Basin, and they need it sorely every single turn. It's not something easily searchable as well.
No, especially when your deck doesn't really have a ton of search besides the Professor's Research that it relies on heavily, and also the Serena.
Yeah, Serena was the supporter for turn, so they only drew 5 cards.
Oh no.
Didn't draw an energy. Didn't draw the Basin.
Do we have the Bibarel?
The Bidoof was just played this turn.
Oh no! Never mind then.
We have absolutely nothing right now.
That's what I call a lack of cards there, Wancho. That is unfortunate indeed. We are going to see the escape rope here. Of course, that Mew EX free retreat being promoted into the active on Brandon's side. Tachyon Bits, Iron Valiant coming up into the active to get that ability off, get that damage down onto the field. And Entei V now in the active after that retreat, thanks to the future booster capsule.
Yes, and I like this play by Scott. You know what, right now, don't really have anything. The only thing I could think of, maybe promote a single prize Pokemon, but the Bibarel, or the Bidoof and the Radiant Charizard are really important. So you know what? Have an Entei V. If you want to take this knockout, you're going to have to use Frenzied Gouging. And you know what? If you Frenzied Gouging, I'm taking some prizes too.
Yeah, Frenzied Gouging, we have yet to see it from Brandon, but that is always an option that you have with this deck. Probably not a move that you would really think to play against Valiente, but hey, it comes in clutch when you can slow your opponent down and you have such a big lead. So we'll see what Brandon decides to do here. We're going to see the boss's orders bring up this Iron Valiant here, and this Roaring Moon EX coming into the active position.
Yes, the catcher was Tails, unfortunately. It would have been big, be able to do that, but we're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with the boss's orders. And Pokestop almost draw 3 cards there, but getting the energy in the discard pile just as good.
Yeah, fantastic. That is the second time that's happened there for Brandon, getting that energy into the discard pile, instantly accelerated out thanks to that Galarian Moltres, and then energy switch on top of that to switch it over to our main attacker in that Roaring Moon EX.
It's looking good here for Brandon. Yes, he did have to play that boss's orders to get the gust effect.
Yep.
They do only play one because they do play multiple Pokemon catcher, and we do have one prize at the moment.
Well, sheesh, boss's orders came in clutch there then. Only one copy, but found at the right time to be able to take this knockout with Calamity Storm, that Pokestop going into the discard pile. And Brandon is down another 2 prize cards, that much closer to a 2-0 here, Wancho.
Something Scott still has access to, though, is going to be that Radiant Charizard. That has to be the attacker this turn. And Brandon just has to miss a Gust just to at least survive one more turn here. Maybe we could still pull out tricks. We do have things like the Metachamp potentially. But again, that was sometimes just the weakness of this Valiant deck is the inconsistency. You don't have a... You have to fill your deck with a bunch of switch cards, and you don't have a natural draw Pokemon besides Fleet-Footed. And yeah, sometimes that is just the downside.
Yeah, it could definitely feel awkward. That is for sure.
But yeah, it's just going to be the Combustion Blast there taking the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say one synergy that it does have is Radiant Charizard. Fits flawlessly into this deck. Brandon has already taken 4 prize cards. That Excited Heart ability is going to bring Combustion Blast down to only 1 energy needed. That single fire energy that Scott already had on that Radiant Charizard. It's going to take the knockout with a huge hit of 250 damage. Another 2 prize cards down here for Scott, but still 3 left to take. Brandon, on the other hand, only has 2 left to take, and a lot of energy out on the field.
I'm trying to think of of a play Scott has potential here. Something he could do is maybe potentially take a knockout on this Roaring Moon. If you find a way to knock out that Roaring Moon, that specific one, you could maybe force a draw for this match, for this round, force it into sudden death or something. Because if you take a knockout on this, the second Roaring Moon here has 40 damage, and if this Entei over here has 230 HP, that means they have to use Frenzied Gouging. I think that could be the only potential route, but we'll have to see what they can do, what Scott can do.
But if they use Frenzied Gouging, they just win, right?
They knock themselves out as well.
Oh,
that's why you have to knock out the Roaring Moon with no damage.
Well, but Scott still has 3 prize cards left to take, so that would be down 2.
Down to 2, and then when it goes back to Brandon, they both essentially take their last prize.
Oh my gosh, what? that is actually so technical. Oh my goodness.
It's the only way here, I think. Just because the prizing is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Wancho, I definitely didn't see that. That's for sure. But Brandon still going through this turn here. Mew EX being utilized for that restart ability. Get some extra cards into the hand, of course, drawing up to 3. But I mean, Brandon has definitely been using this Mew EX. It's been just absolutely crushing it with that restart ability in both of our games so far here. We're seeing the Professor's Research now. Brandon going through the deck. It's going to be a fresh 7 cards even after that restart into drawing additional cards. Both of our Roaring Moon are fully powered up, but only one has a lack of damage here.
Yes. Brandon here could be looking for something like the Palpad if it hasn't been discarded yet. That could be a way to really put back the boss's order so you don't have to depend on the Pokemon catchers. We have a potential way to draw here with the Pokestop.
Pokestop. 1.
Unfortunately, tools aren't items anymore, so we're only taking that Dark Patch.
Yeah, they are different categories, our tools and our items. So Dark Patch is going to go to the hand, but 2 tools to the discard. We're going to see that free retreat being utilized on that Mew EX to bring up this Roaring Moon into the active position. Calamity Storm going to discard that Pokestop. 220 damage, knocking out this Radiant Charizard at only 160 HP. Another prize card. Brandon only has 1 prize card left to take things home. And Scott still has 3, Wancho.
The tough thing here is you could also take a knockout on the active, but then put 40 damage on the bench Roaring Moon. But right now, Scott only has Escape Rope to play. So as long as Brandon doesn't promote a Roaring Moon here. No. 220 damage. Yeah, as long as...
Yeah, some math here for you, Wancho.
He's going to take 2 prizes anyway. So as long as they can put 40 damage on the second Roaring Moon, the play should still be live here.
Well, we're seeing a lot of Tachyon bits. That's 40 damage onto that benched Roaring Moon EX.
And there it is.
So many switching cards.
Just a retreat to that Entei. Entei has the knockout here. 200, doing 200 damage. And, oh, Brandon, if Brandon could find a tool as well, they could just win from here. So Brandon's outs are Gust or the tool.
Oh my gosh, it's coming down to this. Scott, 1 prize card. Brandon, 1 prize card. Is Brandon able to take this last prize card and take a 2-0 victory? What are we working with? A Pokestop? All right.
With the Pokestop. Did they get the catcher off the prizes?
Ultra Ball discarding 2. The cards are so shiny, Wancho. I can barely tell what they are.
I don't think there's a Gust effect. They could potentially try and set up a new
Wait, they
Roaring
didn't because the catcher... Oh, wait, maybe they did because there's only 1 left. It was on the right top-hand side of the prize cards. No, they didn't. There's no way they did.
Or did they use it already? We just didn't see it.
I don't know. Okay, Pokestop's being rolled here. We got a Trekking Shoes.
Ooh, there it is!
All 3 of these cards going to the hands for Brandon.
Pokemon Catcher heads is game potentially, or
Trekking
drawing the tool.
Oh, Trekking Shoes into the boss's orders. That's going to be game here for Brandon Bond. He takes it home with a 2-0 victory with Roaring Moon. Team Ancient, you have won this one.
Team Ancient wins indeed, but valiant effort there put on by Scott.
Cute.
And again, just have to give it up to him. Great sportsmanship. This was an absolutely amazing match to watch, and there was that potential there. It was a very, very small line of potential play, and Scott was able to find it.
Yeah.
He even missed an attack again in this game.
I know.
If you noticed.
I know. If that wasn't missed, I mean, I guess we could say what ifs all day. What if the prize cards were different for Scott in that first game? Yes. What if that turn wasn't missed? But yeah.
The future could be different, but you can't change the past, unfortunately.
That was good, Wancho. That was good. I loved it. Yeah, we're walking through our game 1 here between these players. And yeah, we were seeing knockouts here. Not from Scott's side, unfortunately. It was from Brandon's side of the field, knockout after knockout. Even was able to take 1 back to attach an energy because there was a little bit of a misplay there on Brandon's side, but thanks to Scott allowing him to do that because of good sportsmanship. That was awesome to see. And Brandon was able to take things home. I mean, look at that board state there, Wancho. Just so many attackers there on your side ready to take things down and taking those last 2 prize cards here for Brandon. And that was going to be a game in our first game here. Going into our second game, what are you looking at, Wancho?
Yeah, again, it's just that Roaring Moon, the amount of energy Brandon has, and just being able to have 2 great attacks, Frenzy Gouging, but right now, Calamity Storm. And since both players like having stadiums in play, it's pretty easy knockouts. And the knockout here, again, 220 damage on the Valiant. Just the right math. And
yeah, this time things were much closer between our players. Scott was playing fantastically. It was much less awkward prize cards there. And as you said, did identify the line there to potentially take the game, but Brandon was able to take things home once again after knock with these Calamity Storms. And then that last boss's orders was incredible there, Wancho.
I wish he flipped the Pokemon Catcher first, though.
True, yeah,
just to keep us
the hype. But yeah, the Trekking Shoes into the boss's orders. Brandon Vaughn trekking his way into a win there with Roaring Moon, and I'm sure happy to do it. Has day 2 the last 3 regional events that he went with Roaring Moon, so potentially leading to another day 2. Wait, was that?
He's looking for the 4th.
Yeah.
He's looking for the 4th,
I was
or
saying,
potentially
what's the record now?
or potentially a win. You know, I think he's going to be looking for that more than a potential day 2. No, but I think he's at 6-0.
I think that's 6-0 right now.
Yeah, so he still has needs 1 more point.
That's what I'm saying. Sitting very comfortably here in our day 1. So that was an awesome game to see. But I think the star of the show, once again, we've emphasized it. was definitely the sportsmanship between both of our players there. Just awesome to see every time we get to see it. I love not having to go into our judge calls on stream, Moncho. You seem to be a magnet for those. So.
I thought we were about to be honest. I got worried there.
No! the heat more in that last game. We're like, oh no. But yeah, that was awesome. And thank you again for choosing that match for the community choice. That was a blast to cast. Hopefully it was a blast for you all to watch. And it was definitely a blast from the past there with that ancient deck taking it down. I'm sorry, I'm done. Watch how you talk.
I don't know what else to say. Combustion blast? I don't know.
Wait, but that's from the other side, though. Oh, my gosh.
No, but yeah, it was very, very fun game. Great choice. Again, I was about to vote for that match as well, but you guys already did it for me.
So who are you rooting for? Because you're Team Future, right? You're rooting
I'm
for
Team
Valiente?
Future, but it's not. But you know, I was rooting for Valiente. No, maybe it's just fun to see those pings, those extra damage, and opening lines of plays like you saw in that last match.
Yeah.
That is not typical. We've seen 2-2-2 in both matches we've been able to stream today, but
this is
there was
definitely
a potential.
an alternate play style for sure, and that was cool to see.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I'll tell you what, Moncho, way too much math for me, though. Nah, not a fan of that.
You couldn't see it, but my brain was fuming a little bit. I don't have that future spark in me. I'm a little bit more ancient, I think.
Well, Moncho, we are ready to hear from our ancient Roaring Moon player, Brandon Vaughn. Let's throw it to Adam with our interview.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Skarzig here in the lounge with Brandon Vaughn. How you feel, my friend?
Hey, Adam, I'm feeling good. I got lucky. The moon did moon things, and everything worked out well.
Yeah, I actually really like the deck as well. Just how strong and fast it can be. As I was saying, actually before the broadcast, folks, I was backstage saying bibbity bobbity boo. Yeah. I attack on turn 2. Yeah. And it seems like you're able to do a lot of that for your win here on stream. Were there any like particularly tough moments where you thought you weren't going to be able to get the pieces together?
There was honestly a pretty tough moment there in game 1, if you guys saw it. Basically during game 1, I promoted my moon, and I didn't check the board before I was attacking, and there was only 2 energy on it. And my opponent had a decision whether if he wanted to just let it go, or if basically if I could, you know, or just the turn ends, or I get to add that energy on there, and he let me add that energy on there and attack. So very nice guy.
Yeah, very gracious indeed.
Yeah, for sure. And then other than that, the Sadas came out when they needed to. The energies came out, and everything worked well.
That's great to hear. You know, especially a little bit tale of sportsmanship there. When we talk about the regionals, we speak to new players all the time, and they're always talking about how gracious again their opponents can be, giving them help and assistance, and just making sure the board state's all good. And it sounds like an honest mistake to me, certainly. And your opponent might have been in a similar situation at one point. So definitely big kudos to them.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do it all over when it comes to picking Roaring Moon, has it been doing well enough for you that you're actually super confident in this pick? Or is there another deck that maybe you're kind of wishing you'd brought?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I played in San Antonio, Portland, and Charlotte, and I played with Roaring Moon every single time.
Okay.
And I hit day 2 each one of those times, and I'm just trying to get past this better than top 64 slump right now. So hoping this weekend I could kind of get past that slump. But it's a deck that I've been practicing and playing with a lot with all my friends and testing partners.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that is a really smart decision.
Yeah.
To have a deck that's been giving you consistent results and knowing that it's only a matter of time for the kind of pieces to line up and get over that hump. And especially now with Roaring Moon going to be undergoing a lot of drastic changes in post-rotation, do you think that you're going to be sticking with the deck into Temporal Forces?
I'll be honest, I tried the Ancient Box deck with the the baby moons and the Koraidons, and it's fun, but I might go back to my old ways and maybe bring up some Lugia. It's coming back.
Oh, that's exciting, yeah.
I'm going to miss that Professor Burnett, though, but Jock's going to have to do.
I definitely hear that with Colorless Lugia coming back. All of the old Lugia players are probably great about jumping onto their favorite archetype. when you had touched on as well that you had some testing partners and some other players helping you with Roaring Moon. Do you want to go into that a little bit? Like, did they help you tech out the deck for this tournament specifically, or are you all just Roaring Moon believers and specialists, and you're all working together to work on that specific list?
Kind of. We kind of all play kind of something different, to be honest. One of my buddies, Raymond, and I have been kind of like butting heads on, okay, no, so you want this card or this card? And I think we're playing like 10, 15 cards off of a list today. He's playing the Moon too. We're kind of a little bit off right now. But other than that, I've been practicing with my team a lot at 88 Card House. You know, we're all playing different things. We're figuring out what works good against which decks, what are my outs, and just need to avoid Gardevoir today.
Oh, true. When I was like testing Roaring Moon as well, I was like, it feels like that matchup is supposed to be a lot better on paper, but it's just so terrible. Is there anything that you were trying to tech to beat Gardevoir, or are you just accepting the matchup is just bad and you just have to take the L?
We're kind of, I haven't hit one today, thankfully. I haven't hit one yet, but just kind of hoping that they misplay, begging that they misplay and just don't get set up, and then I get set up. I mean, I am playing the water energies in my build.
Okay.
But Manaphy's a staple in the deck, right? So maybe the Manaphy's prize, I get a Moonlight Shuriken, some kind of cheese playoff like that. It's kind of how I gotta go.
Yeah, just going for your outs. It makes a lot of sense. The Roaring Moon with the water energies certainly does add that additional aggression, and I understand that would also be a point of contention between you and your teammates about whether it's even worth it to run.
Yeah.
And to go back over to the match you just played on stream. You've played on stream before, and it has been a great experience for you, right? To just get your name out there, talk about your team, the 88 Card House.
Yeah.
And now that you've gotten this win on stream, are you starting to feel the momentum, or?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I started playing about almost 3 years ago, and you know, kind of just watching past tapes and stuff of people playing, and then I really got into it. I think I watched my last stream match about 10 times and just regretting a decision I made in game 3. And I was really happy when I got chosen to come up again today to try to make up for that loss.
Yeah, the opportunity for redemption and you know, having the humility certainly to go back and watch those mistakes and those decisions and just, you know, be honest with yourself I need to correct my play, I need to get better. And this is something we hear constantly from the highest of high-level players when it comes to improving in the Pokemon TCG. So don't be afraid to approach every game as a learning experience, certainly. Any parting thoughts as well for our audience at home, or maybe some of your team members you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, first off, shout out to my wife. She's in the stands watching. Thank you, Jessica, for letting me play Pokemon. I love you. And of course, shout out to 88 Card House for everything you guys do for myself and the rest of the team. And on top of that, thank you to my family, my friends. Keon Amini's been helping me out a lot with the list. He's been one of my testing partners for a while. And thank you guys. And thank you, Adam.
Really warms my heart. Thank you as well for, you know, taking the extra time to kind of share your process and your success with Roaring Moon. It's a deck I think is a bit of a fan favorite, mine as well. But we're going to kick things back over to the casting desk. We'll keep this tournament underway.
All right.
Thank you so much, Skarszik. What a fantastic interview there from Brandon Vaughn, our last winner that we saw here on stream. Fantastic to see. And the spouse shout out. You love to see it, Wancho. So wholesome, so cute.
No, definitely. Having that support system with you as well. Yeah, the spouse, the team members, that definitely brings you a long way as well.
Yeah.
You know, getting just knowing they're out there watching too.
Yeah.
You know, just know you're playing your best.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, Brandon, when you watch this back for the 10th time, you're proud of yourself because you played that amazingly and took home the win on the stream. So some redemption there on the stream. Fantastic to see. Well, that was 2 rounds that we just went through with you. This day has been flying by, Wancho. Of course, we are going to have our Swiss round 7 coming up next. So definitely stay tuned. We're going to have a ton of action for you all. See you soon.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother, Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew Vmax deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
The first Pokemon game I played was Black 2 on my DS back when I was in elementary school. When I was younger, I would collect some of the cards, and my dad, I think, it started to encourage me to start playing competitive more. He wanted me to learn the rules of the game, so, you know, my mom and my dad, they helped me go to league, and I started going to tournaments, and that helped me get into Pokemon. I remember winning one of the city championships, I think it was, in junior division, and that was pretty fun. My favorite Pokemon is Cyndaquil. I think it's because I played it in a Mystery Dungeon game on the DS, and that was the character it gave me. And so then it kind of just stuck with me. People that I look up to in the community, I mean, obviously Tord is like one of the best players in the world. It'd be cool to have some of the accomplishments that he has, but you know, some of my friends that I test with, like Caleb, it's pretty good too. So I'd probably like to have another game against Azul, to be honest. We're 1-1 against each other all the time, so we could get that tiebreaker game and that'd be fun. It's gotta be Unova. Region is my favorite because that was the first game I played on the DS in Black 2. So I think it's gotta be Chocolate. Chocolate's just really good, and I think my mom's always liked chocolate, so I think that definitely passed down to me from her. If I won the World Championship, I would definitely call my parents first. I'm sure they'd be watching anyway, but they supported me throughout Pokemon, getting me into it when I was younger, and now I'm going to tournaments by myself, but they still check in on me, and I'm sure I'd want to talk to them. I think I've got to go with Sprigatito. I haven't played the video games in a while, but that looks like the coolest one to me, so that's what I have to go with.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back out to the floor here of the Vancouver Regional Championships. I'm actually joined by a first-time visitor, Jeff Woodward. Tell the people about yourself.
Well, as you know, my name is Jeff. I'm here for my first ever Pokemon Regionals. I'm from Edmonton. And yeah, I love the rain over the snow, so this is a nice change for sure.
Yeah, I'm from Washington, so the rain's not bothering me either. You know, comparatively, really nice weather, really great day to play some Pokemon. How have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
Oh, really well. Really good. Well hosted. Never had a problem finding my seats. The couple people I played against today have just been wonderful and knowledgeable. And yeah, what a great learning experience for my first time, for sure.
That's great to hear that your opponents as well have been so polite. This is something we're always telling the audience at home, that you can come up to the regionals and just have fun with other Pokemon fans. Have you been able to go to any other Pokemon-centered events besides this regional?
No, unfortunately, this is my first ever registered Pokemon event. I definitely have the rush, so to speak, now. So hopefully you guys will see me at plenty more, for sure.
That's exciting to hear that you're bitten by the Pokemon bug.
Yes.
We've got a new format coming out as well. Temporal Forces is about to hit our metagame. Have you dug into maybe some of the new decks for this upcoming format you're excited to build?
Oh, definitely Great Tusk Mill. I don't want to be that degenerate person that everyone worries about, right? But anytime I can kind of have the more of a fate in my own hands is what I'm really down for. So I want to give some Mill. Definitely excited.
Honestly, big respect. If you see a deck that you like, something you want to play, don't let anybody talk you out of it. Exactly. I am certainly known for my love of Dialga V-Star, which is going to be big in the next format, and I definitely want to wish you luck in, getting that Great Tusk Mill built and learned, and more success at your future regionals. Do you want to give a special shout out, actually, while I have you here, to maybe anyone at home who wasn't able to make it and join you here at the regional, or maybe someone who's going to help you test the Great Tusk Mill deck once you get that up and running?
Definitely. I'd like to shout out my Eclipse Games group back at Edmonton there. They were super supportive. They definitely gave us the motivation, my teammates and I, to come here today, as well as my lovely partner who has been by my side through this whole adventure so far. So it's been wonderful.
That's really great to hear. You have so many people in your corner rooting for you and, willing to support your Pokemon journey. And certainly, Jeff, I'm looking forward to seeing more of you as your Pokemon journey also develops. Thank you so much for your time and letting the people at home know what it's like to come to their first regional championship. And we will kick it back to the desk and go to our next game.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great to hear from some of the local players from all over coming out to these regional championships, where they're still battling it out to see if they have what it takes to become the very best. For those just joining or who have already been tuning in, my name is Ethan Hecky. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie. Played through a few Swiss rounds. We're over halfway through the day, but still plenty of Pokemon left to play.
Yeah, plenty of games left to play, and it's just halfway through day one at this point. We can't forget that day two is on the horizon as well. Players, of course, competing now to try to earn the 19 match points necessary to move on to the second day of the competition, where inevitably we will be crowning a Vancouver Regional Champion.
It's going to be exciting. It's a fair send-off to these players who've been playing this format for a long time. It's sort of mixed feelings. I'm excited to see how players have finally honed their craft to become a regional champion, but at the same time, I'm more than excited to get moving on, get to the next part of the format, and that's what makes Pokemon so fun. I think Ross Kaufman said it once, is Pokemon is like chess, except the pieces are always changing, and that's what makes Pokemon so interesting.
Yeah, there's always new cards being added to the card pool, new expansions being released. Of course, Temporal Forces just came out yesterday everywhere, and players are getting excited about that. It's been legal on TCG Live for a couple days. People are playing online, already practicing for this next format. And not only are there new cards added, but there is the rotation. We've talked about it so far this weekend. Tons of great cards leaving us from the standard format. It's always sad to see some of our old favorites leave. Some people are probably excited to see some of the more dominant cards leave. Cards like Path to the Peak,
Mew Vmax.
Mew Vmax, and I'm sure there are plenty of people as well excited to see Battle VIP Pass rotate.
There's good and there's bad for every rotation. I'm sure we will be thinking about the E block for a while. Mew Vmax has haunted my dreams, and I'm happy to see it go. Maybe I'll have some peace in my life now with Mew Vmax out.
What did Mew ever do to you?
A lot. Speaking of Mew, I think we have a few Mew supporters on our casting team. I'm going to have a word with them after the stream is done. But for now, let's take a look at our predictions and see how everything has panned out so far. Yeah, I'm looking at Yubu and Wancho. You know what? It's okay, though. I can't disrespect you for liking a card that's won multiple regional championships. It's won the World Championships last year.
Yep.
Me, however, little bit more biased of takes here. I think I've had Gardevoir on my caster
I don't
prediction.
think anyone is surprised to see Ethan Hegster-Heggie choose Gardevoir as one of his most likely to succeed cards. But, I mean, honestly, with good reason. The meta has been pretty favorable for Gardevoir, and ever since Ryan Antonucci won with it in Knoxville just over a month ago, it has picked up a ton of steam. It's done extremely well over in the European events. It's done really well in Latin America, and I feel like every single weekend when I'm scrolling on Twitter, I'm just seeing post after post of, oh yeah, won my League Cup today with Gardevoir, won my League Cup today with Gardevoir, got second at a League Cup with Gardevoir. I mean, it is just really kind of taken over the format. And when we're talking about rotation, you know, we talk a lot about the Mews, the Battle VIP Pass path, but honestly, Gardevoir is another deck that we haven't really talked about it as much because Gardevoir EX itself is not rotating, but so many of the important cards for what the deck looks like right now are leaving us with rotation.
Shining Arcana, Zacian, Fog Crystal, Level Ball. It's not the staple cards we see in a lot of different decks. It's just these core-specific cards to Gardevoir leaving the format. I honestly think out of everything, it's that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. The reason Gardevoir is so good is because it can snipe Pokemon with the Scream Tail. It can spread damage counters
wherever. So many
options,
yeah.
But the biggest thing it does is it's a one-prize Pokemon that can knock out anything in the format. And when you lose that, you lose a part of yourself if you're Gardevoir. You really just aren't the same anymore.
You're really
without
opening up here, Ethan, and I appreciate that.
I'm just trying to be honest with the people at home here.
Yeah, on my end, I chose to go with Charizard EX for this tournament. It's remained a really strong choice, and though it doesn't have the best Gardevoir matchup, it's pretty good into just about everything else in the format. 50-50-ish into the Giratina. You know, that matchup can go either way depending on the quality of players in the game, also the tech inclusions in anyone's list on a given weekend. And then Iron Hands EX, I feel like, is a card that is poised to do extremely well this weekend because of how successful Gardevoir has become. And I chose Iron Hands EX because it fits into the Miraidon EX archetype, but it also fits well into some Lost Box variants. We saw it in our very first round of the day, round number 4 that you and I casted together. We saw an Iron Hands EX Lost Zone Toolbox deck.
That's what makes Iron Hands so good. I think it's one of those cards that it came out and people understood. Yep. All right, we've seen how good taking extra prize cards is. I feel like taking prize cards is up there with some of the most powerful effects, which is to take extra prize cards, knock out any Pokemon, and then take an extra turn. It's like that sort of tier of categories.
Really,
obviously, taking an extra turn is so a whole new level.
Just about any card that lets you break one of the rules of the game is usually pretty good, right? I mean, take Charizard EX, for example. You know, you're only allowed to attach 1 energy card per turn. But then, with Charizard EX's ability, Infernal Rain, you can attach 3 energy cards from your deck. The same is true for Gardevoir EX. You can normally only attach 1 energy card, but Gardevoir throws tons of them into play. You know, these decks are the ones that we see be the most successful, is the ones that are able to move outside the box that the rules of the game put themselves in.
Every single card on this list does exactly what you said.
It's true.
That's what makes a good deck. So maybe that's the key moving forward as we look into the format is, does your card do something unconventional that normally other Pokemon cards do not do?
Normally you're only allowed to draw 1 card a turn. Genesect said, LOL.
Said, hold my drink for a sec, I got you.
Yeah, tons of Fusion Strike systems, and that's really going to be one of the big pieces. Honestly, I think Genesect might be just one of the best cards in the history of the game. It is confined to only working alongside a Fusion Strike specific deck. Obviously, Mew Vmax being the best partner for it, but the fact that you can just draw that many cards is really a huge part as to why Mew Vmax has been so successful in its time in the game. Like you mentioned, the reigning world champion is Mew Vmax.
Finally got that big W. I feel like it would be uncharacteristic for Mew to not have won an international or a world championship in its time period. I mean, we sort of got the back end because events were sort of returning a little bit after Fusion Strike came out. Now, Brilliant Stars was the first expansion, so we had Evolving Skies and Brilliant Stars. So about a 6-month time period or so after Fusion Strike came out. But if you really look at Mew Vmax's history, I'm sure you could compile a whole video on it. Its first tournament back, it was the most counter deck that I can recall in recent memory at the Salt Lake Regionals.
Yeah, it's the attention that Mew Vmax demands, right? If you don't respect it, it's going to run you over. And I mean, we've seen that even with the cards that have been printed since Mew Vmax came out. The Mightyena, the Spiritomb, the Drapion, all these things working against Mew Vmax. Well, Ethan, I do believe our players at the table are ready, and we can get down and get ready for our next Swiss round.
Swiss round number 7. familiar name here in Brent Donison. Now, Brent has been doing a trek around the world this season. Hailing from Australia, has played in multiple US and European events, traveling all over, making Pokemon his full-time endeavor, and it's been paying off so far. I think he's in the top 5 in earnings of all time, and this season for sure, I think he is the #1 earner in terms of prize money from players.
I think Yuho might have him just from getting $25,000 for winning the
close.
Latin America International Championships, but Brent is definitely not far behind, and he is the #1 player in championship points so far this season, just ahead of Owen Kammerman. And yeah, he's, like you said, been traveling across the world this season. We've seen him time and time again. He's gotten multiple top 8s, and most recently, he's coming off of a first-place finish at the Melbourne Regional Championships. You know, he travels around the world, but the one that he gets the big win, it does end up coming in his home country of Australia. And he also did get 2nd place at the Liverpool Regional Championships not too long ago. In this round, though, he will be going up against Daniel, who is playing that Rapid Strike Urshifu Inteleon Vmax.
I might actually be the biggest Lysander trump card hater. I'm not sure if Daniel is.
I think that's a pretty big club of Lysander's trump card haters. For those who don't know, it's a card from the Phantom Forces expansion years and years ago that inevitably got banned from the standard format just because of how powerful it was. A supporter card that allowed you to shuffle all of the cards from your discard pile back into your deck. Yeah, that ended up being a problem when you combined it with cards like Crushing Hammer and Hypnotoxic Laser at the time. These were not fun things to deal with, and Lysander's trump card eventually was not allowed to be played any longer.
Well, that's a good history lesson. We're here in the present. Daniel is playing that Rapid Strike Urshifu deck, another deck that we are sending a final hoorah for as we exit out of the format. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because Brent is really not going to want to play the standard way he wants with Comfades. Talk me through how he may want to set his board up to deal with a deck like Rapid Strike.
Yeah, we are probably going to see several turns of Abyss Seeking at the beginning of games. Usually we see that from Lost Tina anyway. It's not what they want to do, but it's what they end up having to do because that's, you know, that's just how the deck works most of the time. But in this matchup, it's your genuine strategy. The Inteleon deck doesn't really have a great way to deal with a Giratina V super quickly. This deck is kind of damage capped. It can do 150 with a Gale Thrust, 140 with that Inteleon Vmax. You can spread some damage with that Double Gunner ability. But Brent is going to absolutely want to be very mindful of how many small, low HP Pokemon he puts into play.
Well, we've got a lot of dynamics to observe through this matchup. Interesting to see who goes first or second. I feel like Giratina is probably okay to do either at this point.
Sure.
You know, obviously, as you said, Abyss Seeking on the first turn. One thing I also have my eyes on are, of course, the prize cards.
Yeah.
As the tension builds up, the winner of this match will be guaranteed a spot into Day 2. We do see the Spiritomb prized, a couple of supporter cards.
Yeah.
Spiritomb's not too relevant in this matchup. It is there for a deck that we put a lot of attention to, the Mew Vmax deck. It looks like we're going to have a good game, nothing too detrimental.
Yeah, the one path for Brent could be a little annoying. That's a pretty nice card to shut down the Double Gunner from the Inteleon Vmax. A bunch of supporters being prized for Daniel definitely could be a problem, you know, as opposed to something like the Lost Zone Toolbox decks that have Comfey, Radiant Greninja, ways to draw a bunch of cards every single turn outside of your supporter. The Rapid Strike deck has Octillery. It gets you a Rapid Strike card. It's pretty good, but it's not drawing you a bunch of extra cards. So you are really depending on being able to play a supporter just about every single turn of the game. So we'll see if that ends up playing a factor in this one as we are getting underway, and it looks like Daniel will be going first.
Does open with that Medicham V into the active spot. And here we go, getting things kicked underway, round number 7 at the Vancouver Regional Championships. We do see this new Earthen Vessel card, a card that sort of has replaced Energy Search in this deck. Discarding cards from your hand, not always the best effect in a deck that doesn't really rely off of that, but it's more than enough for the cost of getting 2 Water Energy, which pairs great with that Double Gunner ability on the Inteleon Vmax.
Yeah, and honestly, putting cards in the discard pile can be a pretty good effect for certain decks. I mean, this is a deck that doesn't really mind discarding things like basic energy. You've got energy retrieval, you've got Clara, ways to get those energy cards back and interact with your discard pile, so it becomes almost a no cost at that point. And then there are also certain decks, you know, Chien Pao likes to discard energies as well, so you can use superior energy retrievals. There are lots of ways that Earthen Vessel can be really powerful. So many people will look at the fact that you have to discard a card and be like, oh, that feels so painful. But in reality, many decks kind of enjoy having that added effect.
Yeah, wow, this hand is, you have the Squawk ability. It will be the choice off of this Ultra Ball, but a lot of critical pieces are going to hit the play or the discard pile. That second copy of Earthen Vessel already in the hand, so Daniel will not have a lot of ways to search water energies out. That's a very powerful effect to have. It will be the Squawk ability coming down, which inevitably means Squawk and Seize will be soon to follow.
Yes, a very powerful ability, but you can only use it on the first turn of the game. Losing that Octillery definitely could be bad for Daniel. We'll have to see if he's able to find another one on the next turn, as Remoraid does hit the hand here, and I think I saw a Battle VIP pass.
Oh, it's that play Pokemon from those Prize Series packs coming down into play. Yeah, I think as long as you find 3 Pokemon on this first turn, you're in a very solid spot. So we do see Urshifu come down into play, the Inteleon V hit the board, and then there is that Remoraid in the hand. And Rapid Strike Search, it's the cog that allows this deck to function.
Yeah, without a doubt, super important. We'll see that Remoraid be benched shortly, and I think there was an Ultra Ball in the hand as well, so that can guarantee the Rapid Strike Search on the next turn. Also a Research. Honestly, Daniel has a pretty strong hand here, even getting an energy attachment down to this Urshifu, and we will see that pass. Now, how does Brent Tonneson want to approach things? We'll find out very soon as he's starting with Battle VIP pass.
Checking through the deck, we'll see what pieces are available. Now, 2 notes. The Stadium battle back and forth of having Stadium control, with a Path to Peak prize, it's sort of offset, but you really never want to put Tower of Waters in play as the first Stadium because of how crucial Double Gunner is, as well as how crucial it is to make sure that whatever you need to do is sort of functioning. You just really cannot be slowed down because the more time you give this Lost Tina deck, once it gets to 10 cards in the Lost Zone, they have a guaranteed knockout onto a Vmax Pokemon at any point during the game.
So that'll be important for Brent. How quickly can he achieve the 10 cards in the Lost Zone? And it'll take a little bit longer than normal because off this Battle VIP pass, a pair of Giratina have been grabbed. No Comfey going down onto the bench. So Brent definitely aware that he needs to adjust his strategy for this matchup. This matchup can be a little difficult for Giratina if you give your opponent a lot of easy targets. But if Brent plays around the fact that his opponent could use Gmax Rapid Flow, Double Gunner, could use the Yoga Loop on that Medicham V. If he can play around all those pieces effectively, I think he'll be in a solid spot.
Speaking of solid, Culver's a great way to follow this turn up. Now, this is a little bit tough. You got a lot of pieces you want. That is sort of the downside of Culver's experiment. Got to get them away to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, you don't... it looks like we are going to see the Super Rod and the Psychic Energy go down. I was going to say, you don't really need to be too concerned with, keeping those Energy Recovery cards around quite as much as you normally would in some other matchups. We're not going to see as much pivoting, retreating energies off. There's no Radiant Greninja in play at the moment, so you can kind of afford to lose those pieces that are normally really important, and it is indeed going to be the Abyss Seeking here on turn 1 thanks to Jet Energy.
Pretty textbook start. And a great follow-up for next turn. Let's see what Daniel can put together with this spot. Had to get rid of a pretty sizable amount of resources, but it looks like this follow-up is more than solid. Ultra Ball in the hand, getting rid of this Professor's Research, and that last card, Iono, will shuffle. Brent's large hand had a lot of great resources. That Giratina V-Star in the hand, Colress, those switch cards, all of these cards extremely key at playing around the math number, especially not as much the pivoting effect of that switch card, but just the fact that it heals 30 damage. It's crazy to think that the effective potion has sort of been upgraded throughout time. Now you get to switch and heal your Pokemon up a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, the Iono here, a really solid play from Daniel. You could have gone with the Research and drawn one additional card, but recognizing, hey, my opponent just used Abyss Seeking. Not only do they have a decent amount of cards in hand, but they got to hand pick 2 of them and add them to their hand. They also just played a Colress, so they hand picked 3 of them, those specific cards. So you know that your opponent has seen a lot of different options and hand picked exactly what they wanted to do. So Iono Disruption seems really good.
Rapid Strike Search to follow. We'll search through the deck. Is that Rapid Strike Urshifu as the choice? So this is sort of where we go down sort of this roadmap of what attacks does Daniel want to put on to these active Pokemon on Brent's side. Will we see the Gale Thrust this turn? I believe there's another Rapid Strike Energy in the hand.
That would be pretty costly. discarding 2 Rapid Strike energies in order to use Gmax Rapid Flow. I think just a Gale Thrust would be okay, but oh my goodness, we are going to see the committal of those extra energy cards, and it is the Gmax Rapid Flow. Gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see this be the option for Daniel.
Maybe valuing just the amount of pressure that's put onto this Giratina V, especially if you can follow it up with another Gmax Rapid Flow the following turn,
It's
Melanie
true,
plus
true.
Rapid Strike Search to find the Rapid energy.
Yeah, it could clean up Brent's board pretty quickly, and Brent, forced to put a Comfey into play, needs to try to make something happen. We're going to see this flower selecting after the Jet Energy brings it to the active.
Yeah, not much going on in the hand, and not much to assist either. Battle VIP Pass, a good card to put away, but it is just going to be the retreat into this Giratina. And hold on, Chip, a door now opened up. If Daniel can put together a play to knock out both of these Giratina V, yeah, of course you're discarding 3 of your Rapid Strike energies, but it is at the cost of a huge momentum swing and a 4-prize turn.
And you know what? Daniel already has it guaranteed. Had the Melanie in the hand at the end of last turn, can pretty easily play that supporter card. Another one that's going to rotate out of the standard format, get that extra energy attached, draw a few cards, and we don't see the Rapid Strike energy, but that is no problem thanks to the Octillery waiting on the bench.
We're going to see it, Chip, a 4-prize turn, and this is just the 4th turn. This is just the 3rd turn of the game right here.
It's pretty crazy to see that this is gotten so aggressive on Daniel's end. Now, taking 4 prize cards is really strong, but Brent can pretty quickly respond with a Roxanne, and that is something that Daniel probably should take a moment and think about. But honestly, like, this is just going to decimate Brent's board. Brent is not going to have hardly anything set up, and is going to need to find that 3rd and final copy of Giratina V as well.
Yeah, but a key card there found for Daniel did find that Forest Seal Stone, so
yeah,
even if a Roxanne comes out, Brent's not playing any way to remove that Forest Seal Stone, and since there's no threat here, there we go, 4-prize turn, both Giratina V falling. Daniel Brunner down to just 2 prize cards left on the 3rd turn of the game.
We'll see what Brent Tonneson can piece together. A few Mirage Gate in the hand, that's not really useful. You don't want to put too many energy cards on your Comfeys. It can be nice to get some retreat options, so we will see that be played. But yeah, Brent is not even going to be able to really do too much this specific turn, probably just ending with a Cramorant most likely, and hoping to find a Giratina V.
Only 1 left in the deck. You've only got those Nest Balls as ways to search out your Giratina. Does also have Path to the Peak, so
that's pretty good.
It's a very good disruption ability.
Does not shut off the Forest Sealstone, however. Will turn off the Double Gunner, which is nice, but Forest Sealstone, like you pointed out, Ethan, is going to be a pretty quick and easy response for Daniel to get whatever piece he wants, depending on what he draws into. And of course, not only can he get any card he wants off the Forest Sealstone, he can get any Rapid Strike card he wants thanks to Octillery.
So shuffling in, Brent will get 6 cards, Daniel just 2, but it was more than worth the cost of getting disrupted at this point. So the question here, what can Brent put together? Does find that Nest Ball, and that is the big card to find. Giratina V can come into play, and we've seen comebacks from this Giratina deck. It feels like that's what it excels at, is starting out behind. Maybe you have to Abyss Seeking the first few turns, really just not do much, but Path Roxanne, tried and true combo in the standard format currently.
Yeah, some people think that's the true combo. Some people think it's a lie. We'll see what ends up happening as this game is getting down to the final stages. Brent still has quite a few things to do this turn. We're going to see that flower selecting, losing the Radiant Greninja with Path in play. Its value goes down quite a bit, so definitely want to value the Sableye over that. And we are going to see the retreat, and it looks like another flower selecting. What could Brent be digging for? And it actually looks like the answer is nothing, because we are going to see the retreat and Spit Innocently, and the counter catcher to get rid of the Octillery. That is a massive find here for Brent. It'll take him 1 prize card, but also take away Daniel's main consistency engine.
Yeah, with how things stood, Forest Sealstone plus the Rapid Strike Surge could find the Stadium out to allow you to retreat and the Rapid Strike energy, but now because there's only 1 Rapid Strike energy in play, it's going to be very hard to find that resource, which all these Pokemon really need to attack in a pretty efficient manner. So here we go. Forest Sealstone used that Star Alchemy V Star power.
And I think for Daniel, this could be pretty awkward because he doesn't have a Professor's Research in the deck. He has 2 copies in his list. We saw 1 hit the discard pile earlier, and the second copy is in his final 2 prize cards. So while Forest Sealstone can get him any one thing that he would want, something like Research would be so good to be able to just discard your hand and fill it back up with 7. He doesn't have that play available.
And lots of choices. We could see Clara grab the water energies back, but then you're not attacking that turn.
Exactly.
It looks like it will be a card in here only because it could be Rapid Strike Search. It is that Karina's Focus, a pretty subpar supporter card, but it's worth it when you have Octillery set up. And just saying, look, I don't have the ability to reestablish Octillery efficiently. I'm going to bench this Radiant Alakazam and maximize my draws. What do we see off of this? We do see a water energy, but no Rapid Strike energy. This Inteleon is now stuck in the active spot, and with Brent having a Giratina V down and a pretty solid amount of Lost Zone cards, or rather cards in the Lost Zone, things could get very scary here if something like this Rapid Strike Urshifu is unchecked. That is another threat, though. Of course, now having no bench Pokemon, there is no Manaphy in Brent's list, so lots of factors to think about. Brent is not out of this by any means, though.
Definitely not out of it, but it really, at this point, with that energy being attached to the Urshifu, is just going to be a waiting game. You know, how long does it take for Daniel to find a Rapid Strike energy? He will also need to find a way to retreat his active, so maybe Brent could work out something like, you know, a Sableye play, let that be the attacker. He is able to find a Mirage Gate here. Also, Brent at some point could potentially find Counter Catcher in order to bring up that Urshifu and use the Star Requiem V-Star power to just knock it out. It looks like it will be a Sableye angle for now, as Mirage Gate does get the energy attached to it. Now, what are we going to see Brent target down here? It is quite the road back into this game.
I think Brent will probably try and set up a knockout on the Squawkabilly and also put this Inteleon in Lost Impact range. If he can do that, potentially even putting the Urshifu into Lost Impact range. The only downside is it's really not worth it to Star Requiem to take a knockout onto this Inteleon because you don't want to give the free pivot to this Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Right, yeah, I think he wants this Inteleon to be stuck active for as long as possible. And we do see the Pokegear finding a Roxanne after Daniel just filled the hand back up. Roxanne in a future turn could be really strong to limit that again. Actually, no, just this turn has not even played a supporter yet, so we will still be able to see the Roxanne be utilized here, countering the fact that Daniel just found the supporter card last turn.
And this game has flipped completely upside down. This is what happens when you have to go through a lot of your supporter cards and you don't have the flexibility of Octillery. There's nothing like Jirachi in here to prevent against Lost Mine. So here we go. Big 2 cards. Let's see how this goes out. Sableye can target a whole bunch of different Pokemon, but it's really going to be on what Daniel can find from these 2 cards from Roxanne. If Sableye can just fire off Lost Mines over and over again, then that can be a completely game-winning strategy.
Yeah, Brent is going to want to think about his prize map here a little bit. There's a few options with 5 prize cards remaining. You could target down the 1 Radiant Alakazam and then 2 prize Pokemon. You could target down 1 single 2 prize Pokemon and then aim to just finish the game by KOing a 3 prize Pokemon. So he's starting off by targeting down a 2 prize Pokemon, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Found Melanie off the Roxanne, but nothing off of those 3 cards drawn. Another battle VIP pass. There's 3 of those
VIP pass.
In
oh my goodness, yeah.
I bet you Daniel's thinking, oh, come on, can this card just like be out of the format so I don't have to have my hand clogged up by these? And it's just going to be a pass back over. Brent can now take essentially a free 2 prize cards on this Medicham, and then Star Requiem can clean up any VMAX Pokemon. Daniel maybe put on a 1-turn clock to see if he can take these final 2 prize cards.
It's definitely true, and Brent actually does have Boss's Orders in his hand currently, and with the energy card being attached to this Inteleon this last turn, I would not hate to see Boss's Orders try to stick something else in the active spot, and Radiant Alakazam is a great choice. This card is so powerful in the Urshifu deck, but it also can be a little bit of an Achilles heel. It is really difficult to move if your opponent can do something like this and try to stick it active for a few turns.
So here we go. We're going to see the Lost Mine. We'll see 2 damage counters put onto this Radiant Alakazam. Does put it in Cramorant range, so smart line, and then just throwing that last damage counter onto the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, and we just got ourselves a game here. There is nothing that can be played in this hand. Pokemon Devolution.
Just a pass.
Wow, not what you want to see at all. And Brent has just been able to have this Lost Mine Sableye sit in the active and place damage counters wherever he so pleases.
Yeah, and Brent can set up a win in just a couple of turns. You can target down the Squawkabilly with the Lost Mine and set it up so you can knock out both the Squawkabilly and the Alakazam, but no, is going to choose to try to get through the deck a little bit more, wants to reestablish things. What do you think he's looking for right here by using the Flower Selecting?
Well, Brent can win this turn if he can find boss's orders and
it's true, if he finds his last boss,
Requiem onto one of these benched Vmax Pokemon and has that Pokegear in the hand. So if Brent can sequence everything, he's going to play the Super Rod, put just the one Psychic Energy in the deck, and there is a boss's orders. How many cards are there? It looks like there's 9 cards in this hand.
Pretty high odds to just close it out here.
And I think it's actually 100% guaranteed because Switch Cart can put into this Comfey, Flower Selecting can bring him down to just a 7-card deck, and then Pokegear is guaranteed to hit this boss's orders. Let's see if he does this.
He's going for the Pokegear first. Let's see if he just hits and just closes things out. He doesn't hit.
Didn't he have it? I'm pretty sure he has it retreated.
I don't know if
he retreated the Sableye, my bad.
Yeah,
so
he's
the
already
Sableye
retreated for
this
turn.
turn. Okay. So, wow, an unfortunate miss there in the bottom 2 cards of the
He
deck.
could still win, though. There is Counter Catcher in his deck still. 5 cards off the Colress, and there is the Counter Catcher, but I guess there is no Switch Cart.
I think he has this. Oh, he has the Switch Cart in hand.
Okay,
yeah,
he's
there.
got it. Yeah, Switch Cart, even Brent taking a moment there, does realize he has the win. Counter Catcher brings up any of the VMAX Pokemon, and that Star Requiem V-Star power able to take the KO. What a comeback from Brent in that game.
That's what Giratina does best. Path, Roxanne. You can think it's a lie. I think the numbers, the stats show right here. Look at the match and tell me what you think at home. But that's what you have to do in this matchup. You understand that it's sort of a trap against this Giratina deck. Giratina sort of tempts you with that. They say, look, I'm doing nothing. My start is so slow. Come on, take these knockouts. Put yourself down to 2 or 3 prize cards. And I mean, this was an incredible tempo play. I mean, we don't see many decks take 4 prize cards on the 3rd turn of the game. But I really have to wonder, that second Rapid Strike energy putting this Pokemon into play. I feel like if the Water Energy was there, maybe this play makes a little bit more sense, but without Rapid Strike Search and with only having 1 Rapid Energy in your deck, it becomes very hard to pull off attacks when you're getting hand disrupted and when your artillery is also getting targeted.
Yeah, and this was the start of the comeback for Brent. The Roxanne plus the Counter Catcher getting rid of that artillery, super key, and then yeah, this Alakazam being stuck in the active, the turns previous, the Inteleon being stuck in the active, Brent was able to just set things up pretty nicely and gave himself a pretty good shot to win this game here with the Pokegear, finding that Counter Catcher, and was able to just close things out thanks to Giratina V-Star.
Game 2 underway. I mean, that felt like a long match, but really didn't take too long of time, so hey, look, we see how fast the Rapid Strike deck goes. We see sort of how methodical the Giratina deck can be towards the end. This could be anybody's game, and Brent is more than happy to take a few mulligans. We'll take a look and see what these prize cards look like for Brent. I was very happy to have that 3rd Giratina V. Could have been a completely different game. I feel like on stream, we always see those Giratina V end up in the prize cards.
They love to hang out in the prize cards. Maybe they, you know, equate that to the distortion world a little bit, right? Think that's where they belong, but no, we want Giratina to be in the deck. We want it to come out to play and be a part of the game itself. Daniel did have to mulligan, had no basic Pokemon in his opening hand, so he's going to have to reshuffle that deck and hopefully find a basic Pokemon here. He would have not minded to keep that hand. I did notice 2 Battle VIP Pass in it. That's always a little bit of a, you know, a fist shake moment. Oh, why couldn't I have just started with this? But that's how it works, and we'll see if he can still find one as he has now gotten a basic.
Daniel will be going first again. We do see 2 of those Grass Energy in the prize cards, so only having 1 does have one of those Rapid Strike Energy prized. I think we're going to have another good game, Chip. So let's get down to the table. Game number 2 between Dan and Brent. And oh, this hand is 4 supporter cards that cannot be played. And this is going to be a costly Ultra Ball at this point. Does have the Forest Seal Stone, so the big question is, do you use that this early? We saw how beneficial it was after the Roxanne, but is it worth that trade-off of having a better board early compared to having some protection later on in the game?
Yeah, that's the big question here that Daniel has to ask. It would be nice to just go get a Battle VIP Pass and get yourself fully set up. He may still choose to do that. we'll see if Daniel maybe has a bit of a strategy adjustment as well. I wouldn't hate for Daniel to take a moment and think about how that game 1 went and think, maybe I need to slow it down on my prize card taking a little bit. I mean, there's nothing forcing you to knock out those Giratinas, right? You could just kind of poke them with your Mew Vmax or Urshifu, whatever it may be, and then set up for maybe a more powerful multi-prize turn later on. We'll see how things adjust, though, for Daniel. And he is grabbing the Squawk ability right away.
Yeah, looks like, again, a very costly Squawk and Seize on turn 1. We're going to see 4 supporter cards hit the discard pile, and we saw how much Dan wanted those at the end of the game, and just because so many went through, because so many were in the prize cards, did not have access to that, but really going to be looking to find some basic Pokemon. Does have the bailout of at least having the 4 Sealstone, but these are going to be a big 6 cards. Urshifu V, but that's it when it comes to Pokemon.
No Remoraid. Yeah, the Remoraid is the big one you hope to find here. So is it going to be worth popping that for a Sealstone to go get a Remoraid into play this turn? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
There it is, Star Alchemy. You'll find the Battle VIP Pass, and Remoraid is the given. There is that option for a second Pokemon to come into play.
Yeah, probably just another Intellium V. Seems pretty solid. Don't mind having a few of those set up. You can threaten the Double Gunner pretty quickly. Brent on the other end did start the Sableye. Honestly, Sableye, it does have 1 retreat. You know, you can move it around, but it's a pretty annoying starter. It clogs up your board in the early game. You really don't want to see it come into play until you've got those 10 cards in the Lost Zone. So, you know, Comfey and Sableye may look similar to some, but Sableye is not the one that you want to be putting into play early in the game.
And finding that water energy there, as long as you're getting an energy drop onto that Urshifu, that is important. Rapid Flow without taking prize cards, I think that's a very solid strategy, and I like. Daniel's still going for that early, but maybe not as aggressively, might be a little bit.
Yeah, maybe not when
you're
you're giving up 2. The big thing was that he gave up 2 Rapid Strike energy to do that.
Yeah. Did put those water energy in the discard pile. Now, it is sort of a double-edged sword, right? You can get that off energy retrieval, but you can't really draw into them. You're going to have a lot less outs finding your water energy. So we will see Giratina V get grabbed, and it is the Radiant Greninja this time, so maybe signaling a little bit weaker of a hand on Brent's side, may not have a supporter card, or maybe many ways to move the Sableye out. Looks like, yeah, just a bunch of energies.
Yeah, don't see much there.
I think there may be a Jet Energy, so as long as you're using Abyss Seeking, that's great, but you'd like to also be playing your Colossus Experiment, slowly building your way up to the top, up to those 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yep. Shuffling the deck now. We'll be able to use the Radiant Greninja to draw a couple. Probably hoping for a Colress here. That would be nice. Needs to find a way to get Giratina active. We'll see if there is a Jet Energy in the hand. I do see one, so that is good. And Concealed Cards can draw a couple. Hoping to find some Colress options, and that's a couple of Giratina. Honestly, getting another Giratina is not too bad, but maybe we'll see the adjustment from Brent not putting 2 Giratina in play right away so that we don't see a repeat of game number 1, because that did put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, the only downside to doing this is if your opponent plays something like Iono, that can be tough. And these are all...
Yeah, you got Nest Ball, you got plenty of time. Yeah. Lots of ways to get more Giratinas in play in the future.
It does have to throw that boss's orders away, but had to value keeping that switch card and the Colress. And you see Daniel showing that top card.
Yeah, it would have been nice the previous turn. Yep. Didn't quite have it, though, and is able to play the Iono. That is solid, especially after having to discard so many supporters to start the game off. Looking for the Rapid Strike energy or the Octillery, and was at least able to find the Rapid Strike energy, so we can see an attack be pulled off this turn. And with no Path to Peak in play, we also can see that Double Gunner put some pressure onto these lower HP Pokemon on the bench.
You know, damage on the Greninja is nice. It puts it in Gmax Rapid Flow range. Sableye, you can eventually Yoga Loop it as well,
yeah,
so
exactly.
It's not too bad. So here we go. Gmax Spiral, 140 damage onto Giratina V. Brent did find that Colress after being Iono'd, so we'll build this Lost Zone up to 4-6 if he decides to use Abyss Seeking at the end of this turn. But this is where it's tough, is you can Abyss Seeking build your Lost Zone up, but you're pretty much surrendering 2 prize cards to your opponent.
That's what you got to do. You know, I mean, Giratina is a come-from-behind deck at the end of the day, right? You've got all these counter catchers, the Iono, or Roxanne's, excuse me, all in this list, and Brent was able to find another Giratina V, so that is pretty strong. Isn't going to be pressured by having both of his Giratinas wiped out, and also Path to the Peak is pretty nice to put into play, and caps it all off with an Abyss Seeking to increase the size of the Lost Zone once again.
we'll see Path and Jet Energy.
The other options were Jet Energy and a counter catcher. So I think it makes sense. It definitely hurts to lose both of those cards. You do enjoy having access to both of them, but counter catcher is pretty important. I mean, we saw how massive that was for Brent in game number 1.
Yeah, playing a pretty unconventional counts. Most players usually play a total of 3 gusting cards, whether that's 2 counter catcher and a boss or 2 boss and a counter catcher. Brent's playing 4 total gusting cards.
Right. Yeah, that little extra aggression. I like having the 2 boss because you're not always losing, and it can let you close out the game at the end. And I also, of course, like having 2 counter catcher because you often are losing to start the game off. So it gives you plenty of options. So yeah, Brent is really kind of stuck with this like 58, 59 cards of this 60 card list for the last few tournaments. I mean, it's paid off for him. He won the Melbourne Regional Championships with the Giratina deck. We've seen him have deep runs at multiple other events with this archetype, and he's looking to make that happen here in Vancouver as well.
Squawk and seizing away that Octillery early on, actually coming to benefit Daniel here. Can play this Clara, grab that Octillery back, and finally, Rapid Strike Search is online. We've seen both abilities now get used. There is already a Rapid Strike Energy in the hand, so we could see this grab one of those Inteleon Vmax or that Rapid Strike Urshifu. Because of that Rapid Strike Energy.
Yeah, I kind of like grabbing the Inteleon Vmax here. You've already got so many basic energy in your hand, especially because Clara just added 2 more to your hand as well in order to get the Octillery back. So get value from the double gunner while you can before your opponent puts another Path to the Peak into play. And that Sableye is now really close to being KO'd.
So there it is, second double gunner ability. Giratina, Brent just giving away some information here. Sometimes these players like to shuffle their hand up a little bit, get a little bit antsy at the table, but can't let your nerves get the best of you. You're at 5-0-1. You're in a great spot here to get into day 2 of the regional championships. And here's the choice now for Daniel. Do you take a knockout onto this Giratina V? This is, again, playing around Roxanne. This first knockout, I think, is okay, but you've got to really, in your head, navigate, how am I taking these last prize cards? Can I yoga loop and take knockouts? What can I do so I can try and play around Roxanne to the best of my ability?
Yeah, and I like this, not taking the knockout, set it up so you can do something next turn, or in the future maybe, you know, use the escape rope you have and then double gunner to KO the Giratina, use something like the Radiant Alakazam to KO it. You know, to try to take multiple prizes in a turn, similar to what he did in the last game. Yeah, we'll see exactly how he approaches things. I definitely want to see him try to play around the Roxanne. Take 2 prizes, hold off on taking the next one until maybe you can piece together a 4-prize turn. That's really what you like to do with this Urshifu deck.
All 3 cards in Daniel's hand is just water energies. Just has 3 water energies to work with, so maybe you bluff a little bit. You're like, yeah, my hand's good. I got 3 cards, but size is not in the numbers. What can Brent do? Now, Brent has had a few turns to build his hand up. We have seen Abyss Seeking plus 2 Colruses in a row. So there's lots of resources, and now up to 8 cards in the Lost Zone.
Yep.
So Mirage Gate is online. And what will Brent do with this turn? We could have seen Brent, if he had the Giratina V-Star, go in and maybe Lost Impact that, but that can be risky when your opponents show that they play that Professor Turo scenario, which can essentially act as a way to just heal one of your Pokemon up. It would be at the cost of discarding a Rapid Strike energy, but that seems like a good trade-off in my mind.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Here's the concealed cards, and does find the Nest Ball. So what is Brent looking for to get into play? And it is going to be a Comfey.
Yeah, wants to dig a little bit more with this. Has so many cards in the hand currently.
Yeah, so I think this will actually put Brent up to 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
And we're going to see that Sableye be pulled off this turn and will be able to target down, I assume, the Octillery. You know, getting that out of play is pretty important. The Urshifu deck's power level just decreases so much when it doesn't have access to Rapid Strike Search every single turn.
So let's see.
And also, this will be a switch cart being played, which will heal up this Giratina, making it a little more difficult for Daniel to pick up the KO. He should still be able to piece something together. But yeah, this is going to get 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Choosing to get rid of that Colress might feel painful, but in favor of keeping Path to the Peak, that is another card Brent would really like to play this turn, especially because he has the knowledge at least one of the cards in his opponent's hand is a basic water energy.
Lots of costly Lost Zone choices, but you've got to value some cards over the other. It's the nature of this Lost Zone deck. As Magic number 10 achieved for Brent. Lost Mine online. We saw how great it was to get Octillery out of play in game 1. Brent's going to do the exact same thing and even can evolve this Giratina V up into a V-Star, adding 100 HP to this Pokemon, putting it up to 280. So that will now get a 60 HP boost, and we'll just see that last damage counter put onto this Urshifu V. Brent Tonneson, the one to take the lead in this matchup.
Hey, that's not a bad top deck, though, for Daniel. Did find the Karina's Focus. It's not a great supporter, right? Like you mentioned in game number 1, it's only in here because you can search it off of the Rapid Strike search. But, hey, it's better than 3 basic Water Energy. He'll at least be able to draw some cards, and after attaching a Water Energy somewhere, we'll be able to draw even more.
Yeah, and the 60 damage on this Sableye is really awkward, to be honest. And we see actually not attaching this energy card because there might be a chance to maybe Yoga Loop this turn and put in a little bit more value rather than essentially wasting 3 of your double gunner targets onto something that you're just going to knock out for 140 regardless.
And this is a situation where if Daniel didn't have to flip the V-Star marker on turn 1 of the game, it would be really nice to have the answer to that. You know, your Octillery just got KO'd. Now you have the perfect response by being able to get any one card to get yourself reestablished. But Daniel was forced to use that in the early turn of the game in order to get his board set up so that we could get to at least this point.
Now the choice. What do you want off of this Ultra Ball? The scary thing here is if you put another Emerald into play, your opponent could have just something like Super Rod to put Sableye back and target that down while maybe putting pressure on your Vmax Pokemon to be in range of something like Lost Impact. But you see this deck really struggles to function without Octillery. It's got to be Daniel's priority, and it will be the choice off this Ultra Ball.
Yeah, gotta try to reestablish it, and then obviously the Sableye will be going down with this play from Daniel. Feels bad to waste a little bit of the damage, right? 60 damage that's been built up on the Sableye, not really being able to maximize the potential of what it could be, but you are able to return this energy, which means if you can find, say, a Tower of Waters next turn, we could see Yoga Loop come into play maybe onto one of these Comfeys if Daniel can pull some stuff off with a Radiant Alakazam and some double gunner plays.
We'll see how everything progresses out. Brent will start things off with a Chorus's Experiment. So I believe that may actually be the last copy of Chorus, as one did hit the Lost Zone.
Yeah, it's true. I think that is correct. Yeah, that adds up to 3 here. Plenty of switch cards. Also the Counter Catcher. Counter Catcher's not live right now, and so Brent is going to choose to get rid of that. That's normally something that can be really powerful moving forward, but I think Brent is recognizing he's potentially going to jump ahead here in the next few turns and might have a hard time utilizing that card.
And this is great. Can do it with a pretty much fresh Giratina V-Star rather, not in range of anything like Devolution to knock it out, not in range of anything to take a one-hit knockout.
I do think he needs to find the V-Star. I'm not sure there was one in the hand.
Wow.
And he is able to hit it off of the flower selecting. Massive to find. And this will be that Star Requiem coming out. V-Star power. You only get to use 1 a game, and this is one of the best in the entirety of the game. Just taking a KO on whatever your opponent's active Pokemon is, and in this position, getting Brent 3 prizes.
And that Squawk ability on the bench is looking primed to be the final 2 prize cards Brent will need to secure this. Filling the bench up, playing the cards out, and there it is, Star Requiem knocking out Inteleon Vmax. Brent Tonneson 2 prize cards away from locking a spot up in day 2 here in Vancouver.
Daniel is going to promote the Urshifu, needs some help. The draw for turn was another Rapid Strike Energy, not super strong. You already have one in hand, but can play the Arven here, getting any item card and any tool card out of the deck.
Looks like there are some Devolution at this point, so can find that Technical Machine item card. It's not going to do much here.
Nah.
Of course, not going to be able to knock out that Giratina V-Star. It is just out of range on the bench.
But it can become discard fodder. You know, it's not useful in this matchup, so you can discard it with the Ultra Ball that was grabbed, and this can re-establish the Octillery. Is actually going to choose to get the Urshifu. Was the other Octillery in the deck? Yeah,
sure.
Normally you'd like to just get the Octillery because then the Octillery can find the Urshifu, right?
Yeah,
right after.
Exactly. And this could be Daniel maybe feeling some of the pressure here and just thinking, you know what? My back's kind of against the wall here. I really don't know what to do because even with a Gmax Rapid Flow here, you're still at worst staring down a Giratina V-Star that can throw off another attack, and Brent has a massive hand. Just needs a few pieces to close the game out on the following turn. It's just up to Daniel. What do you do here? We'll see Metacham V come down.
I mean, Daniel can win the game next turn if Brent doesn't win this turn.
Yeah.
He's going to damage the active Giratina and then knock out the one on the bench. He's going to go down to 3 prize cards left. If he can find Melanie and Urshifu next turn, but not going to get a next turn. Brent Tonneson has the energy and the boss's orders to KO either the Metacham or that Squawkabilly EX on the bench, and Brent Tonneson locks up a spot in day 2 with a 6-0-1 record.
Playing tried and true, it's the deck key won a regional championship with Giratina V-Star 2-0. Taking down Rapid Strike, Urshifu Vmax. Brent Tonneson on his way to potentially win a US regional. Henry Brand did it last season. See if Brent can follow in his Australian countryman's footsteps and sort of invade into other countries and take down some regional championships.
He's already been doing it all year, hasn't gotten the win outside of his home country. We'll see if he can make it happen, though. Here in Vancouver, getting a win in Canada and Melbourne in the same season would be pretty wild, as we are seeing this replay here. Gmax Rapid Flow able to take that 4 prize turn in game number 1. Seemed like it was putting Daniel in a great spot, but ultimately this was his downfall, activating Roxanne for Brent, and he found the perfect combination of comeback cards to get back into this game.
It all starts with Roxanne. Great comebacks start with great comeback cards. And it was just that Radiant Alakazam. I mean, Daniel had to bench it to really maximize that draw, but I don't really think that one extra card was worth putting that sort of liability of a Pokemon. You've got no real way besides that Turo, which was discarded to move it out of the active spot.
Yeah, the one escape rope being the only other option, and it's really difficult to find that one-of card. And Brent had the game-winning combo, counter catcher, switch cart, and using that V-Star power. And yeah, VMAX Pokemon are really strong, but they give up 3 prizes.
We've sort of seen them take a backseat unless they're able to really outweigh the benefits of some of these V-Star Pokemon in the format. That's just sort of how the meta has shifted over time as Pokemon get more and more powerful. Different strategies affect how players play their games out. And it was some good early aggression from Daniel putting on damage counters under these Urshifus. But at the end of the day, Giratina V-Star reigns supreme. Brent Tonneson 6-0-1, undefeated so far, looking to secure himself a spot in the top 8 cut tomorrow. We've still got plenty more Pokemon to play. We've still got 2 more Swiss rounds for today, but every single match point counts when you're in fields. This is not one of our bigger regional championships throughout the year. We've got a little under 1,000 players competing throughout our Masters division here, the division that we've been following throughout this entire weekend. You still need a very, very solid record to get through. Most of the time, you're still looking at 34, 35 match points. And this is where your mental has really got to be tough. Just because you win the first 6 or 5 or 6 rounds, right? Just because you're already at 19 match points, can't let up yet. You've still got to really capitalize in these next 2 matches and try and put yourself in a good spot where you're usually looking at least 22-ish match points to really be in a solid position.
You want to lock up as many match points in day 1 as possible because it just makes your day 2 so much easier. It takes a lot of stress off. You can afford to drop a couple of rounds throughout the rest of the tournament if you want to make it in the top 8, but you would rather drop them in day 2 where theoretically the competition maybe will be a little stiffer. If you can just pick those up in day 1 and not worry about taking any more losses, even though if Brent did lose these next 2 rounds, he would still make it to day 2. You know, want to just cash in on the match points as quickly as possible, really.
And he's no stranger to this stage. I mean, a day 2 for a lot of people, it's a great accomplishment. It's something to be excited for, but I mean, if you look at a list of Brent's accomplishments throughout his numerous years of playing the Pokemon TCG in the Seniors Division and then also in the Masters Division as well, he's no stranger to seeing, you know what, I got to set my alarm for 7 a.m. tomorrow. I got to be up to play some more Pokemon.
He's used to waking up early for the day 2s, without a doubt. Yeah, I have to wonder how Brent's internal clock has been, you know, traveling all over as much as he has. Yeah, got to be a mess. He's played Pokemon in like a dozen time zones this year, it feels like.
Yeah, East Coast, West, Central, Europe. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. That's too much.
South America, you know, back home in Australia, you know, there's the Perth Regional Championships, Melbourne Regionals. I think Perth is coming up, so, you know, he's got a lot on the plate for sure.
Yeah, he will not be at Orlando because there's actually a regional in Australia that same weekend, so maybe skipping out for the bigger regional championships to maybe get a little bit of an easier competition sometimes. It can be easier.
Or just, to be home.
Okay. I think if there was
that
a two
plays a bigger role. You want to be at home, and it's a little more expensive to get to the Orlando Regional Championships from Australia than staying in country. But yeah, with that all being said, I'm excited to get to hear from Brent, our winner from this last round, making it into day 2. Does he feel like he's got what it takes to get a second regional win this season?
Welcome to the lounge, everyone. Adam Watson here, joined by Brent Tonneson, who we just saw win on stream. That game almost ridiculous. Go ahead and walk us through it.
Yeah, so in game 1, I was really hoping to hit a switch cart, and I didn't bench the third Tina, which the main reason for that is I didn't want them to get the extra 20 damage on it over time. And then after the Iono, I didn't hit the other Tina, I didn't hit the switch cart, and then just lost all of them. But the thing is, I knew that if I got rid of the Octillery, I would still be in a decent shot because he was out of 3 Rapid Strike energies.
Okay.
So without Octillery, the odds that he finds one, or he could use the Forest Seal Stone for it, but then he wouldn't have the Melanie, and then I could disrupt the hand again, and I would be in a decent spot. But the big question was more so, do I Rock Sand and try to hit the counter catcher, or do I Colress and hit the Sableye? And I ended up taking the risk of the Rock Sand, because I'm like, well, I need to disrupt the hand. Well, I didn't need to, but it was very good on that turn.
Right.
And I got the counter catcher, got the Cramorant KO, and after that, I don't think the game was in that bad of a position anymore. And overall, I just had to dodge a Rapid Strike plus a Melanie, and I was in a good spot.
Yeah, you really made a bold decision to come back from such a deficit, which is, something that we see seemingly a lot in the Pokemon TCG, but that's just because when we're at the regional championships, we have, the best of the best players who calculate these very thin margins in order to make the miracles happen. When you went after the Octillery, was that specifically because you were so far behind, or is that kind of your go-to strategy for dealing with the Rapid Strike box decks?
Well, it depends, because in some games, I might use a Cramorant to attack into a Vmax and then use Lost Impact plus V-Star to win the game. But in some games, particularly that one, when I lost so many prize cards so early, it was much better off to just shut off the Octillery and then take a 3 prize and a 2 prize turn. So sometimes it does change between the two, but usually it's one of the two of those.
And for Giratina, the VMAX deck, and you're getting 3 prizes, you went into it thinking that you were favored and you just had to come over that, overcome that hurdle, or were you worried about just Rapid Strike being one of those oddball matchups that's a bit rare, maybe not as well accounted for this meta?
Well, it's not that common anymore, but my list is pretty much as far, as good as it can get into Rapid Strike. I run the 4 switch carts, which are better in this matchup because of the healing, and I have the 2 counter catchers, which are really good from going behind. As you saw, if I hit that counter catcher, it was very good. So I am prepared for it. I've also practiced the matchup a lot, which, truth be told...
Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah, when I practiced the matchup, I practiced it all the way back in January. I played maybe 20-something games into it. It was probably the matchup that I couldn't figure out exactly what I'm meant to do.
Okay, so yeah, it is such an oddball deck where there are a lot of different lines for you to approach their weak points, like the Octillery, bringing up the Radiant Alakazam, trending into the active, and then Rapid Strike also, has tons of angles to approach their matchups where they want to allocate damage, what attacks they're going for. And this particular round here in Swiss Round 7 was taxing. Has there been any other games you've played today that have been so grueling to get those comebacks with Giratina V-Star?
I've had a Roaring Moon with the Darkrai V-Star.
Oh no.
That was really scary. I was down really far. All I needed to do was to get the Greninja off. He still had the Darkrai V-Star, and I think he missed I think he needed the energy and the switch. I think that was what he was missing. And he just didn't hit in the end, and I managed to win that. And I was down a game as well, so it was really scary.
So you've been having to fight tooth and nail, pretty much, for a lot of these wins. And of course, we all know that, Giratina is a pretty complicated deck to play correctly because you have to take that initial hit and fall behind a little bit to activate the deck and come back. And this is on top of all of the perhaps fatigue and stress of traveling all over the globe to play Pokemon. Why don't you let our audience know a little bit about that, Brent?
Yes, I can't tell how good I am at handling jet lag. I think I'm used to it, usually. And for events like this, I came in on the Thursday instead of the Friday, so I had an extra day to adjust as well. Because my trip total time was probably 24 hours, slightly more than the average person that attended this event.
So you just get so jet lagged that it loops around and then it fixes itself.
I mean, to some extent, yes.
What's the worst stretch you've had to do? Is this it? Is this like the furthest you can travel from one end of the globe to the other?
No, the worst was Sao Paulo, just because of my routes there aren't very good.
Oh, true.
So usually you can get some better routes, but this time it was like 40-something hours, and then we end up missing a connection, so end up being 50-something hours travel time. No. It was rough.
Do you have any advice for somebody who's traveling just any particularly long distance for Pokemon tournaments? Now that, the Pokemon TCG is getting much more popular, the tournaments are getting bigger and bigger, players are going to want to start traveling, I think, a little bit of a longer distance to go to a tournament. What's your first steps for a good travel experience?
Okay, so first thing is, as long as you have your passport, the rest you can pay your way through. If you forget anything else, just don't forget your passport. That's the biggest thing to not forget. Another thing is, if you're planning to go to events, look for sales early on. Try to book early if you can, especially if you can get refundable tickets. Those are pretty good if you can early. Another thing is try to stay with friends, because the accommodation can get really expensive on your own. So you have a group, hopefully you have a group that play test with you, friends. You can stay with them, reduce costs. It's also a good idea.
Yeah, and Pokemon is a global community, so we have players who have been practicing with one another for years at this point and are willing to be accommodating. And hopefully, you continue to enjoy their goodwill to travel and play Pokemon. Since you've been all over the place, right? This is such a rare opportunity for me to ask about, because I like to travel as well. What's the city that really stands out to you that you traveled to for a Pokemon event that was one of your favorites, maybe had good food, or just had a really nice time there?
That's actually really tough.
Yeah, there's so many different places, right? So many regional championships. Maybe just anything that particularly comes to mind.
I do like Sao Paulo.
Yeah?
I don't know. I really like it. I've had some really good experiences there.
Yeah, the culture down in Brazil is fantastic. Their love of the game is second to none. Yeah. And I think that as a competitor, you can certainly feed off of that energy. And of course, one question that I've been asking everyone is, what deck are you looking forward to for Temporal Forces for this next format?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to at least Charizard. I think Charizard's got some interesting ways to play. Not having to hit the setup on turn 1 as much as it is now makes it a lot more interesting. You can kind of come back on turn 2, have some Iono counter catcher plays in the late game, make some comebacks. So it gets closer to Tina in terms of how it plays.
That's very solid. Charizard EX, we know it's strong now. Going to continue to be strong coming up. And of course, I'm rooting for you to continue to be strong here in the Vancouver Regional Championships. I'm going to let you go, prepare for your next round. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and get things underway.
Thanks so much, Skarzik. Great to hear from an international player. Regional championships are usually limited to the rating zone that they're happening in. So for US and Canada, majority of made up. So anytime somebody comes over from Europe or Australia or even Latin America coming up to these events, it's always a treat to hear their thought process and their experiences, because they're very different from sort of you and I when we're doing majority of just US and Canada events that are in North America.
Right, yeah, it's really cool to see that perspective. I mean, the game has just gotten so much bigger this past season compared to even just the season previous to it. The increased prize pool has definitely been a big part of, letting players like Brent chase, the whole circuit across the globe, being able to go to so many events. I mean, it's paid off great for him. He's got his regional title under his belt. He got that second place finish over in Liverpool not too long ago, and is looking to make another deep run here at this event. And I think we're only going to see more of that as things continue to move forward in the Pokemon TCG. Next season, we'll probably see even more people attempt to do the global world tour throughout the season. Because for the great players, it kind of is something that you can justify to make financial sense. You've got sponsors that help you out, and then ultimately the prizes you earn at the events can help make up for the cost differential.
So great about Pokemon. I mean, even where we're at, looking back 5-10 years from before, I never thought we would get to this point. And the future is only brighter.
It's true.
Still so much to grow. I mean, the spaces can always get bigger. The game can always get more exciting. The championship points, the prizing can always get bigger as well.
Yeah, we've
That's
got
what
the
makes it so
largest
fun.
ever internationals coming up at EUIC, and I can't even imagine what things are going to look like come NAIC later on this year.
Yeah, what, almost 3,000 players approximately for registration for that event. Whew.
Yeah. It's gonna be a
Imagine
wild
top
one.
cutting that event. What record? You probably need to go like 13-2 to make it into cut at that event.
It's going to be close. I mean, 12-3, hopefully. I mean, that's 36 match points, right?
Yeah.
37 match points is kind of ridiculous, but honestly, we're not that far away from that becoming the reality of having to go at least, 12-2-1 to make it into top cut of a tournament. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. We could see that in the next 12 months or so.
Yeah. Been thinking about it. It's getting me excited. Of course, for those following the circuit, EUIC is coming up in 2 weeks. We're going to be providing coverage for that. It will be here on the Pokemon TCG Twitch channel and the YouTube, so make sure you guys are following those and getting ready to keep up with the action. We've also got the pre-show coming up for that as well, so lots of hype surrounding this event.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. The pre-show is going to be a lot of fun in the event itself. There's so much coming up, the rotation, the new sets, so many things to be looking forward to. But something else I'm looking forward to is getting to catch up with our winner from the first round we had today. We saw Cyrus Davis take things down, and Adam was able to go out and grab them, bring them back for an interview so we can catch up and see exactly how their tournament run is going. So go ahead, Skarzik, take it away.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans. We're making up for lost time here, catching up with Cyrus Davis, still hanging in there for Vancouver. How's the tournament been since we were last able to see you on stream?
Good. So I went up to 4-0 after the stream game, and then I tied against the Mew. I actually lost to a Zoro box.
Okay.
And then I just beat a Zard last round. So we're back up to 5-1-1. Just, one more to secure my spot tomorrow, and we're feeling pretty comfortable.
That's great to hear. Now, the Zoro box, that's what's sticking out to me, certainly. Was that just something that you just absolutely did not prep for, or just couldn't really find your footing for Zoro box?
It certainly isn't something that I prepped for. I think that there were no cards. Actually, so there was one card in his list that I was sort of thinking he might play, but I wasn't expecting it. So he plays the Buddy Catch Gallade that lets him search the deck for a supporter.
Okay,
so
yeah.
I know that, against these rogue single price decks, my best strategy is always going to be to disrupt. So I'm going to chase down whatever his setup Pokemon are and try to Iono him as much as possible. By doing this, I managed to put him into a position where when I went down to one prize, I actually knocked out with a boss his only Zorua in play.
Okay.
But I was like, man, if this guy has this card in his deck, that's going to be crazy. And he goes, Buddy Catch, Thornton the mana V into a Zorua, evolve into Zoroark, Zoroark into Slowbro, attach DT to Slowbro, and then Slowbro allows you to take 2 prize cards in one turn if your opponent's only on 1 prize card. So he took me by surprise, and then game 2, I wasn't able to disrupt him as well. So I got quickly 2-0'd by the Zoro box, but I don't think there's too much I could have done differently. It seems like they cooked up a pretty cool deck for the tournament. But I'm not expecting to hit too many more of those today, and that's my only loss so far, so.
Yeah, if you're going to take the loss, it's got to be against something so spicy like that. The Zoro box, I think, was on our radar earlier, and it's great to get some confirmation that player's certainly having a lot of fun. And as the tournament has now begun to grind on, you're playing Gardevoir, this deck that draws a lot of cards, takes a lot of actions. How is your mental fatigue kind of keeping up with the taxing nature of this deck?
Yeah, so I'm definitely getting a little tired. I've played a lot of Pokemon, but 7 rounds I've gone to time, I think, almost every single round.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I've won most of my games 2-0, so that hasn't been too much of a problem. But it definitely, I'm feeling a little tired. I'm looking forward to just getting these last 2 rounds done and having a mental reset for tomorrow where there won't be as many rounds until, top cut.
That's a really great mindset to have. Just get through these next rounds. Try to stay as sharp as you can. one particular tech you had in your list the casters were really excited about was the Moonlit Hill. You know, there's been a lot of arguments between 1 copies, 2 copies. Was there any specific players or results of a tournament that maybe put you in one direction versus the other?
No, so actually, this is a list I tried a lot as soon as Moonlit Hill came out. And I scrapped it a little bit. I wanted to play the Cresselia, I wanted to play the Worker, the Lost Vacuum, so I put those back in. But what the double Moonlit Hill really allows you to do is it allows you to take out the Vacuum and the Worker for 2 more stadium spots. So you have an equal amount of stadium outs. And you can draw into those off of something like Research, whereas Worker, you can't draw off a supporter. And what it allows you to do is it also sort of doubles as the Cress against Lost Zone matchups, as you probably saw in my stream game, where I was able to keep Moonlight Hilling my Pokemon out of range of his Cramorants and Sableye attacks. So basically, by playing those over the Vacuum and the Worker, I'm able to fit 1 additional card into my deck, and by fitting 1 additional card into my deck, it just allows my deck to be that much more consistent. So I'm playing the 4 Level Ball, the 4 Battle VIP Pass. People normally play 1 less of those, and I managed to play the Avery as well, which helps in some of Gardery's trickier matchups like Excalibur, Mew, and even the Mirror.
That's, wow, a lot of thought really went into just a simple decision as, do I want to run this card that everyone says is already good in the deck? And you, of course, doing your own footwork to make that confirmation and get the testing done. Now, Cyrus, you've developed a sort of a reputation for being able to adopt whatever deck you feel is going to be the best for the tournament at hand. Is there any specific advice you have for players that maybe want to switch to multiple decks or learn multiple decks that's helped you?
I think it's just about diversifying your practice time between as many decks as you can. Even when I, know that I'm going to play Guardy for a tournament, it's still beneficial to me to play Tina against Guardy and sort of be able to understand the matchup from the Atina's player side as well. There are certain things that you get just from playing a deck where you can almost just get a feel for how likely they are to hit something off of a certain number of cards. And so when you're playing against that deck, if you have experience with it, you can have a better feeling of how likely they are to hit what they need at any given turn. So I'd say just diversifying what you play against over time. Obviously, the longer you play, the more every deck feels like something you've played before. It's something I say a lot. So it's a lot easier to adapt to new decks that I maybe haven't played as many games with because I have played other decks that are similar. But I'd say, just diversifying the decks that you practice with and the decks that you practice against is super important. Don't just practice against, Charizard all day because it's the most popular deck and it's probably going to be the most popular deck for the tournament because you only need so much practice against each matchup.
Yeah, and that's a point we definitely hear from other high-level players as well, to try to maximize your testing time and diversifying your matchups that you're playing against, developing that gut feeling, that instinct for the matchup is something that I really haven't heard anyone talk about before. So that's a really cool angle. Hopefully we'll be able to revisit that in day 2. But we can now kick things to a break, and when we get back, we've got Swiss Round 8 coming up, so don't go anywhere.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. If you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Toonbug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals.
And back in 2016, Pokemon Go was the first ever Pokemon game I played. I'd never played a single Pokemon game before learning about Pokemon Go. When I was a freshman at college, there was a wild Dragonite that spawned, and the whole campus literally ran to the spawn. And it was such a frenzy. It was such a fun time. I've just gotten to love the game and love the Pokemon series. It's just been a really fun learning experience, and the community is great. It's just fun competition.
Toonbug, who's absolutely on fire.
I have a sports background. I'm a competitive person by heart, so it was pretty easy transition to competitive play. My favorite moment was probably winning Arlington last year. The tournament before that, I came off being reverse swept in the losers finals, which was very heartbreaking end to a tournament. And then I was able to come back and win Arlington. Felt like such a big step for me. I would look up to the previous world champion, Nick Saxon. He's a really good friend of mine. He's been very helpful in my journey with team building and practicing, and he's just a very nice person too.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that.
My number one goal is to win Worlds, but I would just love to do well at Worlds because the last two World Championships I haven't done as well as I wanted. I've learned that I am really competitive. I am also one of the best players in the world. A lot of people say that about me too, and I like winning.
Vancouver Regional Championships are well underway, and whether you're here to have fun or here to win it all, players are getting ready to get done with these last few rounds. What a great experience so far at these regional championships as round number 8 is getting underway. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie. What else can we say so far? No real new surprises just yet, but never say never. Still plenty of Pokemon to play.
Still plenty of Pokemon to play and some surprises in store without a doubt. 2 Swiss rounds left today, and then players will play 6 Swiss rounds tomorrow to determine who makes it into our top 8 cut and eventually whittle us down to our Vancouver Regional Champion.
It's great playing Pokemon in a new country. It's great commentating Pokemon over here in Canada. Now, this is my first time at this Vancouver Convention Center here. I don't know about you, Chip. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I was here for the Vancouver Regionals last year, which was a blast. We got to see Ian Robb win his 6th regional championship, which is crazy to see. But this place is actually a very special place to the Pokemon community. The 2013 World Championships were actually held inside this room where Jason Klasinski won his 3rd World Championship title.
That was before I started, Chip, really getting into the game, but
Me too.
Watch it. Okay, that's fair. All right, at least we're even on that one.
There you go.
Right? But these are the things that make the core history moments of the Pokemon TCG. But I mean, even this full event hall, right? It's just such a different layout from how many players were even playing in that World Championship over 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to come back for many players. I know, like last season, 2013 was the World Championships. Last season was the 2023 Regional Championships. And so there were a lot of players who, when it came to traveling to this tournament, actually were having to renew their passports because passports expire after 10 years, and many of them had gotten their passport to go to Canada for that first World Championship. So yeah, it's just cool to see how the game has come along. I mean, I have to imagine there's probably more people in this room today than there was at that 2013 World Championship. So you have to imagine, I mean, just how big it's gotten in the last 10 years. What will 10 years from now look like?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Yokohama Worlds right now saying, how can we up and top what happened in Yokohama? And it may never be. We may never top a World Championship like that. That one was a very, very special World Championship. But, I mean, people were probably saying the same thing after Vancouver Worlds, right?
True.
Like, how do we do better than this, right? How can things get better? And
they somehow find a way to make things bigger, better, year after year.
Well, it's enough nostalgia for the two of us here. We're here looking at the future. We touched about the past, and now we got the future here. Round number 8 coming up between both of these players that will be featuring on our match. We said we have a little bit of a surprise. I'm going to keep the can on the worms for now. We're going to reveal it a little bit. We'll wait for our players to set up. So we've got a completely fair advantage here for both players. But I'm excited to see what is going to go down here in the Swiss Round 8.
Yeah, in each Swiss round, we only get to focus on one single match. It's just kind of, if we featured more than one, this tournament would just go on forever and ever, it feels like. But we get to just feature one, but there are tons of other games happening out in the field. Let's take a look at some of those key matches that are happening out on the floor. Our stream match is going to be Paul Margold up against Kobe Kawasaki. And we see a 7-0 face-off there. Reagan Retzlaff, with 21 match points, going to be going up against Brandon Baugh with also 21 match points. 7-0 record for both of those competitors.
Yeah, this is looking like a lot of actual Miraidon doing well. Josh Fernando piloting that deck. Charlie Lockyer as well. Charlie is one of those players who was part of that esteemed group to go 9-0 at a regional day 1. Did it with a deck that is one of my personal favorites to look back with, that Lost March deck.
I remember that tournament, yep.
Yeah. Yo, you have memories from that tournament?
Yeah, I casted that tournament way back then. Yeah, back in the grassroots days. It was a pretty wild thing to watch. Ended up making it into the top 8 of that event with the Lost March. He's going to be playing against Caleb Gettimer. That's honestly a great matchup out there. Caleb, one of the top North American players, multi-time regional winner, looking to make a deep run. He's playing the Charizard. Yeah, plenty of variety from the decks from these players. And then Kieran Farah down there, 16 match points, has got a little bit of work ahead of him. You know, a couple of win-and-ins in a row to try to make it into day 2, facing off against Camden Freeze in this last round, or the second to last round, I should say.
So Reagan and Brandon, I'm not really sure. Brandon potentially looks like we might have an error there because I believe Brandon was the player we featured last round. Actually, I don't think we featured Brandon on our last round stream. So.
No, yeah, it is Brandon up there at table number 1 against Reagan.
Yeah, so Reagan Retzlaff, his pet deck so far, Chien Pao, still rocking with that. Undefeated so far. Will we see Reagan back in a top cut? I don't believe we've actually seen him in top cut yet this season after being number 1 in North America the previous year.
Yeah, he was definitely the rookie of the year last year. It was his first season as a Masters player. He got a regional victory, had tons of top cuts, but has not quite found the same level of success this season. There are so many great competitors in this game. You know, players go through streaks where, you know, they're really hot. They're making multiple top cuts, it feels like. It's impossible to beat them at any given event. And you know, players go through cold streaks as well, and Reagan has been committed to the Chien Pao for better or for worse. You know, he's definitely got his way that he likes to play the deck as well, but it's really paying off here at this event, and that experience from the last few months of this format coming to fruition now with a 7-0 start. We'll see if he can continue to push forward and, you know, how well he can do in this event.
Our players getting set up, getting ready at the table. We're going to have a great match to feature. It's going to be Paul Margold up against Kobe Kawasaki. Now, Kobe, we have seen on the regional stage before. We've seen him and his brother performing at some of the West Coast regionals as well. And Kobe has actually piloted a wide variety of decks throughout his Pokemon TCG career.
Yeah, absolutely. He likes to play spicy stuff. He actually got second place at this tournament last year playing Hisuian Gudra V-Star at a time where it was not nearly as popular as it later was able to achieve as the format developed. And that is definitely going to be true for him today. We'll let you guys know what he's playing exactly once we get down to the table, but trust me, you are in for a treat. And speaking of which, let's get down to that table and introduce both of our competitors here in Swiss Round 8.
Oh boy, it's gonna be an exciting one for sure. We have maybe the most standard, regular deck in the format, Charizard Pidgeot EX up against, let me make sure that I'm reading this right. We've got Zoroark Box on stream. I can't even pronounce it right. I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, this is, I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in this game. Zorobox has been one of my favorite decks to come back to for fun every once in a while during the course of its life. You know, we've talked so much about rotation at this tournament, and it's one last ride for Zorobox at this event as well. You know, that Zoroark is going to rotate out of the standard format, has just truly one of the coolest abilities in the game. That Phantom transformation, allowing you to swap it with a stage 1 Pokemon from your discard pile. If you viewing at home have never seen Zorobox in action, as it is called, trust me, you are in for a treat in this one.
Paul's not going to make it easy though. Playing that Charizard EX deck, it is very, very powerful, very, very standard, but just because something is standard and regular does not mean it's not good. And wants to just get an invite using Charizard EX. And I mean, I've got some good news here for Paul. Things are going to get a lot easier next rotation once we rotate.
Yeah, Charizard is pretty strong right now, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Based on the results we've seen from Japan, based on what, you know, people's early testing has looked like thus far, Charizard is going to be pretty strong in the post-rotation format. Now, Paul did get a top 32 finish at the Charlotte Regional Championships to start off this year back in January, of course, playing the Charizard, and we'll see if he's able to continue to make that happen.
No way, man. Sorry, I got Paul showing off for the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, playing it up for the crowd.
Getting
You
it
love
up
to see
here.
it.
Showing he's got it. All right, I see you, Paul.
Prize
Let's
cards
see if
going out.
see if he can keep that that confidence here going into this match. I mean, you might lose a little bit of confidence once you are going up against Zorobox. So let's take a look at these prizes. Big to see that Flapple in the prize cards. That is one of your attackers that you can use without that reversal energy.
Yeah, just one single colorless energy can use that Acid Mucus. Yeah, definitely not something you love to see in the prize cards, but not too big of a deal. Paul, on the other end, did prize the Luminion, which could come up, could be a factor. Also, a Boss's Orders in the prizes, but it is at the bottom. He'll likely take it pretty early on. Nothing too detrimental, I think, for either of these players. A Curlia for Kobe. You know, that's a pretty important card. That's the draw engine of this deck. It utilizes Ralts, Curlia, and then that Buddy Catch Gallade. Going to be a lot happening here in this one, Ethan. I'm excited to get to walk through it with you and see exactly what happens in this game.
Let's get into it. The anticipation is building up. Paul up against Kobe. The winner locks up a spot into day 2 of the Vancouver Regional Championships. And I'm going to leave a lot of this to you, Chip, because this is not a matchup that I've practiced a lot. You know, I play a lot of Pokemon TCG.
It's been a little while since I've played Zorobox, to be honest. But, you know, there was a few formats ago where I would, you know, queue it up on TCG Live, try to get my daily quests done, you know, cash in on my crystals that you get every single day. But yeah, we're kicking things off, and here we go. Kobe playing that level ball. Zorua start with a Ralts on the bench, facing down Paul's Charmander.
And instantly going to check all of these one-of Pokemon that are in the deck. The whole point of this deck, Chip, what does it do? What is, I mean, look, Zoroark has that Phantom Transformation ability. It changes to stage 1s. What's so good about changing into a different Pokemon?
Yeah, what's really cool about this deck, it's really a true toolbox-style deck where you change what you do based on what matchup you are playing against. So in this specific matchup, Kobe's going to be aiming to use Scovillain. It's super spicy breath attack, I believe.
Yep.
Able to deal 90 damage, but if you have a fire energy attached to that Pokemon, it deals 90 more damage. So it can one-hit KO a Charizard EX as it is a grass-type Pokemon. Now you might be wondering, how do you get a fire energy on this Pokemon? It also requires grass energy for its attack. And the way you're going to do that is through the Reversal Energy, an energy card that is extremely powerful, but it only gets its powerful effect when you are behind on prize cards. When your opponent has fewer prize cards remaining than you do. It provides 3 energy cards of any type when attached to an evolution Pokemon. So Kobe's going to get these Zoroarks into play. He's going to get those key Pokemon for this matchup into the discard pile, and then use Zoroark's Phantom Transformation, swap into whatever the new Pokemon needs to be, and hopefully take multi-prize KOs and jump ahead in the prize trade at the very end.
Solid first turn for Kobe. Looking good for Paul as well as he starts this turn off. Does have a little bit of a gift from Kobe there that Artisan can grab one of these numerous non-rule box basic Pokemon out of the deck. It's already Rotom will be the selection, it seems. Maybe just looking through to see all these Pokemon to get grabbed. You also sort of have to be aware of something if there's some sort of like lightning Pokemon in this deck. Now, Kobe is not playing anything. I know there's a Jolteon in this deck that can sometimes hit some of these lightning weak Pokemon, but Kobe decided, I'm not going to cover all of my bases. I'm just going to cover the important ones. Luckily, is playing that Scovillain, and it is in the deck here for Kobe.
Yeah, not in the prize cards. That's something that definitely is a little risky when building the Zoro box deck. You have a lot of really important evolution Pokemon, but you don't ever really want to play more than one of them because they're only useful in certain matchups. So you run a little bit of a risk that that key card could be prized at the time that you need it. We do see, like we mentioned at the start, that Flapple in the prizes, kind of just a vanilla good attacker into just about anything, into most matchups. But yeah, Paul getting pretty set up here with a Battle VIP pass, and I'm pretty sure there's actually a second one in the hand as well.
Oh, wow, an excellent start. They even have a supporter card to back this up. So we'll see how Paul builds his board up. Now, usually against the Zoroark deck, just attacking over and over again can sometimes actually not be a winning strategy. How do you think Paul should approach the pacing and build this board up, or is there not much you can really do to play around things?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how Paul approaches this. You have to assume he has not tested against Zorobox very much, if at all. It might be something you run into on the TCG Live ladder every once in a while when you're practicing. Yeah, we'll see exactly how he wants to piece things together. You definitely have to attack at some point. You've got to do something. Paul is not playing something like the Lost City. That's one way that you can kind of respond to the Zorobox deck. If you could Lost City the Scovillain, you know that your Charizards in the future could be safe. Honestly, if Paul wanted to try to make a call that Kobe does not play something like the Jolteon that you mentioned that can one-hit KO Pidgeot, I'd actually like to see Paul try to attack with that Pidgeot itself. It's got a solid attack. It deals 120 damage and can take knockouts on most things that Kobe puts into play.
Yeah, that was the thought process I had, is just if you're not playing that lightning attacker, you can sometimes take a lead and your opponent is sort of unable to deal with it.
But it's difficult for Paul to make that call, having not seen Kobe's list. He doesn't have perfect knowledge that there's no Jolteon hanging around. So if he runs into Kobe's active Pokemon with a Pidgeot, there is a world where it could just get KO'd right away by a Jolteon with a Reversal Energy, and then you lose your Quick Search Pidgeot.
That's the risk about playing a deck you don't have a lot of a practice against, you don't have a lot of information on. It will just be building the hand up with that Rotom, instant charge to end the turn off. That's Kobe, just able to use Artisan once again. More than happy to have the Stadium card in play.
Yeah, and Kobe, like I mentioned, is really going to be relying on Reversal Energy in this game, so he wants to give up prize cards. He wants Paul to jump ahead. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kobe let Paul take a couple of prize cards, and especially in this instance where, like we mentioned, that Flapple is prized. That is the one way you can be probably a little aggressive. He also does have one double turbo energy, but you really want to save that for the end of the game. Pretty often the way that Zorobox finishes games out is with that slow bro. When your opponent has just one prize card remaining, you use that attack, and you just get to take 2 prizes. So as long as you get down to that point, you know, with all these single prize Pokemon in play and make it so your opponent has just that 1 prize card left, and you can get down to 2 at the same time, you can close out and get a guaranteed win.
And a really tough draw actually drew into that Scoville, the Pokemon you want in the discard pile. If Kobe had just saved that Refinement and played the Iono first, would have been able to discard that off Refinement. We'll now have to rely on something like an Ultra Ball maybe to find these Pokemon back. He's only playing 2 copies of that card, though.
He's got time to do it. You know, he's not super pressured to do it immediately. He is going to want to respond to a Charizard when it comes up. But yeah, like we said, he's just going to kind of play this patient waiting game. A big guard for Kobe as well is going to be the Arezu, a pretty uncommon supporter card. We don't see it too often, but it lets you search your deck for 3 evolution Pokemon that do not have a rule box and put them into your hand. And so maybe that's what Kobe was thinking by going for the Refinement, give himself a chance to draw the Arezu, then he can find the Scoville and he can find the Curlias to continue to set his board up.
Pretty solid hand here. Does actually have the Ultra Ball already in combination with this Pidgeot.
Here we go.
And there is that rare candy in hand too. So a quick search is online, and I think the question here now for Paul, what do you want to do with this? Yeah, just make sure you shuffle the deck up if you're not going to use that quick search ability.
Yeah.
And this is really interesting because there is a Collapse Stadium, which, I mean, in my mind, I value as a pretty solid resource, and maybe limiting your opponent's bench a little bit in combination with something like Iono to try and maybe get them off their pacing, but it will just be discarded with that Professor's Research, drawing into 7 cards, and with that rare candy, plus potentially an Ultra Ball in the hand, we will be able to see a Charizard EX come out.
Yeah.
And, oh, just Mysterious Tail. Okay, we didn't see the research yet. So.
Oh, yeah, that was the 6 cards from the Mysterious Tail. So was finding the rare candy and then now can use the quick search. That's really smart sequencing as well from Paul. Used the Ultra Ball, got the Pidgeot, used rare candy into the Pidgeot. Could have used quick search, but wisely choosing to use Mysterious Tail first. See what you find, and if you get a rare candy or an Ultra Ball, you can go get whichever other piece you need off the quick search from Pidgeot.
And we are seeing everything get played. Forest Seal Stone, quick search, grabbing Boss's Orders and that rare and that Charizard EX. So now, maybe putting aggression onto either this Curlia in play or the Zoroark. What would you go after?
I think I like KOing the Curlia. This deck really struggles to get things going if you don't have your Curlias set up and into play. Let's see if Paul does choose to target that down. We'll go for the Collapsed right away, and sure enough, Curlia able to be brought up. I wouldn't have hated to see the hold of the Collapse Stadium, kind of for the reason that you were mentioning, Ethan, but it's not terrible to just get that Rotom out of play while you have the Collapsed in hand.
Not at all, not at all. Another choice for Kobe. Do you try and go for a Scoville in play? Now, you do have information that that Scoville is at the bottom of your deck.
That's true.
Speaking of which, though, do you see the Ultra Ball in the hand?
Yeah, I think he's got the Zinnia's Resolve in hand as well, so that's a way that he could get rid of the Scoville in this turn. Ultra Ball to go get it, and then Zinnia's Resolve, get rid of that, discard it, and draw more cards. Kobe will probably play it slow here, honestly, this turn. I think we'll probably see him just set up a little bit. Might as well get the Scoville in the discard pile, of course. Yeah, just try to reestablish this board, get yourself another Curlia in play. One is in the prize cards. You would like to get the other Curlia back from the discard pile. He's got a couple ways to do that with Super Rod and Clara. But yeah, starting off by getting the Scoville into hand and probably playing the Zinnia's Resolve.
Yeah, and if you really need to, you can always use that Phantom Transformation and put yourself into a Curlia as well.
You can. It's really tough to do that, though. If you have to, you know, you got to do what you got to do, of course. But your Zoroarks are just so valuable. It looks like Kobe may have to do just that right now, though. Needs to continue to get set up.
It'll be Battle VIP Pass hitting the discard pile, and this hand is just filled with energy cards. Look at that. I think there's 4 or 5 energy cards in this hand. Just going to be a pass, and it looks like Paul may find an opening with Quick Search online. Could we just see another aggression out here for Paul?
Yeah, I really like this line as Paul just try to get rid of those Curlias and make things as difficult as possible for Kobe so that later on in the game as Paul, when you're going for your own Ionos, Kobe's just really limited. I mean, another thing as well is that you can cut Kobe off from getting to the Gallade. That is a big part of this deck, being able to use that buddy catch every single turn in order to get a supporter card into your hand, and Paul recognizing this, going after the Curlias. Yeah, I really like the way Paul has approached the matchup so far.
And this has nothing going on in Kobe's hand. 5 energy cards, Mana Feast, Super Rod. The game is just slipping away. Paul identifying the importance of going after the support line it's just going to be a super rod, and I don't even think we can see anything else here from Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe's not going to be out of it just yet. You know, if your opponent takes 3 prize cards, it is okay. You can still win. You just have to go for 2, 2, and then close things out with the slow bro. But it's going to definitely be a clock. Kobe needs a top deck this coming turn. Otherwise, the game might be out of his reach.
Wow. This is sort of what can happen with these unconventional decks sometimes. We're just going to see a turn pass over, and Ultra Ball can mean a second Charizard EX can come into play if there are enough energy cards, but I actually do not think there are because of double retreating this Mew earlier on in the game.
Yeah, it's how things go whenever you're only playing 6 fire energy. It's become the norm in the Charizard deck, and it's usually totally fine, but you got to be mindful of exactly how things work out. Even just attaching the 1 energy is okay. Obviously, Paul has an attacker already set up in this active spot. You get the other Charizard set up on the bench, so all you need to do now is attach from hand, and what do you know? There already was an energy in hand, and he cleans things up with the Professor's Research. No high five from these players for the empty hand research. We're taking things a little bit seriously here on the stage.
The most serious Zoroark box matchup we've maybe ever seen on the stream.
As serious as you can see a Zoro box deck, yes.
These guys are locked in right now. You can see Kobe, he's got that expression on, but it's sort of a mix, right? You've got to be focused. You've also got to really acknowledge you're not drawing into anything, and here we go. Big time top deck.
He needs something here, otherwise the game may just be over, and...
Yeah. You can see it on his face. He's just... I think he just scooped. Yep. Smart decision there from Kobe. I mean, it's not like the game would have lasted that much longer.
It's pretty tough to win from that position. There is a theoretical world as Kobe where you could play to an end game of getting slow bro in play and then counter catcher something up that's hard for your opponent to move, and then you Iono them, and then you take slow bro and you use it a couple times in a row, but it's such a slim chance. I think Kobe recognizes his better shot to win in this match is going to be if he concedes game 1 and has plenty of time for a game 2 and game 3.
Kobe's deck just failed to function during that mid-game. Once these Kirlias were put under pressure, just was not able to establish multiple. The Zinnia's resolve, just finding a bunch of energy cards, super powerful, allowed him to draw 5 cards from the hand, and it was just that constant aggression. Boss's orders going after Kirlia, just left Kobe with an unplayable hand.
And as the Zorobox player, it's annoying when your opponent is KOing your Kirlias, but if you can get a couple in play at once, you can withstand that because you at least have another one. You can get Gallade as well, and that helps you kind of mitigate some of that pressure from your opponent. But Kobe only ever able to get 1 Kirlia at a time really made Paul's decisions pretty easy.
Okay, they're putting on the replay too. Let's go. He's showing us. Hey, look, if you can back that talk up there you go. I like it here. 5 Pokemon the prize cards. Flapple yet again in the prizes, as well as that Buddy Catch Gallade.
Yeah, that Gallade is definitely the big deal here. Buddy Catch is super important for this deck in the later turns. It lets you get out of Iono. It lets you find Iono when you need it. It lets you find a Rezu to discard key support Pokemon or key attacking Pokemon. Lets you find your Kirlias. Yeah, Prize and Gallade definitely going to be tough here for Kobe. We'll see what he pieces together. Prize cards now going out for Paul. Nothing too bad. A couple Pokemon, a rare candy. Prizing a rare candy can be extremely annoying with Charizard, but if there's a time to prize a candy, it's going to be against a slower deck like Kobe's. You're not going to mind it nearly as much.
Oh, wow. Just benching Ralts and passing the turn over to Paul, who's going second in this position. And you need to have a better start than that for sure. I think Paul is even considering playing this Artisan down.
Honestly, I'm surprised to see Kobe choosing to go first here. I feel like you would want to go second in this matchup for a few reasons, right? I mean, you don't care about your opponent taking the early KO. You want to give yourself an opportunity to play a supporter to get set up. And also the Charizard deck is so weak if it doesn't find a bunch of Pokemon on turn 1. And one of the key cards to find is Battle VIP Pass. And one of the key ways to find Battle VIP Pass is the Arven. So by allowing Paul to go second, you're really increasing his opportunity to get a better setup.
Let's see how this plays out. There is the Mew Mysterious Tail. Do we see a Battle VIP Pass? And we do. That changes the whole dynamic of Paul's second turn setup. Can play that Battle VIP Pass, find Rotom. Instant Charge is now online. And he can get things set up.
Get a Pidgey into play as well. I mean, that is just excellent from Paul. Really things setting up like a dream here. You can see why he wants to get all of his championship points this season with Charizard EX. When things come together like this, it's hard to argue against ever playing something besides this deck.
And can follow this up with a Lost Vacuum. I believe just that one copy. playing Lost Vacuum.
I think he does have
play two, but that
yeah,
is a huge find. And look at this hand. There is a Zinnia's Resolve, but there's no level ball, no other way to put Zorua's into play.
Hey, this is totally fine, though. We get the Scovillain in the discard pile. He finds a level ball at least and another Zorua. This is honestly okay for Kobe. Like I said earlier, this is a deck where you're okay falling behind. Your opponent is going to get ahead in the prize trade. You just need to respond eventually and get to a point where you can get yourself set up. So Kobe here finding the one Kirlia at least. He definitely wants to try to get another Ralts in play if he can, though.
Hand at this point is really not allowing it, though. And now there's 4 Battle VIP Pass in the deck that cannot be played.
Another reason to go second, honestly. You're yourself more likely to find Battle VIP Pass.
Yeah, being able to play that supporter card, seeing more cards, a big deal when it comes to setting your board up. Let's see what happens here, though. We do see Kirlia, Refinement, getting rid of this Cleavor. It does get some more basic Pokemon into play. You're more than happy to play that down. We will most likely see just another Ralts come down into play. There is still a few of those left. There was one in the prize cards, though, and it is a 3-3-1 line of this Kirlia, Ralts, and Gallade. So at minimum gets this down. Not a terrible turn for Kobe, but this is sort of the same way this first game opened up.
It's true.
So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, if 2 games in a row can Paul pull off the turn 2 boss's orders KO on Kirlia. Really not something I would say is super likely to happen. And I don't quite think his hand is capable of pulling it off at the moment. He's got a rare candy already, and we know it looks like there was the Forest Sealstone as well. He's got Mysterious Tail Mew, so depending on when that finds, maybe something could happen.
May come down to this Mew. Thinning the deck out, grabbing Manaphy. I'm not sure if there's any Pokemon that hit the bench in this situation.
That's probably Paul just trying to cover all his bases, right? You never know what your opponent could pull out with the Zoro box deck. The Mew Mysterious Tail doesn't really find too much useful. Counter Catcher not really going to be good in this matchup. Your opponent is the one who's going to be behind. And, of course, Battle VIP Pass pretty useless. Either of these cards being grabbed will just be for, you know, Ultra Ball fodder more than likely.
It is technically an item, Kobe. It is technically an item. As Forest Sealstone can come down to Rotom, and with the way this hand works out, I don't actually think there's a way to get Pidgeot and Charizard into play. We are going to see Rare Candy Pidgeot, but I mean, Pidgeot can maybe grab something like an Iono and disrupt this hand a little bit, shuffle that down. You've still got the chance to find Rare Candy Charizard. Maybe might be Paul's best play in this position. I mean, going for Arven now really doesn't warrant you a lot, because you're not going to have the pieces as it stands.
Yeah, Paul's probably going to end the turn with just using Rotom, use that instant charge. You don't have to go for the knockout this turn, but I actually think that was the research grabbed off the quick search. Not having to discard too many important resources in the hand. He doesn't mind going for this play, and it could pay off. It could lead to an attack. It is definitely true that you want to try to be aggressive when you can against this deck. You know, the more time you give the Zoro box deck, the better it is for it. So, you know, taking a quick knockout can be nice. Force your opponent to have the response right away.
We'll see the energy come down onto that Heat Tackle Charmander, and can Lost Vacuum again to get rid of that Artisan. As we are going to see Professor's research now. As I mentioned, if these 7 cards find Rare Candy Charizard.
There's Ultra Ball and a Charizard, but missing the key Rare Candy.
Still a very solid hand for next turn. And again, it's okay to not take prize cards because you're not really activating any big attacks, especially because Kobe has once again prized that Flapple. And
Kobe never, even if Kobe had the Flapple, I don't think he's wanting to go on the aggressive here. You want to be behind on prizes. You want to use the reversal energies. It's really one of the more important things. And I think Paul is going to recognize, Counter Catcher is normally a pretty powerful card, but I can afford to discard on this Ultra Ball. My opponent is going to be the one who wants to play from behind.
Will make things a lot easier next turn. Finding that Charmeleon, meaning no rare candy necessary. Could even end the turn off with instant charge to end it off with a massive hand size. Put himself in a solid position to do the same play we saw last game. Evolve into Charizard, boss's orders up Kirlia, and try and shut down this refinement engine that Kobe is trying to establish.
And speaking of trying to establish the refinement engine, we do see the Arezu being found that can get 3 evolution Pokemon out of the deck, find another Kirlia. Would probably grab Gallade if it was available, just in order to get into it in the future turn, but is probably just going to grab something else to discard. Yeah, Zorobox actually got a little bit of a sneaky buff with the recent Paldean Fates expansion. The newest card in this deck is that Camerupt here. Its attack, Cinder Cannon, dealing 120 damage, and then you may choose to discard a fighting energy attached to it, which of course is powered up by the reversal energy, and then if you do, it does 120 more damage. So 240, just a really strong vanilla attacker, but also you can just use Cinder Cannon for 120 in certain matchups, so pretty cool.
While having to read the Wug Trio, I had to maybe look at that one again when it starts off, so now Paul's got to be just a little bit cautious of the deck size, how many cards are available.
Yeah, it is something that could come into play, that undersea tunnel at the very end of the game. You know, Kobe can maybe capitalize on Paul not quite keeping track of resources, playing, you know, a few too many supporters. You don't really see Charizard get down to a low deck size too often, so probably won't be much of a factor here, but always something you got to keep in mind.
Third Zorua coming into play. It will probably just be passing the turn back over.
I think already did pass. Paul even drawing for turn and actually counting Kobe's deck, which is pretty interesting here. And kind of count his own deck. Now, there is one thing that Zorobox can struggle with, and that is like your opponent just doing nothing, really. You don't have anything to really be aggressive with. You can be aggressive, like we mentioned, with the Flapple. That is in the prizes right now for Kobe. So Paul is going to consider all the options here. You know, if he just passes for a few turns, what can Kobe really do about it? And especially, you know, Paul probably considering the rules of the tournament as well. You know, he won game number 1. If this game number 1 didn't complete, you know, if they just passed back and forth for, you know, however many turns it took, didn't end up finishing the game, Paul would be the one who came away the victor.
So there it is, Iono getting played. So actually not going with Boss's orders, just going to disrupt the fairly large hand that Kobe spent last turn building up. Of course, grabbed all those evolution Pokemon, used a few refinement abilities, and had built it up also by using the Zinnia's Resolve earlier on. So it's just going to be the Mew Mysterious Tail as one of the final actions. We haven't even seen Quick Search get used yet, I believe. So maybe just trying to build up a following turn while going and just adding a little bit of disruption right now. So we'll see what this warrants.
Yeah, let's see what Paul decides to take here, or if he decides to take anything. You know, with counting the opponent's deck, maybe there's a world where you just take nothing and leave as many cards in your own deck. But it looks like he is going to continue to just play things normally. Does, like you mentioned, have Quick Search still available, which we see being used now.
It will just be an Ultra Ball. So could put another Charizard EX into play.
Yep.
It's not a bad option necessarily. You've got to be careful about how many Pokemon you put into play that can get one hit knocked out by something like the Scovillain. And it is just going to be the Collapse Stadium, getting rid of Rotom and taking the knockout.
All right, now we'll see what Kobe's able to pull off. A pair of Kirlia in play. He's got the Zoroark in the active spot. Reversal energy in the hand. Are we going to see that Scovillain come out and take a big one-hit KO?
Starting the turn off with that Arezu. My bad, sorry. Got to get used to saying some of these new Pokemon names.
Yeah, not one that we have really spoken about very much, that card.
We'll grab that Zoroark. So second Zoroark coming into play. As well as grabbing that Mighty Yenna. Now it is there for that Mew Vmax matchup, but
that's true.
It will just be sort of some discard fodder at this point. Even has things like Battle VIP Pass that can go away. These are great cards to get discarded later on.
Yeah, you want to just get these out of the deck. So in the future, when your opponent starts using their own Iono, those are not things you're going to be drawing into.
As another Artisan comes down to the play, I think both players are actually playing this gold Artisan card, so it's kind of hard to keep track of who's who at this point. And it will be the Mew coming into play, so an interesting card. Does synergize very well with Kobe playing these jet energies that we've seen in this hand.
Yep. And it actually synergizes really well with the Thornton that Kobe plays as well. Kind of an unconventional inclusion in this Zorobox deck, but it's a way you can create another Zoroark as a surprise. You know, that Mew stays in play. And here it is, Super Spicy Breath. Goodbye, Charizard, and Scovillain lets Kobe jump ahead in the prize trade.
Action back on Paul. Now we'll start things off with an Artisan, just checking the deck to see what is available. I think a play Paul could consider heat tackle.
Yeah, I was about to say.
About that?
Yeah, he's got that Defiance band on the Charmander on the bench. Yeah, that could come up and just as a little one-prize Pokemon, take a knockout here, dealing 60 damage and then ×2 for the weakness of the Scovillain.
I'm not sure, though, if Paul can create a board where, I mean, it's tough, right? You even things up, but, I mean, Charizard taking a knockout, it's still the same situation, right? You're evening
your
things up and
opponent
you're not
can't use
getting one
Scovillain
knocked out.
either. Yeah, but, I mean, you know, capitalize on the Charmander while you can. I guess there is a world where Kobe could knock it out with something like the Flapple, right? We know it's prized. Paul doesn't. But yeah, I think at this point, Kobe's gotten the board established. Paul's probably best shot is just to knockout plus disrupt, and see where things go from there. I guess also this turn, since you're only going to take one prize card, you're going to be tied on prizes. Maybe this is when you could use a boss's orders and KO a Curlia, do it on this exact turn, but it looks like we're not going to see Paul go that route.
So 3 Fire Energy going back into the deck with the Super Rod.
Radiant Charizard on the bench is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the Radiant Charizard would have to be forced to be knocked out by something like the Camerupt if Flapple is not available.
Yeah.
I mean, you can use actually a pretty wide variation. You can even use the Swirling Slice on the Gallade, which does 160 to knock it out. You can use Mighty Anna to knock it out. So you have options, but they're a little bit more costly, and they're not a great thing to put a Reversal Energy onto because if your opponent gusts around it, it can be tough. So we will just see the Iono played. And it looks like the Charmander is getting in there.
Here we go, yeah.
He's powered up. He's encouraged. Listen, Charmander can get in there too. I know some people like Charmander more than Charizard. What about you, Chip?
Charizard's my favorite Pokemon, buddy.
Okay,
so.
well, there you go then. So maybe maybe you'd
but
rather see this
Charmander
be
was,
Charizard.
you know, the reason is because, you know, Charmander's the first starter, back in the day. But, so, you know, Charmander's got a soft spot in the heart as well. But, yeah, Kobe getting things going with a Super Rod to recover. Now, one thing that's a little bit of a bummer, that Thornton got put to the bottom of the deck. That's the way that he can, you know, swap this Mew out. But if we see that Buddy Catch Gallade come into play, you know, Mew can be swapped into a Zoroark seemingly out of nowhere. But yeah, like we mentioned as well, another thing to consider for Kobe is he's not behind on prizes. He can't really do much this turn. He just is fine sending up the Mew. It does something, and it can get KO'd, and it's not that big of a deal. Kobe does at least here want to find another Zorua to put onto the bench, which I think this level ball has accomplished for him.
Yeah, and the Artisan, I believe, has not been used yet. So can use the
well,
Artisan to just get both of these Zoruas out into play. And has yet to use that Mysterious Tail as well. Yeah, and Kobe, I think, is just perfectly happy to pass this turn over. If the Mew's knocked out, that's an open bench space for you to replace it with something better. And if the Curly is targeted, well, you've got that Thornton play, like you mentioned, the following turn. So lots of really good options, and even going to play an Iono to disrupt a little bit and build this hand up. Still has access to the tail and this refinement. We'll just see the Battle VIP pass, so maybe just trying to grab all the bad item cards out. Because if your hand is built up enough, you'd rather not draw into those off of something like Iono.
Yep, exactly. Don't want to find those later on, and even has refinement still to utilize. See 2 more cards, another Ultra Ball, another Counter Catcher, and yeah, pass. Pretty solid turn, honestly, for Kobe. It's such a stark contrast from what we're used to seeing in the Pokemon TCG, where it's like you have to build up to a knockout every single turn. Kobe is playing much more of a slower-paced setup game, setup play style.
Paul doing the exact opposite. It's kind of what you got to do. Rush this deck down. Target these bench support Pokemon and hope the Iono sticks in step 1 of that plan. Build up attacker. Step 2, play boss's orders to bring up your opponent's support Pokemon. It will be that Curlia. And the Fire Energy potentially attached to this Charmander. Now, the biggest issue here is right now Charmander is doing 30. Okay, we're going to see another heat tackle here.
I was going to suggest that this is something that Paul can do as well. That is pretty annoying for Kobe. Yeah, the Curlia being brought to the active, pretty annoying to get out of that active spot. You have to attach retreat or, you know, make it become the Gallade or just leave it up here until it eventually gets KO'd. Of course, I guess Kobe does play the Jet Energies. Can't forget that. So that is something that could be a factor. But with that Flapple being prized, I mean, this is something that's going to buy Paul some time.
And this board looks great. You've got all these Zoroarks in play, but it's just going to be a pass back over to Paul, it seems. So Charmander, the Charmander that could at this point, just heat tackling it away. But, I mean, 4 more heat tackles, and it's going to be taking itself down from exhaustion.
It's a good point. Yeah, it does take that little bit of recoil every single turn. But, you know, we got time to figure that out. That's probably why we're seeing the other Charmander be set up. We're it's not a Charizard deck anymore. We're Charmander gamers out here.
Hey, the Charizard is on the bench, all right? Lots of special Charizard, so it's not quite the... I guess both of them, though, are that special Charizard. If you're the Paldean Fates one, of course, is that shiny Charizard. So
true, yeah.
Got a whole mix of Charizard fans. I mean, it's no wonder that you like this deck if you're a Charizard fan. It's got all the Charmander Charizard fan service in here. People love Charizard for good measure. Super Rod will shuffle back in the Charmeleon. I mean, that's a way that you can pressure these Curlias a little bit more.
Yep.
Take a knockout. I mean, the way this sets up is that Paldean Fates Charmeleon, I think it's doing enough here to take this knockout.
Yeah, it does deal 50 damage with Combustion, so that will take this KO. It actually works out pretty nicely here. It does have the Fire Energy in hand to make the math work out pretty nicely.
I think can potentially combine this with do you want to disrupt this turn? I think this was honestly probably an okay turn to disrupt and try and force your opponent off of having the reversal energy. Instead, will just be the knockout, Combustion. I mean, these are first for me to say on stream here. Paul really getting creative in how he tries to navigate through a pretty tricky matchup at that.
Kobe will use that Artisan to grab out yet another Zorua. We could see just a full board of these things. Definitely a solid position as a Zoro box player is to just have that many of them in play.
Now the choice here for Kobe, do you want to go in and use that Phantom Transformation ability and attack into this Charmeleon? I think if you don't, you're going to have to eventually, so we will see that be used. And it is actually going to be into the Cleavor.
All right.
The route attack can deal 10 damage plus additional 30 damage for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon. With a full bench, that's going to be more than enough to knock out this Charmeleon.
Yeah, one of the nice things about attacking with Cleavor as well is that it's a Pokemon that can attack on the next turn. Reversal Energy, like even if Paul doesn't do anything, you know, just passes or something like that, the Reversal Energy is just a colorless energy, but you can just attach a Jet Energy or something else to this, and then you can use Route on subsequent turns, and that's a way that you can kind of respond to your opponent trying to play around your normal strategy.
And you've always got to be aware of that Twilight Inspiration attack on the Slowbro. That's what makes this whole deck turn, Chip. We haven't even talked about that here in the Zoroark deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. That's kind of the main strategy that you use at the end of the game. You know, once Paul gets down to one single prize card remaining, that's what Kobe's going to do is swap into the Slowbro and just use that Twilight Inspiration to take the last two prizes and win the game.
Finally, Charizard comes back into play thanks to that rare candy card. We'll accelerate these fire energies.
Yeah, let's see where they go. I would like to see these go onto the Pidgeot here. You haven't seen the Jolteon from your opponent just yet. Kobe had plenty of opportunity to discard it. There is a world where it's, you know, been prized and he just took it off the prizes, but yeah, as Paul here, try to attack with the thing that you know your opponent's going to have a harder time KOing. It doesn't knock out the Cleavor, obviously, but if you can combine it with a boss's orders to, say, bring up the Curlia on the bench, you know, the thing we've been talking about being a good strategy this whole time, that could be a decent play here for Paul. Boss's orders take the knockout, and then next turn you go for the Iono.
Yeah, the big question, is there enough energy cards in this deck? We've seen
He's going to be running low. I think both Super Rod, have been played at this point.
See, these energies are sort of floating around right now. We'll see what the choice is for Paul to put these energies into play.
He's got boss's orders in the hands.
He's thinking about it, considering whether or not it's worth it to go for sort of this unconventional strategy to use this Pidgeot EX. I think you've got to go for it, Joe. I think it's your best strategy here if you can put yourself to one prize and then Iono that following turn.
Paul here really taking a moment to think about where these energies go. There's a couple in the discard pile, so he maybe is thinking he doesn't have enough energy. Yeah, with two in the discard pile and one already having been preemptively attached to the Radiant Charizard, which, who knows, maybe that energy should not have gotten placed there. Pidgeot is actually not going to be a good attacker because then you have no way to attack with a Charizard later on in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, you can put this Charmander into play, but it's going to do nothing but support your whole team at this point.
That's right, yeah.
I think just considering what to grab, it will be the boss's orders, and just going to thin the deck out with a little bit with Artisan. So here we go. We are finally entering the end game here. This has been a long game, too. We've got 15 minutes left on the clock, so most likely either could be a tie between these players or Paul will win the set 2-0. And this is going to be a big turn. We're actually going to see the Radiant Charizard come up. And this is also a smart strategy here. The way the Cleavor math works, though, is it will still
It does
knock
160
out
exactly.
this Charizard, and that's sort of the issue here. So a very heads-up play from Kobe to transform into the right Pokemon that no matter what situation, he'll still be dealing valuable damage and taking valuable prize cards.
Yeah, as Kobe here, I think you'd want to try to put a Ralts into play. You even could afford to transform one of these Zoroark into a Kirlia. But yeah, I think Kobe's game plan is pretty straightforward from this point. With 3 prize cards remaining, you take the 1 prize on this Radiant Charizard, and then if Paul takes just 1 more prize card at some point, you just Phantom Transform into the Slowbro and win the game.
So there it is, transforming into the Kirlia. Refinement will discard the Manaphy. And it does find an Azure as well as a Super Rod.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Artisan has been used yet, so we could see Super Rod put back the Zoroark that just transformed into Kirlia.
Yeah, and putting Zoroark back is going to be better in this spot since he did choose to use the 1 Zoroark already for the Phantom Transformation. We could see a Zorua and a Zoroark go back, and the Ralts as well. It's actually going to be just the Ralts, actually choosing not to put back any Zoroark pieces.
I believe there's still a Kirlia in the deck.
Yeah.
With how things straight. So it's all about this last turn, right? Kobe wants to put as little cards into the deck that are not reversal energies, because that's pretty much what this game is going to come down to, it feels like.
Kobe actually using yet another Phantom Transformation Zoroark is going to preemptively put the Slowbro into play, wants to play around the potential Iono on Paul's end. A little risky, you know, that could get boss's orders in Lost City, potentially. You never know what these Charizard lists could have in them, but that's Kobe making a call that Paul just doesn't have that in his list.
It's weird. You don't need to close the game out with the Twilight Inspiration.
That's true.
You can always just transform into Scovillain. Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here we go, Chip. We're having an interesting game, too, at this. Cleavor getting in there, taking a knockout with Route. Kobe evening things up at 2 prize cards left, and this is where things are going to get exciting. Doing a quick deck count, seeing how many cards are left. The choice here, Chip, will it be Iono to disrupt Kobe's hand? I feel like that has to be it, right? It sounds like it could be an if, but there's no world where he's not holding on to those pieces, right?
I mean, Paul is literally forced to not KO anything except this Slowbro, right? If he just KOs the active, Kobe has game on board. Promote Slowbro, Twilight Inspiration for the win. So, yeah, I think Paul here is going to try to just play it slow for a turn. You know, he can pass this turn to close things out, and then on the next turn try to use a boss's orders to KO this Slowbro, and just cross your fingers that Kobe doesn't have the reversal energy to get the Scovillain KO with that Zoroark. You definitely can't attack this Cleavor. If you attack the Cleavor, Kobe just wins the game.
Yeah. So maybe like a stagger play could be okay. You play Iono this turn, and then you play the boss's orders the following turn.
Yeah, you gotta. I think you have to knock. Yeah, I guess that is true. You have to go for it now. It does give Kobe a turn to use the Kirlia that's on the board.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to do this as quickly as possible, right? Because the more turns you give Kobe to refine, the more turns he's going to be getting rid of these cards that aren't reversal energies to win this game.
Yeah, just the Arven for the Ultra Ball and the pass. Kobe is picking up the pace here, kind of recognizing he's in a pretty solid spot, wants to do everything he can to close things out. And we do see that Buddy Catch Gallade being put out. Going to go for potentially a Professor's Research, just adding it to the hand. Not too many cards left in the deck, so I don't know if we're going to see the Research actually being played here.
I think we're just burning cards out of the hand here. We're just going to see Kirlia get put into play. And now it feels like no matter what Paul does, this game is pretty much locked up.
Yeah.
You knock out the Slowbro, well, then Kobe just goes and Buddy catches for Professor's Research, right? And then puts that in play. And with having 2 reversal energies left, I believe.
Wait, hold on for a second. Kobe used the Phantom Transformation. Well, was starting to use the Phantom Transformation, is thinking twice about it, so he's going to choose not to, and we will just see that route. Deals 100 damage after the resistance on the Pidgeot.
Yep. So things getting interesting. We see Kobe now the one attacking into this, and I think for Paul, you've got to kind of understand, you've got to do something here. Otherwise, enough route attacks around your board, and you're going to be getting knocked out or lose the game one way or the other,
There's definitely not enough time for you to burn 10 minutes by just pivoting between a bunch of Pokemon that can tank hits from the Cleavor.
I think the only thought process here is if you go into something like this Mew, I guess you don't really want to knock out this Pokemon as Kobe, though, because then on one prize card, you can't use Reversal Energy. So maybe this could be an okay, because then if
you can use, there's already a Reversal Energy on the Slowbro, right? So you just need one more energy attached. And there also is the one copy of Double Turbo Energy.
True.
So it maybe would be the thing that Paul wants to do, you know, force Kobe to knock out this active Mew, go to one prize card. So Reversal's not an out. Force him to find that one single Double Turbo Energy. Yeah, let's see exactly how this plays out.
So we'll be the knockout with the route. So Kobe unable to use this, but I think this is the only strategy here. Oh, wait, but Counter Catcher
plus Iono.
I think this is the best play here for Paul.
Paul's best shot.
But with Buddy Catch and Refine in play, this is going to be a tall order to ask for, but never say never here, Chip. It's always possible.
It is always possible. That deck is pretty thin for Kobe. Only one card drawn, but we know that research is in the deck. So if he can he can probably just about guarantee it, honestly. The Double Turbo Energy is in the deck, so...
Yeah, but there's no way to search it, and it's only that one copy.
Yeah, but if you have less than 7 cards, or less than 9 cards, really, you can just research, guarantee it. Or
that's
Boss's Orders works as well. Bring up one of those low HP Pokemon and just take the KO. Here we go. Kobe Kawasaki finds a way to send this to a Game 3.
Yeah, not a lot of time left, but that was such an interesting back-and-forth game. See, even at the end there, routes that we weren't even expecting able to get there. The Boss's Orders to close things out. Unfortunate game one there may cost what seemed pretty favorable throughout that matchup. Once Kobe got his board established, felt like he was just in control of the game from that point on.
Yeah, Paul just, that game kind of slipped away from him. He had a little bit of a chance there, but Buddy Catch Gallade just got set up. Paul was not able to target down Kobe's support Pokemon like he was able to in game number 1, and that's really what led to Kobe being able to get his board established, being able to thin his his deck of those bad cards, like the Battle VIP passes, like the useless Pokemon, like the Manaphy and things like that. Just get those out of the deck so you don't draw into them. Made it much, much better for him. And with only 8 minutes remaining here in game number 3, I have to imagine that a tie is going to be the most likely outcome. We'll see what happens, though.
Playing fast, though. We're already drawing our hands. We're already getting down to this match. Let's see a quick replay of that crazy game 2 that we just got out of. Cleavor got in there. That's not really a Pokemon I was expecting to put in as much work, but Rout's a good attack. We've seen dealing more damage for your opponent's bench Pokemon, always a solid effect. Yeah,
especially whenever that... the Flapple has been prized. You know, that's really Kobe's best play as an attacker whenever you're not able to utilize Reversal Energy.
Yeah, and the Cleaver was great, too, because unlike Flapple, you're not getting knocked out to something like that Pidgeot EX as well.
Yes, that's true as well, yeah.
Lots of benefits. Cleaver, the MVP. We didn't even see... So, and look at that! The Scovillain is in the prize cards.
That is really bad for Kobe. That is, like, I mean, really, really bad. So now there's no way to one-hit KO a Charizard EX. So if Paul just gets a Charizard set up, there's a chance that that could just sweep the game. You absolutely need to be playing very quickly here for either of these players if you want to have a chance to close things out and win.
And maybe I wonder if Kobe thinks in this position is even worth playing aggressive into this position, or do I try and just
lock up the tie,
play
lock up the one match point,
draw a bunch of cards,
make sure you put enough Pokemon in play so your opponent doesn't bench you out.
And a big miss there off that Mysterious Tail. This is your one-turn window, and this hand is not even looking that good to follow up. Really, you wanted to find another Battle VIP pass off of that, so who knows? These little things like not getting incredible setups. And speaking of an incredible setup on your first turn, Arvin is going to secure that Forest Seal Stone and the Rotom V. Great, excellent way to kick things off. Going second for Paul at game 3.
Yeah, such a strong combo. Arvin for the VIP pass, and then VIP pass getting you a Pokemon V that can use the Forest Seal Stone. I mean, yeah, it's such a powerful use of the cards available in the format. It makes me think back to, you know, before Rotom was played in the Charizard decks. You know, we were playing things like Entei V.
Yeah.
You know, what were we thinking, man? The Rotom is just so good for this deck. Oh, is Forest Seal Stone prized? It might already be in the hand. Ooh, it might be prized, actually.
It might not be available at this point. So we are just going to see the Battle VIP pass get played down. And it is actually going to be that Mysterious Tail Mew. We did see...
Thinking about it, at least.
Yeah, it is one of those things where we saw how low Pokemon were or rather how low energy counts were towards the end of that game. When you use that, Mew wasn't even really used in that game a lot. I mean, just a few times it was utilized. Even considering getting Radiant Charizard. I'm not sure I'm in that camp necessarily. I think we just want to
Combustion Blast would have to use 5 of your 6 energy cards that you play, so I don't know that that's worth committing to. Yeah, I wonder what Paul's Paul's kind of in the tank here a little bit. Maybe worried about one single Charmander being KO'd. I don't think that's something that Kobe would realistically be able to pull off. So, yeah, as it is, though, just going to play things slow. Can go for the call for family. All right, this actually is pretty solid.
Yeah, maybe just wanting to ensure a second Charmander comes down for some reason.
He's still going for the Radiant Charizard, though.
Okay.
It's probably not bad to use at some points in the game, but you probably don't need it this early.
Ultra Ball is in the hand.
Yeah, as it stands, 4.5 minutes left.
Yeah, it looks like this game is probably not going to finish. Now, I was curious to see if we would see the Ultra Ball get played first just to thin a Pokemon out. Kobe's still getting rewarded, does find Level Ball. And that means Curlia can come online, and Ultra Ball afterward can grab any Pokemon out of the deck.
Yeah, and this can maybe find something like the Flapple. You know, it only has 80 HP. Put that into your hand, then use Ultra Ball to discard that, so you kind of, you know, deal with 2 P-Doves with 1 ball, right?
Okay. You know, I respect the effort for it.
Maybe it was a little too much effort, honestly. I feel like I was trying a little too hard there, but...
you had the P-Doves, but the ball was sort of where it fell off a little bit.
We're not throwing rocks at P-Doves
No,
out here.
no, we're not. We're not.
We're against that.
We are
on this
peaceful
broadcast.
Pokemon trainers
Yes.
here.
We do see another Zorua come out. Ultra Ball in hand. I don't know that there's too much you want to discard in this hand, however, is Kobe. Definitely a couple reversal energies you don't really love to see hit the bin.
Just check through the deck again. This is going to be another Ralts coming down into play. But who knows? 3 minutes left to play. If Charizard just does really quick turns where they just go quick search, boss's orders, play boss, and then attacks over and over again. Even then, though, it's so
pretty
hard.
tough. It's pretty tough.
And this is why playing Radiant Zard is just so tough, because now he's just going to sit in the active spot. He has a 3 retreat cost. It's so hard to move this Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, Paul plays 1 copy of Switch. I mean, probably kicking himself a little bit here. It looks like it's just going to be, is it literally just going to be instant charge, draw 3?
Wow, it is.
Yeah, wow.
Not really what you want to be doing with 3 minutes left on the clock when you really need matches to finish up.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes left. No one's even attacked yet up to this point. Yeah, not really feeling like this one's going to complete. But, you know, these players don't, I guess they do, if they ask the judge, know exactly how much time is left. You know, can't fault them for playing it out, just seeing exactly what would have happened. Never know if there's some sort of gentleman's agreement in play. I have to imagine at this point, probably not. A tie is okay. As far as making day 2 is concerned, a tie is basically the same as a loss, right? But, you know, these players are both competitors. They want to make it into top 8 if they can. So even picking up 1 single match point, you'll take it.
There is the Iono. Both refinements being used, and we're down to less than 2 minutes. So these players will go through the actions, and it's just going to be a pass. And I think Kobe understanding that the Scoville being prized means this matchup is probably unfavored if it's played normally. So just going to pass it up. Capitalize on that Radiant Charizard, sitting in the active spot. And Paul is just sitting here wondering, what do I even do in this position?
Yeah, probably use instant charge. And that's about it. Got to find the 1 switch. Oh, he's going to use research. Okay. Discard the hand, draw 7 new cards.
All right, what else is there available? Is there Rare Candy Charizard? No, nothing. Just Pokemon Energy, Stadium cards. Rotom is charging up a lot. That guy might be at full battery at this point.
It's true, it's true. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that Paul attached the energy to the Charmander right here. Maybe should have attached it to the Pidgey, because then there's a world if you research and draw Rare Candy Pidgeot, you can use the switch and then attack with your Pidgeot right away, take a prize card.
Very possible indeed. So we are under a minute remaining in this game number 3. I mean, I really wish we could see a game 3 for this chip, though, because if we really saw 2 games like that,
the way this is shaping
2,
up, though, I mean, I guess the fact that the Scoville is prized is what would be the big question mark in this game.
I mean, the board set up almost perfectly here for Kobe, but I mean,
that's true.
The fact that off of this Azuru, Scovillain's not grabbed,
Yeah.
Paul's got to know, right? It 100% has to be prized.
Yeah, definitely a safe assumption at that point. And it looks like Kobe's actually going to go on the offensive here, something we have not seen yet due to the prize cards. That Flapple coming into the active spot and hitting for 100, setting up for a 2-hit knockout on this Radiant Charizard.
He's putting in work for sure. He's dealing some damage. We finally got to see him shine in the one game that he was not in the prize cards. And Paul is now officially turned 0. And yep, these players are going to acknowledge there's no way we're finishing this third game. Will be a draw between both of these competitors. They've got one more round to win in. Both these players need to win their final match to secure themselves a spot in day 2. And with how the field is looking, with the level of competition, it's still no easy feat.
Yeah, well played from both players. I mean, I liked seeing Paul's adjustment to what Kobe was playing, right? Using those boss's orders and taking out the Curlius, targeting down the draw power was definitely really smart. Wasn't really able to do it as easily in game number 2. And yeah, things just set up perfectly, honestly, for Kobe at the end of that second game. We got to see his Dex strategy on full display. And I gotta admit, Ethan, I'm really hoping that we can see more from Kobe in our tournament tomorrow. Hopefully he can close out that last round with a win.
Well, this game 1 was pretty much all Paul. This is what happens with this deck sometimes. You're playing lots of energy cards. If you can't get refinement set up, kind of get your board wiped. Got things knocked out. And then in this game number 2, Kobe, even though he had a pretty slow start, we still saw the sort of the end of game 1. There was no energy cards in play. Was able to finally get a lot of refinement Curlius into play, get these Zoroarks transformed, and Scovillain, that MVP, the super spicy breath to one-hit knockout Charizard. Getting in there, Chip, getting in there.
He got in there, got the KO. I mean, Cleavor, you know, was a part of the equation there as well. The Slowbro was a big threat on the bench, forced Paul to use Counter Catcher to KO that. So really, we got to see action from just about everyone. That Buddy Catch Gallade being a big deal in the matchup as well. We saw Paul trying to make use of everything in his deck. We saw Heat Tackle KO.
The whole line came in, man.
The Charmeleon Combustion took a knockout. Yeah, everyone was working together in this game.
It's great to see these two decks clash into each other, and every match point you get matters. It's all relevant towards that goal of not just making top 8, but as we sort of talked about at the beginning of the show, once you start making into top 32 and above, the prizes start to really scale heavily. It's $10,000 for first place, but even top 32 is walking away with $1,000. That's pretty important money, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, travel to these events is not cheap, right? So anything you can walk away with, it feels pretty good. So yeah, unfortunate we didn't get to see that game come to fruition. Would have been interesting to see how it played out. I mean, Kobe honestly probably just loses with the Scovillain prized. Paul gets too much mileage out of one single Charizard EX, and yeah, Kobe probably wouldn't have been able to do much there. But as it stands, a tie. Both these players coming away with at least something, one single match point.
Wow, what a match. Definitely a lot to sort of reel back from that indeed. Still got plenty of Pokemon to play, though. Today we've got one more round, and then, of course, the action continues tomorrow, where we'll be crowning a regional champion. But for now, we're going to sort of reflect and see how the leaderboards are looking for both EU and NA. Hopefully we'll be able to pull that up, take a look, and see how things are playing out. Now, lots of these players are competing. Some players still in contention for day 2, but there's a good amount of players here that have sort of fallen off a little bit. Ian Robb played Giratina again, but started out 2 wins, 4 losses. Has officially dropped out of the tournament, will not be competing in day 2, and he's our number 2 NA player. So this just kind of shows, no matter how good you are on the leaderboard, things happen in Pokemon. Nothing is ever guaranteed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anyone can show up to a tournament and have a bad day. Every single one of the 16 players on this list has definitely had events where they've, you know, had bad starts, dropped out early on and not been able to quite finish things off. But yeah, one of the things I've really liked to see from our leaderboard is just how things have progressed. We see the little arrows indicating, you know, who's increased since our last tournament, who's decreased in points, and these are championship points that players are earning at these regional championships, also points they've earned at international championships, and then even local tournaments, league cups, league challenges, awarding these players points, causing some of the movement here on the leaderboards as well.
I'm interested to see how everything shapes up here, especially for Europe. We're going into EUIC, so you know a lot of these players are going to be here
Gonna be
at this event.
A lot of movement as well on this leaderboard after EUIC, I have to imagine. I mean, even a lot of movement recently. We see the Cameraman brothers sitting atop the whole continent of Europe. Owen and Brennan, 1,059 championship points for Owen, 957 for Brennan. I mean, those two brothers have just worked together and dominated the game over in that EU region. Owen, though, is the second place player when it comes to the global leaderboards. We got to see our first ranked player, Brent Tonneson, just a bit ago show off his stuff, show why he has become one of the top players in this game this season. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the culmination of all of those storylines at EUIC. Those international championships, such a big deal. I mean, players really, honestly, players treat it like the World Championships.
Yep.
You know, the way they prepare for them, the way that, you know, they pull out the spicy text. No one is saving anything for the future, right? They're exploring every single possible option and trying to put it all out there to come away as an international champion.
I mean, it's so crucial that you do well at these international championships. I mean, you get 60 or 50 points for getting like top 256 at these events. That's the same amount of points you get for winning a League Cup, right? So it's very important that you walk away with at least 50 to 100 points from these international events if you're able to attend them to get yourself closer to qualifying for the World Championships.
Yeah, showing up to whatever event it may be, you know, all those things matter big time. And it's not just for the players on that leaderboard, right? I mean, they have hundreds and hundreds of championship points. They're competing for the Tier 3, the Tier 2 invites. You know, even if you're just competing for, Tier 1 and Tier 2 invites, even if you're just competing for a Tier 3 invite, just getting for the 600 points needed, you know, you can pick those points up at your local tournaments, the League Cups, the League Challenges. They play a massive factor into, I would imagine, the majority of players' invitations to the World Championships.
Yeah, at least 50%, right? If you win most of your cups, I mean, that's 300 points if you win 6 cups. So even that
not
alone,
easy to do,
it's
but
not,
yeah.
not at all. I don't even know if I can name 10 people on both hands who've won 6 cups so far this season. It's not easy, no matter how good of a player you are. So,
and no matter where you live as well.
True. Well, we've got round 9 coming up, and it is, of course, that community choice. So if you are viewing on Twitch, make sure you guys vote in for who you want to see on our stream as we get into our last match. Influence us, guys. Please give them a good match. We want to have Wancho and Boo take care of this. They're going to be taking care of our round 9, so give them a treat, give them a nice match to watch, and I know you guys also want to watch some good Pokemon TCG. Well,
for Christmas, I got a couple of packs of Pokemon cards, and then I asked my dad what the writing on them were for, and then we figured out it was a card game, and that's how we started. I used to play at a card shop, and then one of the players there told me that they were going to the Salt Lake City Regional in 2021, and I asked my dad if we could go since it's pretty close. And he said we could, and then that's how we started.
So Prince is currently undefeated here, Amy, in this top 8 bracket.
For LAIC, I chose NTV and Iron Valiant EX deck.
Seems like Prince definitely has his finger on the pulse of the meta there.
I chose my deck because I like off-meta decks, and I wanted to prove everybody wrong and show that it was a good deck.
2 damage counters on the Giratina V-Star for the KO. And that means Prince. Escape room! Escape room! Combustion blast from the Radiant Charizard. 250 damage. Prince, our champion, going undefeated through top 8, top 4, and the finals.
I think the trading card game is really fun, so I get a lot of joy out of it. I've learned to strategize more since I started playing Pokemon. And also I get to travel all over the world. My favorite place that I've been to for Pokemon would probably be Yokohama because I really like Japanese food. This is my first international championship that I won. Last year I got top 8 at EUIC, and then at NAIC I got 2nd.
his play, his decision making. I'm so impressed how that deck ran.
My number one goal is to win all 3 ICs, LAIC, UIC, and NEIC, and then win World Championships.
Prince is our Latin International Champion of 2024.
Oh my goodness gracious!
So I started playing in 2017. My first event was at Hartford Regionals. First competitive event was actually a PC or Premier Challenge it was in New York, in Brooklyn. I still remember this because it was like my first tournament ever, and I got to meet a ton of people. It was a lot of fun. It went okay for your first tournament, I think. So my favorite Pokemon, it's kind of been contentious over the past couple years. I think my favorite right now has to be Lunala, but King Gambit and Yveltal are kind of up there for me as well. I think I look up to everyone who's able to really perform consistently. One person this year who's been really impressive to me has been Riley Factura. He's had a lot of consistency, and I definitely respect that a lot because I understand how hard it is to be consistent. Even having to do that myself in previous years, it takes a lot of work and effort, and it's just something that I think is really cool when players are able to show they're consistently good at the game in a game where there's a lot of chance. I would be a Dark type gym leader for sure, no question about it. I think Dark types have some of the coolest Pokemon by far. So this has been kind of a tough question because there's so many good players you'd like to play versus. I feel like the one player I haven't gotten the opportunity to play versus that I want to is Naoto Mizobushi. He's actually a really insanely good Japanese player. He won in 2019, so I'd love to get the opportunity to play him at some point. I think my favorite part about Pokemon events, so I've been going for a while, and the competition was always the main driving force for a while, but I really do think the friends that you make and the ways that you can learn things in ways that can impact your own life outside of the game are really important. I think Pokemon's actually really good in a lot of cases of teaching you life lessons, how to get back up when you have a bad tournament, how to keep pushing through, how to get through adversity, and I think it's actually really, it's a really useful ability to be able to take these lessons and kind of take them into real life. I think the go-to, I actually don't really eat anything during events for the most part, but if I'm ever getting a snack, it'll probably just be a cookie or something. I don't typically like to eat too much just because I feel like it can kind of distract me sometimes, or your stomach gets a little worked up because you're nervous or something. So if I won the World Championships, I would definitely call my mom and my dad first. They've been some of my biggest supporters, and I love them. I wouldn't have to call Sierra because she'd probably already be watching. So then mom and dad would definitely be the first for me. Am I Team Rocket? Maybe.
I'm joined here by Colin Murley Matthews out on the tournament floor here in Vancouver. How's your tournament going so far?
Pretty good, pretty good. 501 on the final ride of Mew Vmax. Feeling pretty good so far. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I see the hat here. Of course, you're very well known for playing Mew Vmax. Yes, I do have to ask, this last event, rotation on the horizon, how does it feel? What's going through a Mew Vmax player's mind right now?
Well, the 2 years I spent with my beloved Mew Vmax is coming to a near end, and it's a little sad, but good things have to come to an end. Not too sure when I'm playing post-rotation yet. I gotta draw a bunch of cards, though. That's always the best way to play.
One of the best things about Mew Vmax, for sure, the fact that you can just draw so many cards every single turn. But don't get too ahead of yourself post-rotation. You've got this tournament to focus on still. 501 is an excellent start. I actually caught a little bit of your last round. Your opponent was playing some wacky stuff in their deck. They were 401 at the time. Tell us what happened in that game and what they were playing.
So they were playing Cloth, Electrode with Valiance. It was a little spooky at first because the Cloth can actually take a turn one knock on Mew even with Belt, and I'm like, that's okay. It's a little spooky, but we ended up getting there in the end. After losing game one, I will admit I lost the game one, but the rest of two I got there. Very happy about that.
Yeah. That's one of the cool things about Mew is you can adjust so much even if your opponent's playing wacky, weird things. It's very cool to see. Well, good luck to you, Colin, the rest of the run. Any shout-outs or thank yous you want to give?
shout out to everyone, all my friends watching, Fred and Vanessa for always letting me come over to the house, and Dom and Tatum for making this mat for that. Really appreciate it. Been good luck. Much love to everyone around.
Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament, Colin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome in, everybody. We are back here on the Pokemon trading card game stream with our Vancouver Regional Championship. We're so excited to jump into this. It's going to be our round 9 coming up for you all. Of course, I am Shelby Boo, joined here on the desk by Juancho Saldana. Juancho, it has been a blast casting with you today.
100%. The amount of energy the hall is beaming with, it's ecstatic, and just the games have been absolutely amazing. I can't believe it. We're the last one. We're the last one for the day anyway.
I know.
There's more action for day 2, right?
Of course, yeah. And day 2 is where things really start to narrow down. You know, our players have been out there grinding out their games in the field all day, trying to get into day 2. But this is where things wind down, and people are trying to make that last-ditch effort to get in. And we're going to see an awesome match coming up here on stream that you all chose.
Yeah, 100%. But before that, let's go ahead and check out the updated Swiss standings we have for all the players playing right now. And yeah, a lot of players here are just made day 2. You know, Brandon Bond, 8-0 in a big regional like this, must be feeling on top of the world. I see Reagan Retzlaff. Yeah, Reagan Retzlaff, 7-1. A lot of big names here. Rahul, 6-0-2. You know, if your name's on here, you know you're feeling good. You're starting out strong for day 2 for sure.
Yeah, tons of names, familiar names on here. Hale Obernolte as well, Brent Tonneson, who we saw on stream earlier, Edwin Arulo. Amazing players here, and yeah, some incredible standings that we have already into our day 2. I'm sure all these players are feeling good.
Definitely. And again, I'm so excited to see our last stream of the day. Again, we were talking about it earlier. It was going to be the community choice.
Yep.
So and I have 100% faith in the community. But ooh, look at these names. Who would have you picked, Boo?
Let me see. Maybe Nick Moffat. I always like watching Nick play, so
100%.
that match.
Again, Jonathan Paranda, JP, I remember him winning a Vancouver Regional. I forget, I think it was 2015 or 2015 or 14. It's one of the ones I've attended, actually, back in the day.
Wow, there you go. So that's one you would have picked then, huh?
Probably. But let's see what the community has picked.
There we have it.
It's Nico against Alex. And you know what? I don't blame them. I saw the decks that both these players are rocking. And it's going to be a rocking good time for sure. I'm excited. I'm excited to cast this one, Boo.
Yes, me too. Did our poll list the decks or just the names, Juancho? Do you know?
You know, that's what I'm not sure of. That's why I don't want to spoil anything just yet.
Oh, are we spoiling? I don't know what you all have seen just yet. I didn't get to see the poll because we were running into this casting booth. But I'm excited for these decks for sure. And I know for a fact, Juancho, you're excited for these decks coming up.
You're one to talk. I'm pretty sure you're pretty excited too. Half excited as I am, probably.
I guess you could say that, maybe giving some hints away.
No, but yes, again, Nico against Alex Zhang. It's going to be round 9 of the Vancouver Regional Championship. Honestly, I cannot think of a better way to end day 1.
Yep, this is where things get super exciting. This is our last match of the day, so make sure to check in with your friends who are playing here at Vancouver. How are they doing? Maybe you can cheer them on or cheer them up, potentially, depending on how things shook out. But I'm sure all of our players are having a fantastic time here. We see everybody already playing in our fields here. Woo, look at that. So many players, like you said, Juancho, this is our largest regional so far in Vancouver.
Yeah, and again, I was mentioning the energy just by looking at this video. You can already tell, how ecstatic all the players are, how everyone's just going. It makes me want to play, to be honest.
I know, right? I think I see a seat out there, Juancho. You could just run out there and start playing, huh? I'm joking.
Hold down the fort. I'll be back.
Yup, this is so awesome to see. It's a totally different aura when you are actually in this room. You know, it's one thing to see it on camera, but when you're actually in the middle of it and people are playing all around you and you see all the different decks around you, all the different moves that people are making, it's just a totally different experience. So if you have not had a chance to attend one of our regional events, you should definitely try to make it out to one, maybe one that's local to you, or plan a nice trip, because it is always a fantastic time here at our regional championships.
No, yeah, nothing beats the feeling of you're sitting down at a regional, you're getting ready, and suddenly you're at like a little bit of a high table, an okay table, and you look around the room and you can see some of your friends also getting ready, and you just know we're all in this together, we're all playing, and then after a round, you all try and catch up, and you're like, how'd you do? Oh, I lost because of, you know.
If I had one turn. Me every time, I swear. But no, this is definitely where things start to get anxious as well for some of our players, because maybe they just need one more game to get into day 2. So this is where, you know, you can start getting some sweaty palms. That's always me, pretty much. Every time I sit down for round 9.
No, 100%. I mean, it's round 9. These players have been playing Pokemon the entire day.
Yeah.
And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think our stream is ready. Let's head on to the table.
Let's get into this. I am so excited. We're getting into our round 9 here. Wancho, introduce our players.
We have Nico Gist playing Mew Vmax and Genesect. I get to say Fusion Strike System. I'm so excited. And then he's up against Alex Jean playing Arceus V-Star and Regigigas V-Star. So not only are we getting the Fusion Strike package, we're also getting this interesting Regigigas deck. Again, Arceus V-Star is something we've seen already today, but with a different partner this time. Regigigas V-Star is a very interesting card. I think it's played mostly because it has 300 HP.
Yeah, how did we get so lucky here, Wancho? I feel like this is like your dream match here. Mew Vmax against an Arc deck.
I was bugging people in the background for sure. I was like, I need the Mew Vmax, please. It's one last time. No.
Well, chat, you did well with this pick. Wancho's definitely super excited. It's interesting. We got some fun facts from our players. Nico has played one deck the whole season. Can you guess what that deck is?
I wonder what he's going to play next season. Not next season, next tournament even.
Yeah, that's true. I know. You're going to have to make a fresh pick there. And of course, Alex as well. The deck that he's playing inspired by a deck a friend repeatedly beat him with. I'm guessing over and over again. So, hey, if you can't beat him, join him, right?
Oh, Alex. I feel you. I've been on the receiving end there. Sometimes you just think you have the best deck in the world, but suddenly your friend says something just a little bit better, and, you know, they're a nice enough friend to share the list.
Would you say Regigigas V-Star falls into that a little bit better, Wancho?
I'm wondering why he was playing before this.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about too. Well, if we get a winner interview, maybe we can give Alex an ask over there. But we still have some games to be played here between both of these players. This is where everything comes down to this match for both these players. This is our round 9 here in Vancouver. It's going to be an exciting one. Definitely stay tuned. I am excited to get into this one show. Let's talk about these decks now that we've kind of announced them. You've seen them. First time on stream for both of our players. Woo, that's amazing. So we might have some nerves coming into play here as well. We'll have to see. Hopefully we get some clean play from both of our players. But on paper, Wancho, how does this shape up?
On paper, I honestly, I'm rooting for the Mew Vmax just because it's Mew Vmax. But
I figured.
Arceus V-Star, it's such a big hurdle, right? Arceus V-Star and this Regigigas V-Star are just big, hefty V-Star Pokemon. If AJ can somehow prolong the game enough where, you know, Arceus V-Star takes a couple of hits, he should be favored, but don't discount the sheer amount of pressure Mew Vmax can put in, especially the Fusion Strike energy version with the Meloetta. So potentially the Genesect deck could hit big numbers, 280 if they're using the Meloetta attack, which would be nice. You're saving your power tablets, but we'll have to see. I know AJ is playing, or Alex is playing a lot of different techs.
Yeah.
And one of them,
I was looking at that.
a big one here is that Spiritomb. That, you know,
Yeah.
shuts off Fusion Strike system. If you can't draw, you can't win. But luckily, we do have Fusion Strike energy, so it's a lot of back and forth for sure. As we both see both these players. Prizing not too bad for either. Selgor not gonna matter at all in this matchup. It's there for, you know, the dark.
It's
for
grass.
The Roaring Moon.
It's a grass Pokemon.
For the Roaring Moon, for the Charizard or whatnot.
Doing some grass things. Yeah. Still a Fusion Strike Pokemon though. Of course, coming in there.
But technically, you can still bench the Shelmet and then draw cards anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Draw more. Yeah.
This is a stage 1 after all.
That is true. That's very true. Well.
And then Alex just prized a couple of energies, an Arceus, nothing too bad there. So we should see a nice game between these two players. Unless, of course, Alex opens the Spiritomb and there's just no energy in sight. Nah, I'm not calling anything.
Yeah.
I'm not calling anything.
Well, we have the fist bump here between both of our players. Let's see who's going to come out on top here. Will it be Mew Vmax or will it be another Arceus V-Star deck? We are starting over here in our Swiss Round 9 in Vancouver with Nico on the left side of our field here, our Mew Vmax player. Starting things off with a Battle VIP pass and a Nest Ball. Woo! That's going to be a lot of Pokemon coming out onto the field, Juancho.
Who indeed, like Mew Vmax and starting Battle VIP pass. Name a better combination.
Yeah, definitely.
So we are going to be able to draw some cards here at the very least. Nico was just checking their prize cards there, keeping note of it for sure. And let's see what the grab is here. If I had to guess, yeah, double Genesect and the Mew Vmax seems pretty good to me.
Seems pretty good indeed, that is for sure. Well, as Nico kind of looks through the deck, picks out these Pokemon that are going to be joining the field, what are some of these cards that we're going to see that are crucial on Nico's side of the field to compete against this Arceus V-Star deck?
The biggest card has to be Fusion Strike energy. So having LS Sparkle in hand is great, just in case the Spiritomb does come down. You can, oh, never mind, it's gone. Okay, so.
At least one of them's gone at the moment.
Not a bad discard there. Those are not live cards at the moment.
Yeah.
So that means you could still potentially draw into another copy. They do play 2. But yeah, he just has to at least have a Fusion Strike energy, and that's safe for at least a couple of turns. A nice thing would be is to maybe shut off the Arceus V-Star power with Path to the Peak potentially. But again, right now, all Nico has to do is set up, get some energy in play. Getting that Forest Seal Stone onto the Genesect is pretty big, actually. And yeah, again, Fusion Strike system, you will be missed.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting to say that all day, Juancho. There you go. Fusion Strike system, Fusion Strike system. Of course, drawing up to, in your hand, as many Fusion Strike Pokemon are out here on the field. So a lot of cards that you have the potential to draw into, especially with Nico having a full bench now, as well as that Meloetta in the active. So definitely a good time over there on the Mew side, but we'll have to see how things shake up here. So we already saw an Arceus V-Star deck before in one of our earlier stream matches that we got to cast, Juancho. And now, you know, we emphasize how important that first turn attachment is. So we've already seen that now from Alex Jung. And we're going in with a Nest Ball here coming up as well as an Ultra Ball. So a couple Pokemon being drawn out of the deck here for Alex on the right side. But we had a couple of difficulties the last time we saw our Arceus V-Star player play, and things got clunky. We couldn't find some evolutions. It was getting kind of awkward, and there was a couple of missed turns. Do you expect that from this build of this deck, Juancho, going into this game?
I mean, I wasn't expecting it from the last build. It seems so simple. True. You play 4 Ultra Balls. You play 3 Arceus V-Stars. It should be fairly simple to draw. But, ooh. This was an Ultra Ball, right?
So it was an Ultra Ball and a Nest Ball.
Okay.
So basic Pokemon and, of course, any Pokemon off that Ultra Ball. So this Spiritomb is coming out. And it's not just a Spiritomb. It's a shiny Spiritomb. Woo!
So, yeah. So right now, that means these Genesects technically have no Fusion Strike system ability. But luckily, there is the Fusion Strike energy, which negates the Spiritomb's ability on the attached Pokemon. So there's still some hope here. The scary thing is Alex only has the Arceus V attached. If we can take this knockout, that means there's no no Pokemon. And there's a Forest Seal Stone.
This is, yeah, that's actually really scary if you're Alex here on this field right now. Nico starting off the turn here after that pass over, yeah, with that Forest Seal Stone, which of course that Star Alchemy serves as a V-Star power. So Nico flipping over that V-Star marker and going into the deck for any single card. And that is huge. We already see the Meloetta here with both of those fusion energies now because of that less Sparkle. I mean, sheesh. This is quite a good showing for Mew Vmax, I would say.
It's pretty good. 2 birds, 1 stone. Fusion Strike
Yeah.
energy means you powered up your Meloetta and you activated ability of at least 1 Genesect. All we're missing is, I believe, just 1 power tablet. We even have the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Box of Disaster.
Wow.
So this Meloetta is not even taking any damage.
Incredible. Power tablet and the Lost City.
This is why, ladies and gentlemen, Mew Vmax has been one of the best decks in format.
Oh my gosh, it's such a strong turn here from Nico that Alex is just gonna scoop it up here, Wancho. I cannot believe what I just saw there. I feel like I have to walk through that just again because that was incredible.
Again, exactly. Just Meloetta had an energy attach. All we needed was Alessa Sparkle to do 210 damage because it does 70 times the amount of Fusion Strike energy attached.
I mean, sheesh. And Lost City was out there too, so that Arceus would have just gone into the Lost Zone on top of that. I mean, that is just incredible what we just saw there. Just the sheer power. And yeah, Alex was saying, yeah, I'm just going to write that one off to the game and go to another match here. That was just such a dominant presence there from Nico with this Mew Vmax deck. Wow.
You can't blame Alex. Again, he did what he did with the tools available to them. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
He did have the Spiritomb in play. That should slow down the Mew Vmax deck. It's one of the many, many, many counters printed for Mew Vmax, but it's just not enough. And
Incredible.
honestly, they didn't even have to draw here for the Fusion Strike system. I believe everything was in hand or in play.
I think he did, though, because he put the coin on there, but yeah, a lot of things going on here. So, of course, as Wancho was saying before, the Spiritomb has that ability, the Fettered in Misfortune. So any basic Pokemon V that are in play don't have abilities. So shutting off those Genesect V, but that Fusion Energy negates that. So Nico would have had the draw still. It was like, oh, Spiritomb, all right, I'm going to work past that. Oh, let me just throw out this Lost City here, and I'm going to take a knockout on your Arceus V, and really there's nothing you're left with. And unfortunately for the Arceus V-Star deck, if you don't have that initial setup, you're not having a good time.
I mean, Alex did get the bare minimum of what you needed for an Arceus deck.
Yeah, exactly.
Arceus attach.
Yeah.
But against Mew Vmax, you're staring down just something that can output so much damage. You're gonna need a little bit more than
I know,
the bare
but like
minimum.
what even, like I guess just, yeah, maybe another Arceus,
Yeah.
I suppose. Just some sort of backup, because you can pretty much count that the Mew Vmax is gonna have answers straight away to whatever you're putting up there. So Alex had everything on that first turn that we look for, and it still was not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, so right now, Mew Vmax just not showing up. I believe this was the 3rd mulligan.
Wow.
Mew Vmax, it's not rotation yet. You could still show up here. So let's see if they can finally find a basic. Looks like he does, and we're good. Again, it's 3 extra cards, though, for the Arceus. So you just have to think they're going to get what they need. The Arceus, attach, and, well, that's it. Looking at the prizes here, a couple of interesting techs. The Mawile, again, is interesting for the Arceus player, but I don't think it's going to matter too much in this matchup.
A couple of Pokemon in there, the Drachi and the Arceus V-Star evolution in there as well. We see another evolution on the other side, Mew Vmax, a Double Turbo, a Judge, a variety of prize cards, but nothing too wild, I would say, for either of our players here. As we jump into this game 2 between these players, it's going to start over here on Alex's side of the field with a Nest Ball going into the deck. We have this Arceus V in the active, we have a Bidoof on the bench, and we're going back into the deck here as well. So, Wancho,
you could already see what he's eyeing. That's one of the most important cards in this matchup. However, it didn't quite help out too much in the last turn. So maybe if you're Alex at this point, do you start thinking, maybe I should set up a second Arceus V? There is a chance that Nico can try and get the turn 1 knockout on this Arceus again, thanks to Alessa Sparkle. But Spiritomb should be able to slow them down. Let's see if it works this time. And yeah, we don't see the attachment just yet, but I did see a Jet Energy at the very least.
Okay. All right, yeah, let's take a look at the hands here for Alex. See an Ultra Ball coming to the top here.
The funny thing is, there is an Ultra Ball. That means you can get a second Arceus, but wherever you put the energy, it goes to the active because of the Jet Energy.
Yeah, that's actually, that's kind of awkward, huh? It's in, Arceus is going to be inactive no matter what, unless we're attaching to the Bidoof maybe, which I don't think we're going to see that. So yeah, we are going to have an Arceus V come down onto the field. So already looking a little bit better. At least we have some backup plans going on for Alex. But like you said, if it is going to be the Jet Energy, of course, pivots your Pokemon from the bench into the active, unless you're already in the active. So either way, if Alex chooses to use that energy.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's another one.
There was a V-Guard energy.
So that's a solid card right there, V-Guard energy, because it gets us out of that Jet Energy. And of
but
course,
it's still in the active though. So if
Oh,
Nico
yeah,
still
true.
gets the knockout here, potentially Meloetta is not a V, so damage is not reduced.
okay, so
Alex will still be back a turn.
I was about to say, do you do you know like the percentages that Nico hits this this turn?
The safer play was definitely just to attach it to the bench.
Yeah,
you do
I'm
have
surprised.
an Arceus V-Star afterwards. You could get the switch. It's not the hardest thing in the world, but high rolling here. It is going to be tough to get this knockout, and I did get a peek at Nico's hand. There's actually no way they get this knockout. They do have the Battle VIP pass because there's no Lesser Sparkle. I don't think there's a way to get it. And I believe the only supporter in hand is an Iono.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And right now, there's no draws. They could still drop the other Genesect. It's just going to be an Iono, and that's all. Your Genesect, Mew Vmax, unfortunately, you're going to have to play by normal Pokemon rules and actually just use your supporter to draw, and that's all you got.
Unfortunate, unfortunate. Well, I guess we're actually going to see that Spiritomb coming into play here now, and Nico is going to be a bit stuck potentially here. We are going to see that Iono, of course, between both of our players. So these hands are going to go to the bottom of these decks, and both our players will draw into 6 new cards for their hand. At least things are going a little bit more here in Alex's favor. That is for sure, Juancho.
Yeah, the Arceus in the active is 100% safe this turn.
Yay!
Mew Vmax can't evolve in the first turn, and there's no Lesser Sparkle. That means Meloetta's not attacking.
Yep.
Another Battle VIP pass. That's great to see. I see the Fusion, or the Power, not Power Tablet, the Forest Seal Stone. That's great to have.
Yes.
And at the very least, they could potentially get a Fusion Strike energy. They haven't attached yet for turn.
Yep.
But definitely a slower turn here for Nico.
Yeah, slow, but I mean, you never know. When you're playing a Mew deck, things can always pop off very quickly, as we've seen plenty of times in the past. So we'll see what Nico decides to do with the rest of this turn. Of course, going into the deck now with this Battle VIP pass to select a couple more Pokemon, but we've already seen the supporter still have a potential energy attached for the turn, but that's gonna pretty much wrap things up for Nico's turn.
Yeah, something maybe I would have liked to see. It's an awkward play, but
yeah.
I think there was a path to the peak in the previous hand. If you know you're not going to get a supporter, or you're not going to be able to draw anyway this turn, might as well maybe play it, maybe stop your opponent from getting Arceus V-Star.
The V-Star power, yeah.
It's very risky to go path to the peak blindly into an Iono.
Yeah, you're kind of sticking yourself in a scary situation potentially down the line there, but we are going to see that Forest Seal Stone be played here, so that V-Star marker being flipped here for Nico, and we're going into the deck for any card. Did you see the card once?
It was going to be the Fusion Strike energy just to be able to draw a little bit more.
Yeah, that's nice.
Again, attach for turn. They can draw 4 cards here. Maybe Path to the Peak. Maybe another supporter for the next turn.
Stop. Both the grass Pokemon? Sheesh, that is not at all going to help here for Nico. What else did we get? Lost Vacuum and...
I think that's a Cramomatic in the hand as well.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. I think the Shelmet was blocking it. But that is something you can play. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a ball card, but yeah.
I was about to say, it kind of looks like a ball card, but I don't know. That pesky Shellmet blocking our vision here. So we're going to Alex now after a pass from Nico.
The scary thing is here, this Mew Vmax, it's in the active, it's great. It has free, sorry, the Mew V, yes. It's great, it has free retreat, but it only has 180 HP.
Yeah, it's
Math is
small.
Kind of perfect here for the Arceus player to just take 2 prizes. Maybe would have liked to see a retreat to the Genesect V, potentially. This Genesect V, the one without the Fusion Strike energy, just to protect it. It can take a hit, but I mean, does Alex play any tools potentially to increase the damage?
Let's take a look here. Don't see any.
There's nothing like a Choice Belt or Vit Band or anything like that. So the Genesect could have taken a hit, maybe slow things down a little bit.
Yeah.
But
it's like you said, Wancho, the math is going to line up perfectly, even with that double turbo energy there on the Arceus V-Star. We're going to see some prize cards here for Alex on this turn, which is great. That's what we want to be seeing here. Wow, that's a pretty art of Sharon's Care.
Very nice indeed. Not going to need it just yet, though. Again, there's no damage on board right now.
Well, I was talking about the one in the discard, but that one's in the deck, too. They're the same.
It does play 2 copies. Again, this deck is built around being big and hefty, and they're colorless. That means you can't pick them up.
Yeah.
That's why it is Regigigas V-Star. Looks like Judge in pass.
Okay.
So we were talking about Mew counters. This was one of the very first Mew counters, Path to the Peak being able to shut down abilities. And Nico just got 1 ability back. You know?
Yeah. Tried everything to get out of that, and now Path to the Peak is in play.
We used the V-Star power. We used our Forest Seal Stone to get this energy to be able to use at least 1 Genesect.
Yeah.
And now we can't do that. 4 cards, though. The hand wasn't good, so this Judge, not too bad.
Yeah, that's incredible to see, though. As you said, Wancho, the Path to the Peak, one of the origin story counters for the Mew, and then it kind of adapted that itself, having the Path to the Peak Judge in the deck later on. But yeah, that's going to be what Alex is going to choose to do here. Just throw obstacle after obstacle in Nico's way. When Nico's already kind of having a rough time here, shaping up these hands. And we're going to see the knockout, as we said, from this Arceus V-Star. The math aligns perfectly to take 2 prize cards here, start leading the prize card race, and really rescuing this game, too, between these players.
Yes, and right now, this Arceus V-Star, again, Trinity Nova, great attack, got a prize, accelerated energy. It also has effectively 310 HP thanks to that V-Guard energy. So
yeah,
that's a lot of power tablets to be able to just take this knockout potentially, as Nico does have the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Stadium very least.
Yep, that's one thing that is kind of out of the way here. We are going to see one of these power tablets be played down for the turn here, as well as this Boss's Orders.
This is a full faith Boss's Orders. Right now, the knockout isn't guaranteed.
Nope.
And we only have
1
draw
Genesect.
5.
Well, let's see what this 5 is. This 1 Genesect V doing some work here for Nico. What did we get, Wancho? Is this a lot of Cramomatics?
This is a lot of Cramomatics.
Oh my gosh, Cramomatic discarding that Battle VIP pass, rolling the dice. Oh, it's going to be a tails, though. If it was a heads, it would have been a lot better of a situation there for Nico to be in, getting to search a card, but it is going to be a tails.
Unfortunately, that was a very crucial Cramomatic, because Nico does have the Ultra Ball in hand. So if that was heads, they could have gotten the energy cleanly.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. It's a heads there. Second Cramomatic, discarding that Ultra Ball, and we're going into the deck at least once here for a card, and it's going to be another Fusion Energy, Wancho. Sheesh.
Would like to see maybe, has a supporter been, the Boss's Orders was played.
Yeah, it was played,
so
exactly.
There is no knockout this turn, because, again, the first Cramomatic was the most important one. Could have gone to double turbo, and then use that Ultra Ball to get the Mew Vmax to take this knockout. Unfortunately, 1 Cramomatic too late. Looks like they're eyeing out the Fusion Strike energy just to draw a little bit more, and I don't blame them. But it's not looking good here for Nico. They did have to use a Boss's Orders and a power tablet already, so that's 2 resources gone.
Power Tablet gone, Boss's Orders gone. As you said, it was kind of a full send type of situation off of that Fusion Strike system, and did not pan out, unfortunately, for Nico. That almost was worse than the grass Pokemon in hand, you know? Like, that was already pretty bad. And then we didn't hit that super important Cremomatic. And this is kind of the opposite of what you see from Mew. I mean, the opposite from last game, at least. But we're going to see another one of these Fusion Strike energies come down to this Genesect V, unlocking that ability once again, as we can see those players mention it. And we're going to draw into at least a couple more cards here. But where do you go from here, Wancho, if you're Nico?
You just try to play the game and see.
Just keep going.
At this point, you're going down to 2 prize. Well, a 6-2. Sorry, your opponent's going to get a 6-2 lead on you.
Yeah.
You just have to set up at this point. Or 6-3, excuse me. I was thinking they were going to...
depending on what happens.
I was thinking that Nico was going to give up the Mew V with the Box of Disaster to at least damage the future Arceus V-Star. Just so it's a little bit easier to knock out, but then...
That Meloetta is going to be thrown into the active position, protecting that Mew V going to the bench here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a 1 prize card as long as we don't see any switching of these Pokemon around on Alex's turn.
100%. I don't mind this play either. Again, it's always good to put your opponent into the odd prize race, forcing Alex to potentially maybe knock out Mew Vmax or at least 2 more rule box Pokemon at the very least. And so, not too bad play here, of course, unless Alex gets the Boss's Orders, which they can draw with the Industrious Incisors off with the Bibarel.
I know, that's what we are about to see, some draw happen here. That Ultra Ball thinning the hand down 2 cards to get that Bibarel as well. And it's going to be evolved right away here on the bench for Alex. See if we can play anything else here from the hand.
They can play everything they have. They have Path to the Peak. They have the Lost Vacuum. Looks like they're opting to keep... Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking they were going to play the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Box of Disaster, but then you'd have to get rid of the V-Guard energy, which is just too powerful.
Yo, we saw the Squovit come into play. That's hilarious. I was about to say, what's the ability's name here? I totally forgot it. But that Squovit switching the card outs here. I completely forgot that was even in the deck. And drew into the Bidoof, and now Bidoof is actually going to go on to the field here for Alex. And then we're going to use Industrious Incisors off that Bibarel on the bench as well. So that was actually pretty cute. The little squirrel.
The little squirrel with the Nessash did help Alex a lot here. Was able to find the Boss's Orders off that combination of cards.
Yeah.
Or combination of abilities.
Yes, that is very true.
But did, unfortunately, missed on the Arceus V-Star, so they are first to retreat here, but not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Arceus V-Star coming back into the active position since that Arceus V is still an Arceus V, but still going to take the knockout here on the Meloetta. Only going to be 1 prize card, so as you were talking about before, Wancho, going to be on kind of an awkward prize trade here, but Nico has still just been grinded through some slow turns here, and Path to the Peak is in play, as we saw from Alex's last turn as well. So that's just another obstacle Nico has to work through here going into this next turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the only copy of Meloetta.
And
especially since it's nice to have those Fusion Strike energies in play. Yes, they're on the Genesect, but I see an Alessa Sparkle in hand. They have the potential to get even more Fusion Strike energy in play.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, we do know 1 is a prize, but if they had all 4, that would be a nice way to be able to knock out these big and hefty Arceus V-Stars with V-Guard energies on them.
Well, did you see what just happened there, Wancho? The Lost Vacuum discarding that Alessa Sparkle into the Lost Zone to take out that Path to the Peak, of course. So now both of those cards are wiped off the field here, which is going to allow Nico to draw into some cards here off of that Fusion Strike system, thanks to that Fusion Strike energy. Woo! Wancho, this is too much Fusion Strike action, let me tell ya. And then Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards to get a Pokemon out. Ooh, we have another 1 prizer.
We're not done. This might be one of the more important Fusion Strike Pokemon in play right now. The Block Slider Ice Cube. If Nico can pull this one off, and it has the attack that does 40 damage to one of your bench Pokemon, one of your opponent's Pokemon, based on the amount of Fusion Strike energy. There's 2, so we're doing 80 somewhere, and it's going for the Spiritomb, which is a great, great target. It's a little late.
It's pretty late, yeah. But there's still a chance, Wancho. There's always still a chance here, and we'll see what we get, what kind of action we get to see happen potentially down the line. But the double turbo is going to come down here onto the Mew Vmax here for Nico.
Yes, double turbo on that Mew Vmax means Nico does have an attack here. Luckily, Mew Vmax can copy any Fusion Strike Pokemon's attack. And I believe even with that damage reduction should be enough to knock out the Spiritomb in any case.
Yeah, that Ice Cube coming out for a vengeance here, potentially saving the day for Nico down the line. We'll have to see if it's enough. Wancho, and we're going to see another Lost Vacuum here taking off that Box of Disaster as well from the field. So eliminating another card that was in the way here for Nico. Going straight into a Judge after that for both of these players. We're going to see both these players shuffle up their hands, draw into 4 cards each. So limiting the hand size as well here for Alex, but not going to be too bad. We still have Industrious Incisors. We still got to Squove it.
It's definitely not as powerful thanks to that Bibarel.
Yes.
But it's 4 fresh cards for both players. A great equalizer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else Nico needs to set up at this point.
Looks like nothing for this turn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of the routes now. What lines Nico still can play? They're going to go down to 5. They still have to take out potentially 2 VMAX Pokemon. It looks like they're opting not to use the block slider ability. They already have 2 Genesect ready to go to draw anyway, so might as well just do damage into the active. And I believe that was a Techno Blast.
It was indeed. That's why we see that coin there on that Mew VMAX as well, because we're going to have to see some switching out before another Techno Blast can potentially happen here as well. So the coin signifying that for those who are like, why is there a coin now on the Mew? That is why, indeed. Alex over here on the right side of our field. Use that Squove It once again. The Nest Stash here allows you to shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck, which is pretty nice. Drawn some more cards.
I think the most important thing we're looking for here is a replacement Arceus V-Star. Alex has yet to evolve the bench Arceus V, so it's still a little bit more susceptible. And there's 2 Bibarels at this point.
I know, yeah. We got some support on the bench there. We're going to see a Pal Pad shuffling 2 supporters back into the deck here from Alex.
And one of those supporters was the Sharon's Care.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely debilitating for Nico's side of the board.
Yeah, wipe all that damage off the board, pick everything up, and just re-evolve into that other Arceus V that's ready to go. That would be brutal indeed. Well, we're going to see this Industrious Incisors number 2 for the turn, drawing into 2 more cards there. It's just going to be another Bibarel and an energy card there for Alex.
That caught me off guard. Typically, when I put Bibarel into my decks, I play a 2-2 line. That seems to be the standard across the board. But it just goes to show how important this one Pokemon is, that Alex is opting to play
3
heavier line, 3-3.
3-3 here of that Bibarel, definitely. Important card here for Alex. I mean, it's a pretty important card for any Architect, I would say. All right, well, we're seeing this Arceus V come into the active now off of that Jet Energy that was applied there.
And are we going to see just an Arceus V attack? Yeah, it looks like we are going to see, I believe it's Power Edge.
Power Edge, yes. Yeah, we don't see that too often, huh, Wancho?
Yeah, not at all. Typically in the first stream we've seen Trinity Charge being used quite a bit though. What's up with these Arceus players just not being able to find Arceus V-Star? Nico now is going to be forced to go to a fresh Mew VMAX potentially.
Yeah, exactly, because you still, that Power Edge getting that 130 damage onto that Mew VMAX, so he's going to spread some damage there. Of course, VMAX cards are 3 prize cards that you get if you get to knock out that giant beefy Pokemon. So that's what Alex is looking for to take this game home. Nico, of course, sitting at 6 prize cards still to take, but catching up here, has kind of gone through a lot of the obstacles that have been thrown in his way from Alex's side of the field, and is going to start off this turn, of course, moving that Mew V into the active position. Box of Disaster on that Mew V there, as well as the double turbo. We're seeing 2 power tablets being played here on this turn from Nico, and a Cramomatic.
Heads!
Heads it is.
Nico is going to be able to find, if I had to guess, the Mew Vmax just to evolve the active Mew. That was the only piece of the puzzle that was missing here.
Yeah.
And they still had one more Fusion Strike system to be able to draw, but it's good to just have it in the hand. Deck is getting quite thin, and that was a very pricey Cramomatic. I believe Palpad was the choice to be able to be discarded there as last Fusion Strike system. Knockout on the Arceus V. I'm thinking about the lines. Knockout on Arceus V in the active. If Alex cannot establish a third Arceus V, for example, Nico could still run away with this game, but Alex, again, is just one boss away from winning this game.
I was like, what is happening here? We're just seeing a lot of thinning happening here from Nico. Playing a Path to the Peak, using a Lost Vacuum, putting another Path to the Peak into the Lost Zone here to get those out of the way, as well as thinning the hands down. We're seeing the knockout now. That's the 2 prize cards you were talking about, Juancho, there for Nico's side of the field. And things are getting dicey here in this game, Juancho.
Yeah, I mean, Nico is doing his best to stay in this game,
Yeah.
but Alex is, again, just one boss's orders away. I believe that wasn't a Bibarel draw. Yeah, that was a draw for turn.
Yes, I think that was draw for turn, so we're going to have to see what Alex can do here to thin things down, draw into some more cards, and see if we can get that gusting effect.
Ultra Ball is a great card as well here. This is
Oh, wow, look at that.
essentially, they were all in the bottom.
They were on the bottom, yeah. Every single one was on the bottom. Well, we're getting a shuffle, so
Okay.
that's good.
Looks
We
like
know they're in the deck.
Alex isn't opting to get another Pokemon V. I'm trying to think if there's maybe just no more energy or no more resources to set up another V.
Oh,
Because
I
that would
see.
be very scary. That means we're all in on this Arceus V. If Alex does not take the knockout, then this turn, Nico could run away with it.
Incredible. Industrious Incisors here. Can we find it, Juancho?
First Bibarel.
I don't see it.
I don't see it. But
I don't see it. I thought I saw it, but I didn't.
this is why we play the Squovit. We can reset that hand. We're not going to see that. It's going to the bottom.
Incredible. Yeah, it's going to the bottom. That's true. Every single card that was not a boss's orders going to the bottom here, thanks to that cute little squirrel eating some berries.
Watch Squovit just get it here. That one card. Boss's orders. No. I think we're going to draw 4 more.
Yes.
There it is!
Oh, there it is. Alex hitting the boss's orders. That was the one card needed here to take that knockout on that last 3 prize Pokemon in the Mew Vmax. Gonna take down this game 2, bringing us to a game 3 in our round 9, Juancho.
This is exactly what I wanted to see. Even more Pokemon played. 3 full games of masterful Pokemon, 3 full games of Arceus V-Star versus Mew Vmax.
Yeah, we're seeing the full potential of both of these decks. That first game that we saw, Nico took things home in such a dominant fashion. And now we're seeing Alex take this second game away. A little bit more in a scary situation, but everything was pulled together flawlessly there from Alex, coming all the way down to the Squovit, Juancho.
Yes, that is why that little squirrel gets a spot in the deck. Sometimes you Bibarel, the hand gets a little bit clunky. We can very easily reset. And as we saw here, just the nest stash.
Yeah, that was
stashing
the
away
one
some cards.
card. Wasn't a boss. That would have been sweet if it was, though. That would have been crazy. But of course, the Bibarel able to get that boss's orders into hand from Alex. And yeah, those support Pokemon carrying some weight here in this Arceus V-Star deck. You know, we were talking about how it's a Regigigas V-Star deck as well. But nope, it's an Arceus V-Star show here today from Alex. Unfortunately, though, look at that. We were talking about the 3-3 line of the Bidoof Bibarel for Alex, and that's actually going to come into play pretty heavily here because 2 Bidoof in the prize cards there for Alex. Starting a Spiritomb as well. Whoa.
Wait.
Okay, wait. So we started on Nico's side.
Yeah, so Nico started the game.
Yes.
Just had Mew V and Genesect. No Battle VIP
Oh my
pass.
gosh.
And Alex was forced to open the Spiritomb. Nico just hard placing down the Path of the Peak. I don't think there's any turn one Pokemon V ability they necessarily want to shut off right away. So I'm curious to see why the Path of the Peak was played. But
yeah.
I mean, Spiritomb's down. You're not going to be able to use Genesect anyway.
True. Yeah, so just future stopping the V-Star power from Arceus?
Potentially.
Maybe.
As, again, Alex top-decked that Arceus V, I believe. So, again, definitely getting bailed out a little bit.
Top decks the Arceus V. Yeah, that's huge. Now we've seen Arceus V and that energy attached, so that is definitely bailed out by the top deck there from Alex. So awkward starting Spiritomb already, but then if you start Spiritomb and then don't have any other Pokemon, that is just absolutely horrible. So we're going to see that single Bidoof. Oh, maybe taking it back here. Bidoof coming back into the deck for an Arceus V instead coming down onto the field with that Nest Ball.
Just playing around the whole maybe escape rope. No, well, boss's orders, knock out Arceus V. That could be very scary. It's a potential. And Nico does have a big hand, but
and I guess Spiritomb is already out too. So we've kind of seen the debate between Alex going for a Spiritomb or going for an Arceus, and now Spiritomb's already on the field. So getting an Arceus here, but yeah, that is the only Bidoof that was there in the deck for Alex as well. I'm sure being aware of that. But hey, he got it here once again off this Iono. So that's pretty nice to see.
Yes, that Bidoof is going to be putting in a lot of work because that is potentially the only one that's going to be able to set up. But it's okay. He has his buddy, Sklovitz.
Yeah, yeah, this is like dynamic duo here. The beaver and the squirrel coming home.
Just best friends forever.
I know, they're so cute. They both stuff their cheeks just with different items. I suppose one's eating berries and one's eating, I don't know, wood. Like logs.
I'm not sure if beavers eat wood necessarily.
They chew it. They chew it, watch out, for some reason.
All right, back to Nico here.
Yes.
Looking at the hand, I think I see an Alessa Sparkle, but there's no energy. There's no energy, no way to draw into energy.
Oh.
This is a bad spot. I'm not even sure what we Ultra Ball for. We need to Ultra Ball for a second Mew V at the very least. But.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So it's going to be an Ultra Ball, discarding a Power Tablet, though, and a Switch card here. But going to go for that Mew V on Nico's side.
I'm curious if Nico just tries to go. Oh, well, you can Alessa Sparkle. Try and attach to both the Genesect V, but unfortunately, because of the path of the peak.
Oh, yeah, the path's in play. Oh, no, that's awkward. God. And it's Nico's own path. That's what's so...
No, exactly. That's why I was wondering why you necessarily play it on turn one. It's only going to literally come back to you. And right now, with the Alessa Sparkle, could have potentially started drawing with these Genesect. But
well, that's what I was saying. Like, did we miss a turn or something somehow? But no, we didn't. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting here because that path is in play. So we are going to see the Alessa Sparkle here to get these energies onto the field. One's going to go to the Mew V in the active position, and that other Fusion Energy going to that Genesect V. But as we said, yeah, Spiritomb's in play, but then you have Fusion Energy, but Path to the Peak is in play. And Double Turbo also coming down onto this Mew V on bench, too.
Not bad of a play here for Nico. Using the energy mix on the Mew V to find the Double Turbo for your second Mew V. Essentially just establishing at least an attack this next turn. And still having the Path to the Peak means you could still slow down your opponent. So not a bad play here. Alex just hard finds the Double Turbo, though.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I think we very rarely see an energy mix, but hey, like you once told me, Wancho, like a couple games ago, you got to do what you got to do. And that is the optimal move as far as setting up for the future turns here for Nico. But Alex going to draw into that Double Turbo, attach it straight to the field, go into a judge here. It's going to be 4 new cards for both of our players. Let's see what Alex can get for this turn.
This is going to be big 4 cards. Does find the Arceus V-Star at the very least.
And the Beaverell as well.
Ooh.
Nice.
Not a bad judge here. Does still need to find a switch.
Oh, we're going to see that Skwovet come into action here. The deck going to the bottom, drawing a single card here off that Skwovet into the Beaverell, Industrious Incisors, Escape Rope, of course, being added to the hand from the Skwovet. It's going to allow for, oh, it's actually going to be played first before Industrious Incisors. It means Nico's going to have to promote something first here.
That's essentially a switch.
Yes.
Escape rope again, but forces your opponent to switch as well. I'm thinking maybe Nico goes into, this time, the Genesect V, maybe to try and take a hit. You don't want to give up the Mew V with the D double turbo energy, that's for sure. And that's also giving up 2 prizes. Right now, Alex is only doing 180 damage. But Nico is thinking here.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think it just has to be the Genesect without energy.
Just the blank Genesect here, and that's looking like what it's going to be. Tough decision there for Nico, awkward situation with that escape rope. But now Alex is down the escape rope, Genesect V is in the active, and we get an additional card off that Industrious Incisors.
Industrious Incisor drawing a couple of energies there, something you don't want to see as an Arceus V-Star player.
Awkward.
Since you can't accelerate the energies from the hand.
Yeah, you're wanting to accelerate from the deck, that is for sure. And if they're in your hand, it can get a little awkward. But we're going to see 2 fire energy here from Alex being drawn out of the deck after that Trinity Nova. Of course, not going to be enough because that double turbo to take the knockout on that Genesect V. But still getting a bunch of damage onto the field, putting some pressure on, accelerating some energy onto the field, and establishing the board state over there on the right side. Nico having some room to play here now because that path to the peak is out of play.
Yes, does find at least one of the Fusion Strike energy. Again, fortunately, the last one is prized. Would have been beautiful to have all 4 in play because of that Alessa Sparkle. And then you put down the Meloetta, and suddenly, just like that, you're doing 280 damage.
Yeah.
At the very least here, Nico is going to be able to use Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, just short. So unfortunate to see when your prize cards turn against you, unfortunately. But yeah, as you said, Wancho, we're going to see some Fusion Strike systems. So drawing up to as many Fusion Pokemon that are in play.
Does find the Mew Vmax. So we have the almost the attack. They could still attach the double turbo into the active at the very least.
Whoa, Cramomatic. Can we get a heads? Oh, it looks like yes. Yeah, picking up the deck. That means we got a heads here on Nico's side of things, which is great. Searching the deck for any card here. Cramomatic, woo, that is going to be a card that is missed for sure. At least for our Mew players.
If you flip heads, it's going to be missed.
Yeah, that's true. I will miss you, little crock pot.
Yes, as I believe the grab there was going to be the switch. Not too bad. Maybe would like to have gotten a damage modifier potentially, since we only have 1 Fusion Strike system left to work with. They did have the double turbo to try and just hard retreat this Genesect. But no, double turbo is going on to the Mew. I believe last card in hand is Iono. So what Nico needs to find here is some damage modifiers. Looks like doesn't quite have it just yet. It's going to have to be double power tablet and a choice belt potentially. Would be nice to get this clean knockout on the Arceus V-Star, and it's the lone Arceus V-Star in play at the moment.
At the moment, yeah.
Could be big.
Yeah.
You prevent your opponent from using the... Oh, you can't Iono. They already did use the Alessa Sparkle, so...
Oh, yes, yeah. Alessa Sparkle was played not to its max potential, unfortunately, because that prize card situation. But, yeah, no Iono here. And not going to be a knockout as well on this Arceus V-Star. It's still in play. And as we've talked about before here, Wancho, Alex does have a way to get that Arceus V-Star out of play and wipe all that damage out of the field. But I don't think we have that option here in this hand.
Yeah, Sharon's Care could be a little scary just because I don't know if there's any energy left in the deck. So even if you attack with an Arceus V-Star...
You can't recharge. Yeah, that's true. We don't have the energy on this. Wait, do we?
That Alex did just attach a 3rd fire energy.
Okay.
Oh, no, but thanks to Nest Dash, this goes back into the deck. Never mind, we're fine.
Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're cruising. We're cruising. So that actually is the play here, potentially here from Alex. Let's see what this card gets us. It's just going to be another Bibarel, I believe. We're going to see some more cards off this Industrious Incisors, but only supported there is going to be the Boss's Orders and the Iono added to the hand here for Alex.
Boss's orders could be big. Just chase down the Genesect V potentially with the Fusion Strike energy that's already damaged. Limiting your opponent's draw. We're going to have to see here. Ultra Ball is going to find at least another Arceus V-Star. Alex still also has his V-Star power to work with, so.
Oh my gosh, wow.
If he wanted to,
yeah, there's no path in play anymore. We're fine. We're cruising here.
He could grab the Sharon Scare if he wanted to here. The world is literally Alex's oyster.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to see what Alex chooses to do, but at the very least, we have this Arceus V-Star that has no damage on it, ready to go in the active position. There's not even a double turbo. That's all basic energy there, so hitting for the full potential 200 damage as well on this Trinity Nova, allowing you to recharge from the deck, and those energies are back in the deck as well, thanks to that Squovit from Alex. So just deciding what to do here. Are we gonna see a Wancho V-Star? Gets flipped here. You only have one V-Star power per game that you play because they are so powerful. And Starbirth has to be one of the most powerful V-Star powers we've ever had in the history of Pokemon. It's gonna search out any 2 cards from the deck here for Alex.
Oof, and one of the grabs there was Path to the Peak. Nico here just to...
Oh, no.
Just a roller coaster here for Nico. Sometimes, Spiritomb is going to shut off my abilities. I'm going to get them back with a Fusion Strike energy. Then Path to the Peak.
Yeah, Nico has been holding on tightly to those little lost vacuum, portable vacuums. Look at that, Wancho! The play I've been waiting for. Love it.
It was interesting there that Alex opted to retreat and then pick up the Pokemon. Would have been nice to just pick it up, save all those resources, since then he just goes. Then you have to promote a new active anyway.
Yeah, that's true, because you could just add that back to the hands. I don't know.
Maybe they don't want it in the hand.
Yeah, I was about to say. Maybe
especially after an Iono.
Because you want to draw more cards with the Dustrious and Sizer. I don't know. Well, either way, we have another Arceus V on the bench now. Sharon's Care picked all that damage up out of the field, back into hand for Alex. Arceus V coming back down. It's being recharged up once again.
I'm looking at the hand. There's a Forest Seal Stone and 2 damage modifiers. There's 2 power tablets here. And again, Nico could potentially take the big one-hit knockout on this Arceus V-Star, maybe leaving Alex without an attacker potentially. No, looking at the hand, should have another Arceus V-Star, should be fine.
Yeah, in hand at least, unless we see some sort of disruption here from Nico.
This was post the Iono, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's on the top of that discard pile there, so it should be.
Yeah, should be playing with these cards right now. And again, does have double power tablet.
Hisuian Heavy Ball gonna take a look at the prize. I was like, whoa, where'd all the prize cards go? Hisuian Heavy Ball does allow you to take a look at those prize cards, take out a basic Pokemon if one is in there, and switch it out with that Hisuian Heavy Ball. But no Pokemon there to be drawn for Nico. Just gonna be a quick shuffle up of the prize cards, put back into position there from Nico.
I respect this play here by Nico, opting to use the V-Star power to just get exactly what you need.
Play it safe.
Yeah, not have to gamble with the Lost Vacuum, try and draw into them. But there it is, just cross Fusion Strike, Techno
Wow,
Blast.
Alex looks shocked here, like, whoa, what? You just knocked out this Arceus V-Star, what? But yeah, that is the power there. We had every damage modifier needed to take that knockout. I'm sure Nico, knowing that the damage required and the cards needed like the back of his hand. Alex gonna remove that 2 prize Pokemon from the field here. Of course, still has that Arceus V that is now a V-Star in the active position here, ready to attack once more, but didn't seem to be expecting that. Kind of shocked at the knockout there, but yeah, Nico gonna go down 2 prize cards in our game 3, so leading the way here in this match so far. We're gonna see a custom catcher here from Alex, bringing that Mew Vmax into the active position once again. Lost Vacuum going to be played here. Path to the Peak going into the Lost Zone, and that Choice Belt being removed off the field from Alex as well.
I didn't quite catch what the what the card drawn off the prizes was. It could be big if the Fusion Strike energy was drawn, but looks like it wasn't, unfortunately, because Nico would have had access to potentially a Meloetta attack with 4 Fusion Strike energies, which would have been scary. That is the only way, I believe, to take a knockout on a new Arceus V-Star.
I was about to say, that's not even scary. That's like game ending almost there. Oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna see Box of Disaster come out onto the field as well for Alex. Onto that Arceus V.
And just protecting it a little bit. Very important to establish. And hey, I think that's the first time we've seen that.
Whoa.
Yes, Regigigas V. Well, Regigigas
Just the V, yeah. Does eventually turn into a V-Star, but right now it is just a V joining the bench here.
I'm curious if there's how much energy Alex has left. I know Arceus V-Star can attack here for the knockout. Can at least accelerate 1 energy. That's the important thing. At least 1, because there is a double turbo.
Yeah, you need that one, and Alex does have it, accelerating that energy off of the Trinity Nova here. Also taking that huge knockout on the Mew Vmax. Gonna draw into 3 prize cards here now on Alex's side, leading the prize race after these back and forth knockouts. And Nico is going to start off this turn here as well. Mew V in the active position, already has a double turbo. Wow, 30 seconds left. Wancho, what the? Where has this game gone? I mean, I guess we're in game 3. Makes sense, but
30 seconds left, but could still potentially find an ending to this game. Again, both these decks are multiple prize Pokemon. They're rule box Pokemon.
Yeah.
If Nico could take 2 prizes on something like that Arceus V, follow it up with another knockout on, I forget how much HP Regigigas V has, but should be reachable potentially. But I believe the lost vacuum on the Mew Vmax was pretty big. Getting rid of that choice belt means we still need some damage modifiers, and we've already lost 3 tablets. I'm not sure if we still have the 4th. And with that, Judge played. Judge isn't boss, and I don't think this Arceus V-Star is going anywhere.
Yep, Judge is going to be the supporter here for the turn. Both our players going to draw into 4 additional cards. That should be time, at least it is here on our end. Of course, you do still get 3 additional turns between our players after the clock ticks down to 0.
Yes, unfortunately for both these players, they're both at 5, 2, and 1. A tie is essentially a loss for both these players. So
we could have potentially an agreement between these players.
Cramomatic here being played. Let's see what if there is a grab. Looks like there is no grab.
Yeah, I guess not. That was a Tails off that Cramomatic. We're just seeing a Fusion Strike system here from Nico.
Again, Nico, I think, has no possible way to win this game. Alex, however, still has 2 turns to work with.
Yes.
He's down to 3 prizes. If he can go boss, back-to-back bosses orders potentially, could win this game for him.
Are the resources? I mean, they should be there. Alex, 2 bosses orders in the list. Of course, we have the Pal Pad as well. That I don't think has been played yet from Alex's side. I don't think we haven't even seen a boss, have we? In this game?
We did see a boss's orders the last turn to take a knockout on the Mew Vmax.
Yes, you're right.
So
there is
still 1 in the deck.
No, was that boss or was that custom catcher?
Oh, that was counter catcher. You're right.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Counter catcher. I don't think that was boss.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I believe it was a counter catcher. That means there is still 2 in the deck.
There's 2.
It is a possibility. A lot of pressure here, though.
Oh yeah,
for our mammalian duo.
That is very true. A lot of pressure indeed. We'll have to see what happens here. It's all going to come down to this one. So I got to say, our round 9s, they're always exciting. I can always count on that.
And I believe that was a cross fusion strike copying
Meloetta.
Melodious Echo. Unfortunately, again, if Nico had the 4th fusion strike energy, this would be, well, almost a knockout. Because choice belt was removed, it'd be 260. So I guess less of an impact.
Less of an impact indeed, as in not knocking out, unfortunately. But as we said, the clock ran out, or at least on our end, on Nico's side, so that would have been turn 0. This is now turn 1 between our players.
We'll have to see. Again, Alex, boss, day 2.
Yes, that's what it's going to come down to. We're going to start with this Squovit here. This card going to the bottom. Going to draw an additional card from that Squovit. Take a quick look.
Can we
Checking
play it?
through the discard. Yeah, let's get a look at this discard pile ourselves, Wancho. What are we seeing here?
I think the top deck was a Pal Pad. Maybe that's why he was.
Oh, stop. You're right.
Maybe that's why he's putting the supporters on.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so Pal Pad going to come into play here.
But you don't want these supporters.
No, that's what I was saying. That's.
I guess you put back the Sharon's Care.
Do you almost like not want to
Can you
put these back? Like,
I don't think you can Pal Pad for 0.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like, why would you want to? Oh, okay, yeah. Honestly, I think that's what Alex is trying to do. Pal Pad for 0. And he goes like, you have to put 1 in. Okay, I'll chuck the Sharon's Care in. Well, that's going to be one supporter that goes back into the deck, but that also is one less card. Does it just cancel out at that point? One less card in the hand. Industrious Incisor is going to go to 5 now for the hand for Alex. Let's see.
Double turbo. No, it's the Sharon's Care.
Stop.
In this world, I choose to believe that is the Sharon's Care.
There's two in the deck.
Yeah,
so let's just
that wasn't the one we put back.
No way. They're the same art, so there's no way to tell. That's kind of brutal. All right, okay. Well, we have the Sharon's Care to at least pick up this Arceus V-Star.
Well, there is still a shot here. You hit into the Mew Vmax, and then you boss the Mew Vmax. I don't think there is a way to Psychic Leap.
Oh.
So getting this hit
Oh, yeah,
here,
you're right.
Yes, if there was a Mew V in play, Psychic Leap would mean Nico, this would be a tie. Nico can only retreat here and hit, and that's it.
Oh my gosh, Wancho.
He could retreat, boss the Bibarel.
So, when I mentioned the sweaty hands, this would be right about that time, at least for me. Yeah, this is incredible here between these players. Not exactly how I expected any of these matches really to go, but yeah, Nico taking a look at all of the resources here, nodding his head as well. We're going to see the draw for turn now. Lost City coming into play. Force Seal Stone being attached.
Fusion Strike System draws 4, and I believe I do see double boss's orders. Hey, Alex needs one of those.
I know, right? This is Nico's last turn of the game. As far as we are tracking here, Box of Disaster going to come down, just being played on that Mew Vmax. We see the Power Tablet coming out. We're just seeing cards being played here, Wancho.
I'm almost thinking, you go boss, Bibarel, just knock it out. And that's all we can do.
That's true.
That might be the best play to at least mitigate how many cards. We know for a fact he doesn't have boss possibly in hand. Maybe he does. Maybe he was playing to this specific scenario to try and just knock out a VMAX.
At that point, don't you just take the Squovit instead of the Bibarel? I'm not even going to give you a single card. I mean, there's no way you can thin that hand at this moment, right?
Okay, that's a good point. Because that'd be very funny for Squovit to get you that boss's orders.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing the boss's orders onto this Regigigas V. And look at that retreat cost.
Well, luckily, you can see the Jet Energy getting tapped there. Oh, I'm so thankful I have this card.
What is that, 4 retreat? Is that 4 retreat?
No, that thing just stays in there. You don't even read that. It just stays in the active at that point.
Yeah, you've given up at that point. But yeah, tapping the Jet Energy, too good. Too good. Well, we're going to see this Mew Vmax come back into the active here from Nico. Power Tablet.
Oh!
What?
He used the Ice Q attack to snipe the Squovit on the bench. So not only do you boss stall,
you boss stall and you take the Squovit.
That was brutal.
Wow, that was sweet. That was actually so sweet. That Squovit being wiped out.
Play.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe we didn't see that one. So the Ice Cube, the Penguin, the Block Slider on the bench there, coming in clutch. Regigigas V not only just chilling in the active here with a hefty retreat crossed, but that Squovit is gone now. completely limiting Alex from at least getting that hand back to the bottom to potentially draw a card here.
How many cards can you play?
I don't
There's
think
so many
there's
Pokemon.
No, yeah, there's too many energy and supporters as well. And it's not good. It's not good. Tell you what, there's not an Ultra Ball, that's for sure.
Well, there's at least the Jet energy. We can attack this turn.
Yeah, but this is the last turn here between our players. Nico was turn 0. I think I just heard Alex say, I don't believe I have it. Just going to attach this Jet energy, which is at least going to get us that Arceus V-Star into the active position here. But yeah, the hand is too full. The V-Star coming down onto that Regigigas.
Maybe if Alex played the Arceus V the last turn, there was a potential to at least play down the Arceus V-Star. So that's one less card, but that's so many Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a lot of Pokemon. I mean, they're coming down, but
yeah.
Look, how many are still, 3,
literally
4, 5
the only
left.
thing is the Arceus V-Star in the hand. So if the Arceus V
and that
was
still would have been one card, you know?
just one card, but that one
It could have
card
been the one.
could be the difference.
Yeah, I want Alex to flip that one card if this
Please,
game
Alex, just draw the
concludes.
card.
Like, I want to just see
Show
what
it.
it is at the end. Yeah.
Can you search for energy?
I think they're discussing here now. So what can happen in this scenario is our players can kind of discuss like, well, what
the
would
top
have
card was
happened? It was
Charizard.
Charizard, yeah. So I looked. So they're gonna kind of discuss, it sounds like they're discussing like what the turn of events would be if this game continued, because this could kind of determine who should take the win here and who can go into day 2, because that's what these players are wanting right now. We're at a 5-2-1 record, and both these players want to get into this day 2, so we'll have to see how things turn out between them.
I believe Nico is just saying, do you have enough, like,
Yeah,
his
the
plan
bosses
was
are
just
there.
to boss the Regigigas into the active again to be able to possibly stall out. So I think Alex is definitely in a more favored position, especially with so many damaged Mew Vmax.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe that's what was decided on after showing the 2 bosses' orders were in the deck already. But we'll have to get some confirmation. Yeah, that is going to be it. Nico is going to scoop the game there, and Alex Jung is going to be our winner here in round 9. 3 incredible matches between these players, but Alex is going to come out on top. And I'll tell you what, it was well earned. We see the crowd out there cheering for Alex, and like I said, yeah, well earned from both of our players here, both those records, but Alex is going to be the one heading into day 2. Woo!
Absolutely huge. Alex Jean making it to day 2. Has a chance to potentially win it all.
Yeah.
Again, showed us an absolutely amazing Game 9 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Just looking at a couple quick replays here.
Yeah, this is our game 1. It didn't last very long, that is for sure. And this is where I was kind of scared, because I was like, whoa. If this game ended so quickly, Nico had this incredibly dominant turn that we saw. I mean, the power tablet coming out, the energy needed for that Meloetta knock, Lost City in play, and Alex just scooped it up right there. We went into a game 2, and things still got a little dicey here and there, but Alex was able to take things away in this game as well. What were your highlights from this game, Wancho?
Oh, for this game, it was definitely the Beaver Squirrel combo.
Yes.
Just being able
Incredible.
to draw so many cards. Like, Alex has the potential to draw 10 cards a turn. That's quite a lot. That's more than Nico is drawing, that's for sure, because of that Spiritomb. And yeah, again, just amazing plays by both these players.
Yeah, it came down to, I was like, oh, I forgot Squovit was even in this deck. And then it was actually like MVP in this deck as well.
So MVP that you have to block slide or knock it out.
I know, what in the world? I mean, it totally made sense, and we definitely saw that there from Nico, of course. This is our game 3 between these players. It went back and forth the entire time. Really could have gone either way, but it came down to these last couple of turns where Alex showed that there were all the resources in the deck to carry out these next couple of turns and take Nico out, take those last 3 prize cards needed. Nico scooped it up, gave the win there to Alex, who's now heading into day 2. Look at that face, love it.
Yes, huge congratulations again, getting into day 2 in a big regional like this.
Yep.
Very big accomplishment. And with Regigigas V-Star, no less. Unfortunately, we didn't see it.
I was about to say, can we even call it that at the moment? Hey, we saw it come out onto the field, okay? It wasn't used.
Yeah, and it was also a huge deterrent. It was a.
I was about to say, it's kind of a huge liability
sorry. Yes,
in a lot of ways, but it's in the deck.
We saw it. It's a colorless Pokemon. Sharon's Care works on it. 300 HP. That's a pretty good card. I'm sure, hopefully, we get to see Alex maybe play it out tomorrow. Maybe we see him on stream potentially. See the Regigigas V-Star itself.
Well, and I was saying, even if we have a stream match where some of the cards that we're looking forward to don't get to get featured in that specific matchup, that doesn't mean that that player didn't use those cards throughout the entire day to get them to the position they're in now. So, you know, we could have been missing a lot of some sweet Regigigas plays, so you never know. But yeah, I think the MVP definitely that time was the Skwovet Bibarel combo, getting Alex into everything needed to really wrap up those turns in a fantastic way and get those wins against Mew Vmax. We saw the Arceus V-Star deck take out Mew Vmax, a reigning champ in so many different events. And Arceus V-Star took things down, at least. I mean, it came down to 3 games and even time and a lot of discussion, but taking the win there. Congratulations, Alex, for making it into day 2.
And again, Mew Vmax. Maybe there's other Mew Vmax players out there. I know it's not looking good for our picks, Boo. But
oh, no. Colin Merley Matthews is out there crushing it, so with Mew Vmax.
Yeah, there's still a chance. We'd love to see more of it in day 2.
Yes.
With that, let's go ahead and go to Adam, though. I believe he has a couple of interviews with the players on the floor who've made it to day 2. Wow. Let's check it out.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson once again with a special interview with Aiden Coos, who's made day 2 here in Vancouver. How you feeling, my friend?
I feel pretty good. Just won like a pretty easy set against Sablezard to get into the day 2. I'm 6-1-1 at the moment. Feeling good heading into the last round.
Nice. And remind the folks at home, what deck are you on for this tournament?
I'm running it back. I'm playing a very close list to my Knoxville list that I got second place with, Lost Box Kyogre. It's definitely a really good meta call. Just hoping to dodge a little bit of those Guardies and the Zards that play multiple switch outs.
Now, the Kyogre, we've known, you know, the Aqua Storm, great attack for a while, and it seemed to kind of fall off. Was this a deck that you played when it was kind of strong the first time around, or you just kept it on your radar as a meta call?
So this format, I had a really struggling time to find a deck that worked for me. So I've been playing Kyogre since Charlotte, and I've just not stopped playing the deck because it has a really good matchup spread. Had a better matchup spread before. I've kind of just stuck with it. Comfort. Always play what's really comfortable for you over a new deck that may be a little bit better, but you feel like you're not going to play as well with. And I did play it a little bit before, but I was mainly playing Turbo Lost Box during that time.
Yeah. And for your kind of play style, I think you've developed a reputation for playing some oddball decks, throwing a curveball at your opponent. And this Lost Zone Kyogre, have you been managing to catch people off guard? Maybe they don't remember this matchup as well as they should?
Yeah, a lot of people tend to play a little bit bad against me just because it's not a deck that you normally practice into. The Giratina decks are like the most popular Lost Box deck, and playing Lost on Kyogre kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage just because your opponents sometimes don't know what to do, just because it's like not one of those top 6 decks that you may see on the graphic.
Yeah, that's very well put, and you're willing to dig deeper into the metagame to take advantage of those lesser-known decks. As you head into day 2, are you feeling confident that Lost Zone Kyogre is going to continue to see success, or were the matchups just pretty lucky for you today?
I always feel confident. It's more just what am I sitting across from, and if the pairings go my way, a little bit of luck goes my way, and I still feel like I'm playing to the best of my abilities, I feel like I'll do as good as the deck will take me.
Very well said. I also am so curious about what you're thinking about playing going into the next format. Everything is going to be untested, so where we go from here?
There's a lot changing, so I haven't really tested a ton in the new format because I've been preparing for this event, but I have spent countless nights on the deck builder on various websites, but I've been testing a lot of Goodra. I played Goodra at UIC last year and had a 5th place finish. So I mean, I'm just hoping to replicate the success that I had last year and get a good international placement under my belt for EUIC compared to the LAIC where I didn't even make day 2.
That does make a lot of sense, just using your deep knowledge base and deck repertoire in order to find that consistency and success at the highest levels of play. I want to thank you and congratulate you once again, Aiden, for taking the time to share your thoughts with our audience at home, and good luck in day number 2.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championships, everyone. Adam Watson here with Brent Tonneson. How are you feeling, my friend?
Not too bad. I did tie last round, though.
Okay, but you did make day 2, which is important.
Yeah, well, that's the first step.
Making day 2 is only one part of the equation. Are you feeling confident now that you've locked up that day 2 spot going forward, how that's going to play out for you?
I'm not quite sure, because I don't think my deck's a very good play, but I know I can play my deck well, so I think I have a good chance still, but I'm not quite sure.
And of course, our viewers of the stream saw your qualification match on the stream. You're hoping to just pad your record, get a few more points, and you're just going to have to fight that much harder in day number 2. Has there been any recent revelations you've had regarding your playstyle or your deck that you're going to carry with you into day 2?
Not quite. I did all my practice around January, got some good results then, and I haven't really done much more in this format since then.
Just going on just your legacy knowledge and skill, going for the outplay. And I know that traveling to so many different locations to compete, I think pound for pound has given you very high quality practice playing against high level players. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I think the practice, but also the confidence is the thing. Like when you play so many events, you start to make the riskier plays that you need to make instead of playing always safe. And it makes a huge difference.
I love that angle, being able to make those bold calls and those bold decisions. What is the riskiest play that you had to make today?
I mean, I'm not quite sure. It has to be something to do with counter catch. It's definitely got some counter catchers, probably some Path and some Roxanne in there. I'm not sure.
Falling behind intentionally maybe to get these cards online, or just having to make a fork in the road type of decision between 2 plays?
Yeah, so I've kind of had all of that already. So it's hard to pinpoint which one's actually the craziest, though.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Giratina is a deck that forces you to fight with your back against the wall. You're really painting yourself into a corner with this deck. One thing I did want to ask you as well, Brent, Giratina V-Star has always had this reputation of being good, being bad. Have you always believed in the deck? Were you one of the early Giratina believers?
Not quite. I was a pretty heavy believer of it in the early Paradox Rift format. But I mean, I consider it pretty solid in the formats before that, but I didn't consider it like the very best or anything. It was only around Paradox Rift when I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna invest the time into this deck.
So it took a while for you to get convinced, and I appreciate that. You've had plenty of opportunity to see the meta developed as you've traveled and competed. And is there any final words of advice you have, or any nice notes for our audience at home before I let you go?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I think for most people, it's just keep practicing, keep learning all the decks, I guess. Like, just kind of learn the meta and practice your deck into at least the best few decks. Start with that, and then you can work your way down the list of decks.
Prioritize playing into the best decks. Be confident. Don't be afraid to make those bold choices in your games to get a win when someone else might not be able to. Thanks, Adam. I'm Adam now here in the lounge, joined by Chip and Ethan. We're here to close out day 1 of Vancouver.
This guy, man, throwing it to himself. All right, I see
pretty
the
impressive. They finally figured out how to clone me, so I can work everywhere.
There we go. Yeah, you know what's better than 1 Skarzig?
2 Skarzigs. It's Skarzig time, and
It's
we're
always
here in the
Skarzig
lounge.
time.
And this has been a pretty interesting day 1. A good mixture of rogue decks that we were able to showcase today alongside old favorites. What are some of the favorite decks that you were really excited to see on the stream today, Chip?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to not choose the Zoroark toolbox deck, right? That Phantom Transformation ability is just one of the most unique ones, really in the history of the game, being able to swap the Zoroark with any Stage 1 Pokemon in your discard pile. So really cool to see Kobe Kawasaki piloting that.
did unfortunately end up with the tie on stream. Not quite sure how his last round went, but we're crossing our fingers to see more from him in day 2.
Yeah, apparently there's a Kecleon deck roaming around in day 2. Now it's 6-1 and 2, so could see some fun things come tomorrow. I've got some personal bias. Of course, I'm always hoping for Gardevoir to do well. You know, Alan Zhu is up there at the last table at 7-0-1 to end the round, and Roaring Moon was the only true undefeated deck. So, hey, Skarzig, you might be getting some points at the end of this weekend, but we've still got plenty of Pokemon to play tomorrow.
Yeah, let's not count the chickens before they hatch here.
Yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day, but we can take a look also at just a big pile of names. We got a lot of players that have qualified for day 2 that we've been able to confirm, just so that we can have a nice idea of some players to look out for. Pablo Meza already jumping out to me as one of our players to watch from the top of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb Gettimer, a great North American player. Pablo, of course, a former Vancouver Regional Champion all the way back in 2017. Rahul Reddy, a great North American player. Piper Lapine, multi-time regional champions. And Tyler Matthews piloting that Entei Iron Valiant deck. We saw him get top 8 recently. I believe it was Charlotte or Knoxville, one of those 2 tournaments with that deck. You know, he's continuing to pilot it to great success, making day 2 here in Vancouver.
Yeah, lots of Canadian players representing here in this list, so I'm excited to see, will Canada defend their home country here, take down a regional championship, or will an American or somebody else? I know there's a Japanese player that made it into day 2, so who knows, we could be seeing anything go down. Of course, Brent Todison secured himself a spot up, so lots of storylines. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow?
Yeah, very well said. The players here are competing and fighting tooth and nail. Canada has been, I think, our driving force for just the NA meta and just the caliber of play that you need to be on to get these wins and qualify for Worlds. And now we're taking the competition up north and really making them prove it once more on home soil. But this is just the first day of competition, folks. We have tomorrow to go, Championship Sunday, and that is going to be starting pretty early, so make sure you get plenty of rest. I know our players are going to be looking to do exactly the same, especially Brent Tonnison. My goodness, traveling 100 years to make it all over the
Time travel
world.
And distance. Oh my gosh.
We saw during
We
his
can't stop
interview,
this guy.
he's completely wiped out. I really hope he can get a lot of rest and keep the train up and running. But again, 11:15 a.m. Pacific time, 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. And make sure you set those alarm clocks. Make sure you get up, get your snacks, and just refresh your memory about the NA regional schedule as well as we move forward. A lot of gray showing up on this graphic, gentlemen. We're at Vancouver right now, and just a few more places to visit before Honolulu.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty sad to look at this graphic, honestly, when we get to, like, you know, LA regionals, New Orleans internationals, you know, but it's cool to follow the journey, see how far we've come throughout the year. So many great memories made already, and more yet to come with our London EUIC just around the corner.
We've got, out of the last events, we have 7 events left on this. 3 of these are major events. So that's almost 50% right there of events that are really counting for these players. The prize money is big. The stakes are high. It's going to be exciting to see how this season plays out. We're more than halfway done, but it feels like we've still got so much more to go.
Yeah, we've moved so much through the overall circuit, but we've got a new meta game on the horizon and still lots of competition to be had yet tomorrow here in Vancouver. So stay tuned for that. Can't wait to see you all tomorrow. Make sure you follow us here on Twitch or on YouTube, wherever you might be watching. Make sure you follow our channels on social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to keep up with everything that is going on this weekend and to share your thoughts. We love to put on these broadcasts for our fans at home and for our competitors waiting here in the venue for the next round of competition. So we'll see you next time, and have a good one.
Players at these regional championships.
All right, yeah, let's take a look at the hands here.
And a lot of energy out of play as well. Not a bad turn here.
Woo, that got risky there.
Good guy, Scott, though. Love to see it here in the Pokemon trading card game.
The tournaments are getting bigger and bigger.
And he just really cannot be slowed down.
We're fine. We're cruising here.
We'll see if he's able to continue to make that happen.
I've just been grinding the lab and playing non-stop.
It is always a fantastic time here at our regional championship.